Chapter 201, Blood and Fire come from the same origin. Raleigh laughed and patted Jon Snow on the back, saying, "Jon, it's your turn to tell a story." Jon picked up his wineglass and took a long sip. He paused and said, "I was born by mistake. My story really doesn't have much to tell." Raleigh responded nonchalantly, "There are so many mistakes. Be happy, my friend." Raleigh's words reminded Jon of the fat man who looked simple and honest, but was actually quite smart. He could be said to be his first friend. He thought of the tourney team battle in King's Landing, where he and Monton Waters fought side by side. He had originally planned to make a few jokes at the end before exiting gracefully, but unfortunately, he accidentally injured a leg, which was a bit regretful. After withdrawing his thoughts, Jon smiled and said, "Yes, I still have friends." Young Griffin quipped, "The most important thing is the red-haired girl." Jon was about to speak, but was interrupted by Little Griffin, who pretended to be impatient. I know, Rennell." Raleigh laughed. Hey. Jon smiled and shook his head, his eyes becoming more blurred. "I plan to marry her when I go back, and I hope you can attend our wedding." After Jon finished speaking, Little Griffin and Raleigh exchanged a glance, as if inadvertently. Raleigh rubbed his hands and said, "Jon, thank you for the invitation. Don't worry, I will do my best when it comes to the wedding room." Jon smiled and playfully punched Raleigh with his fist. "I was worried that you would scare my bride away." Little Griffin stretched out a finger, scratched his head and cheek, and said, "I'm responsible for blocking the door." Jon couldn't help laughing. "Little Griffin, you are still reliable." Everyone's laughter subsided, and Raleigh suddenly said, "Aren't you going to invite one or two relatives?" A flash of bitterness crossed Jon's handsome face, and he murmured, "Family." He took a big gulp of wine and continued, "Again, the same sentence. Illegitimate children have no relatives." Raleigh was about to speak, but Little Griffin stopped him with a look. Jon chatted for a while longer, and then fell asleep unconsciously. Outside the pavilion, Raleigh rubbed his face with his big hands and said, "Little Griffin, Jon's mouth is really tight. I even admire him." Little Griffin rubbed his temples and said leisurely, "Varys has a bright eye. He is a good Stark." Raleigh scratched his head and said, "I think it's difficult to get him to reveal his life experience. This kid is very stubborn." Little Griffin chuckled, "That's why I can trust him." Raleigh nodded in understanding and asked, "What should we do next? I really can't think of any other way." "About there." Under Raleigh's doubtful gaze, Little Griffin continued, "We have heard with our own ears Jon's life experience." "You mean?" Little Griffin looked into the distance and said slowly, "If he hadn't told it while drunk, how could we have known his amazing life experience?" Raleigh. After a moment of silence, Raleigh nodded. "Yes, who can remember exactly what he said when he was drunk?" Raleigh scratched his head happily. "So it's so simple. I'm really not suitable for using my brain, Little Griffin." Little Griffin's face remained gentle. "Everyone has their own strengths. I also agree with Jon's point of view. You are indeed a rare warrior." Raleigh first chuckled, then hesitated and asked in a low voice, "Little Griffin, I'm actually very curious." Little Griffin looked extremely handsome under the soft moonlight. He said with a smile on his face, "Curious? Are you curious why Jon was sent to the hands of brother and sister Viserys and Daenerys?" Raleigh rarely showed a solemn look. "Jon's sword skills are outstanding, and his character is also very good. He can be a good helper for you in the future." Little Griffin asked back, "Raleigh, it's rare for you to be curious about this kind of thing. Do you really want to know the answer?" After Little Griffin finished speaking, he paused. Raleigh shook his head and, "Forget it. I think even if you tell me, I won't understand," Raleigh said, shaking his head. Little Griffin smiled warmly. "I can tell you, and I will have to tell you soon. It's the same." Raleigh looked at Little Griffin in confusion. "Because your friendship with Jon is part of the plan," Little Griffin explained patiently. "Neither Viserys nor Daenerys are skilled at leading troops in battle, but Jon has that talent. We will secretly help Viserys grow in strength and continue to attract everyone's attention, at the right time." Little Griffin paused, then continued, "My father taught me that no matter how good a plan is, it is just a plan. No one can guarantee that it will go smoothly, because unexpected accidents may happen at any time." Little Griffin took a sip of his drink and continued. Jon Snow is our safeguard against such accidents. If Viserys deviates from our plan, Jon will help us take control of Viserys's troops. Raleigh couldn't help but ask, what if they don't leave their troops under Jon's control? Little Griffin chuckled. After all, he has Targaryen blood, and with his ability to lead troops, do they have any better candidates? Raleigh seemed to be talking to himself. Jon, as a Targaryen, will help them lead the troops in battle. After a pause, Raleigh suddenly realized, then Rhaenys is. Little Griffin's eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice turned cold. As long as Jon's loyalty remains unchanged, Jon and Rhaenys will love each other for a lifetime. Unconsciously, cold sweat dripped down Raleigh's back. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times, and he said with a bitter expression, Your Highness, do I know too much? Little Griffin smiled gently, reached out, and patted Raleigh's arm. Raleigh, I tell you this because I believe in your loyalty, and I want you to stay with Jon. He will need help around him. Raleigh unabashedly wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, I understand my mission. Please don't worry. Little Griffin smiled and nodded slightly. After a pause, Raleigh added, It is rumored that the Beggar King is quite capable. Little Griffin leaned against the pavilion pillar, looking at the twinkling starry sky with his purple eyes. This is a good thing. The more Viserys likes to do whatever he wants, the easier it will be for you and Jon to control the troops. Raleigh smiled heartily, returning to his normal demeanor. He rubbed his hands together and said, Then I will go to meet the future queen tomorrow? Little Griffin corrected him. She is one of the candidates for the queen. The next morning, bang, bang, bang. The sleeping Jon was awakened by the sudden slamming of the door. One of his hands immediately grasped the handle of his sword. Jon stood up, quickly scanned the room, and slowly approached the door while keeping an eye on the movement outside. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking continued. Jon loosened his grip on the sword handle slightly and called out in a deep voice, Who is it? On the other side of the door, a young voice responded, In the name of Princess Daenerys, open the door. Jon's pupils shrank. Princess Daenerys? Why would she come to me? Jon quickly scanned the room again. Where were Little Griffin and Raleigh? After a moment's thought, Jon sheathed his sword and opened the door. Standing outside was a tall, thin young man with a slightly pale face, leading a few soldiers. The young man looked Jon up and down and said, My name is Ange. Are you Jon Snow? Jon stared at Ange and nodded slightly. Ange stepped aside and said, Your Excellency, Jon, in the name of Princess Daenerys, please come to the governor's mansion. He added, Your friend, Raleigh, is waiting there. In the city-state of Viserys, at the governor's palace. Following Ange into the hall, Jon raised his eyes and looked up. Daenerys Targaryen, known as the Princess of Dragonstone, was sitting upright on a high seat. With her back straight and her hands placed naturally on her knees, she looked elegant and noble. Under the morning light, her silver hair exuded a faint luster, and her violet eyes were like crystal amethysts, shining with a charming brilliance. She was so beautiful that the boy from the north forgot to salute. Daenerys's eyes rested on Jon. He looked quite handsome. Although his body appeared lean, he exuded a sense of power. His skin was slightly dark, his hair brown, and his gray eyes were almost too deep, nearly jet black. At least the characteristics of the Targaryen bloodline were not evident on the outside. The silver-haired princess's eyes moved slightly, and she glanced at the intruder named Raleigh. She frowned slightly. Were these people trying to awaken her true dragon's wrath? The maid standing next to Daenerys chanted, Before you is, Princess of Dragonstone, breaker of shackles, savior and protector of the city of Viserys, Daenerys Targaryen Stormborn. The maid's introduction brought Jon back to his senses. After a pause, he touched his chest and saluted. Good day, Princess of Dragonstone. I am Jon Snow. There was a sense of authority in Daenerys' voice as she spoke. Stranger, tell me the names of your parents. Jon looked up suddenly, his mouth opening in surprise. Why is she asking me this? Does she already know about my lineage? After a moment of silence, Raleigh's rough voice sounded. Jon, I told her. What was told? Jon turned his head and found Raleigh kneeling on the ground with his hands tied behind his back. Jon was surprised. Raleigh, what happened? Raleigh trembled his lower lip and said, Maybe I haven't sobered up yet this morning. I climbed a wall and accidentally bumped into Her Royal Highness. Osanna, who was guarding Raleigh, scolded. You broke into the governor's palace without permission and dared to offend Her Royal Highness the Princess. You will be sent to the guillotine. John digested what he heard and said, Where is little Griffin? Raleigh replied, We went riding together and then got separated. I don't know how I ended up here. Raleigh still smelled strongly of alcohol. John first rubbed his swollen head, then looked at Daenerys, who was watching them, and said respectfully, I'm sorry, Your Highness. My friend is probably not sober. I promise he didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive him. Daenerys's clear voice sounded, Stranger, this intruder told me that you are my people, a Targaryen. Her voice became cold as she continued, I can ignore the rashness of an alcoholic, but do you know the consequences of such a lie? The content of Daenerys' words shocked John, and he looked at Raleigh in disbelief. Raleigh's cheeks turned red, and he raised his chin, pointing in Osanna's direction. John, I'm sorry. They wanted to kill me, and I got anxious. Before he finished speaking, Raleigh lowered his head in shame. John asked with a serious face, How do you know my life experience? Ah? Raleigh looked up, puzzled. You told me this when we were drinking yesterday. Have you forgotten it? John had a headache. He vaguely remembered that the three of them had shared their stories together, but the memory was very vague. How did I let this slip out? John was blaming himself. He didn't doubt Raleigh. His friend had an upright character, and he believed Raleigh would not deceive him. More importantly, unless he revealed it himself, it was impossible for others to know this secret. John, who was at a loss, saw Daenerys slowly raising her hand, and his pupils shrank. He knew what this action meant. When her hand was lowered, his friend would be executed. John had to speak quickly to stop her. Your Highness, I am willing to be honest with you. Daenerys retracted her raised hand and tapped her chin. John took a deep breath, calmed down, and said slowly, My biological father is Rhaegar Targaryen, and my biological mother is Lyanna Stark. Daenerys stood up from her chair, stared at John for a while, and said, Dragon's blood? John looked embarrassed and said bitterly, I was born by mistake. Daenerys shook her head. That's not something you can say. Her voice was still cold, but her words made the corners of John's eyes suddenly feel hot. Daenerys' simple statement warmed John's heart. It was a warmth he had never experienced before, as if a warm current spread from the depths of his frozen heart, coursing through his blood to every corner of his body. Daenerys spoke again. How do you prove that you are telling the truth? Facing Daenerys' slightly expectant gaze, John felt a surge of certainty. He didn't want to see disappointment in those beautiful eyes. He answered seriously, The Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, can confirm it for me. John then recounted the details of his birth that he had heard from Lord Eddard. Initially, Daenerys was suspicious, but now she no longer doubted John's lineage. She didn't even need the usurper to confirm it in person. Daenerys thought that this might be some kind of Targaryen bloodline resonance. Daenerys quickly walked down the steps and came to John. She looked at him tenderly, her eyes sparkling. She reached out and gently stroked John's cheek, saying, John, I am your aunt. The corners of John's eyes turned red, and he closed his eyes sadly, holding back tears. He spoke with difficulty. I'm sorry, I'm just an illegitimate child. Chapter 202, Blood and Fire, come from the same origin. Daenerys Targaryen was in tears. She shook her head slightly and said softly, John, I will declare to everyone that you are my nephew, my kin. Jon Snow turned his face away, wiping the corner of his eye with the back of his hand. Taking a deep breath, he turned back to Daenerys, his smile a little shy. I know, Aunt Daenerys. Tears overflowed from Daenerys' eyes, sliding down her cheeks one by one, but she smiled happily. Jon suddenly panicked and said nervously, You don't cry. Daenerys wiped her tears and shook her head in amusement. Although she seemed fine, Jon was still concerned. Are you okay, Princess Daenerys? Don't worry, I'm just so happy. Daenerys raised her eyebrows slightly and joked, My Jon, have you never seen a lady cry out of joy? Jon answered frankly, I never noticed it before. He smiled sheepishly and continued, She likes to laugh. Daenerys smiled and glanced sideways at Jon. Her name is Rhaenys, and I plan to marry her. When he mentioned Rhaenys, Jon had an innocent smile on his face. Daenerys murmured as if to herself, That's so good. She added, "I will bless you, Jon." In the garden of the governor's mansion, Daenerys and Jon were sitting in a pavilion, talking and laughing. The silver-haired princess covered her mouth and laughed, while Jon had an embarrassed look on his face. Jon spread his hands helplessly. For a while, I didn't even dare to meet him, for fear that he would drag me over to compete with him again. Jon first talked about his growth experience, then about what he saw and heard in the Red Keep. He found that Daenerys was very interested in Earl Greene's affairs, so he told her everything he knew, including the embarrassing incident of being bested by Greene during a swordsmanship contest. The upright boy from the north didn't notice any other abnormalities. He just felt that his relatives were happy. Daenerys couldn't help but rub her belly and said, "I guess this is some kind of test for you by Lord Greene?" Jon nodded slightly. "I only found out the reason later. It turned out that Earl Greene planned to accept me as his squire. Although I lost this honor, I have always been very grateful to him." After a pause, he continued, "I can feel that he chose me not for other reasons, nor did he despise me like others because of my identity. Earl Greene is a good man." During the conversation, the two of them tacitly avoided talking about the usurper. Daenerys tapped her chin, paused, and suddenly said, "Jon, I heard that King's Landing held a tourney not long ago. Who won the championship?" Jon shrugged. "Of course, it was Earl Greene. At least, I haven't found anyone more powerful than him." Daenerys remembered the first gift Greene gave her, the Queen's corolla of love and beauty. She had always treasured that gift. Her smile turned sweet unknowingly. The dull northern boy finally realized something was wrong and asked directly, "Princess Daenerys, do you like Earl Greene?" Daenerys' smile was charming. She nodded in recognition and said, "Jon, you can just call me Daenerys, or Dany." "I will bless you too, Daenerys." In the distance, Viserys Targaryen stared at the man and woman in the pavilion, a cold smile on his face. "What a pleasure. Dick, who is he?" Dick stretched out his neck and checked again before answering. "Your Majesty Viserys, I heard that he just met our princess today." "No nonsense. His name is Jon, and he is said to be the child of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark." After listening to Dick's words, Viserys' handsome face became distorted, and his teeth gritted. The wrong spring, the dirty bastard, the root of rebellion, the blood of the usurper. Dick saw King Viserys standing there motionless, talking to himself. After a while, he cautiously called, "Your Majesty." Viserys suddenly grinned. "Very good, very good." After saying that, he took a deep look at the figure in the pavilion. In the pavilion in the distance, Daenerys turned around and strode away. Both Daenerys and Jon grew up with a lack of family affection, an insurmountable gap deeply engraved in their hearts. They longed for the warmth and comfort of relatives. The gathering of the two of them was a rare blessing, and they both cherished it. On the first day they met, Daenerys appointed Jon as her bodyguard to show her trust in him. The next morning, Jon, wearing clean black leather armor, arrived at a small hall in the governor's palace, waiting with everyone for Daenerys' arrival. A middle-aged man with thin hair and a strong build caught Jon's attention. What drew his eye was the emblem embroidered on the man's dark green coat, a black bear with human legs. House Mormont of Bear Island? Jon thought, considering the identity of the middle-aged man. He walked over and greeted him. "Good day, I am Jon Snow." Ser Jorah's face stiffened slightly as he replied, "Good day, I am Jorah Mormont." Jorah Mormont? Jon's face grew cold. He had heard of him from Uncle Ned, the man who had fled shamefully to escape the consequences of the slave trade. Jon said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be here." Ser Jorah stared at Jon. "It seems you know me, the bastard of Winterfell." Jon frowned. "Mormont, you have lost your honor." Ser Jorah looked Jon up and down. "It was Eddard Stark's twisted justice that took away my honor like a robber." Jon's hand moved to the hilt of his sword. "A slave trader is not worthy of talking about honor. This is a stain on honor." Ser Jorah also placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "I have the right to deal with poachers who break into my territory. They are already guilty of death." Jon stared at Ser Jorah coldly. "This is no reason for you to sell slaves." Ser Jorah snorted. "You really look like a Stark," he added. "When you return to the Land of Sunset, I will give you a chance to prove your honor, child." Their movements had already attracted the attention of others. The tall and thin Angai walked over slowly. He nudged the Bear Island knight with his elbow and said, "Sir, it's rare to see you so patient." After experiencing a serious injury, Angai had become much more stable. He saluted John. "Good day, Sir John. I am Angai, and I am—" Before Angai could finish speaking, Barona knocked him aside and interrupted. She held her chin and examined John for a while, then raised her eyebrows. "You are very strong. I will find you tonight." Angai, who was knocked aside, looked up at the roof speechlessly, and Sir Jorah reached out and patted him on the shoulder. At this moment, the maid announced, "Her Highness Daenerys has arrived." Everyone bowed slightly in the direction of the voice. Daenerys, wearing a pale golden silk dress, walked over slowly with a gentle smile on her face. After the ceremony, the silver-haired princess stood next to John and solemnly introduced him to everyone. Barona, who had just returned that morning, couldn't hide her disappointed look. How could he be a relative of Her Royal Highness the Princess? It's really hard to find a strong and good-looking husband. The focus of their discussion was still on the arrangements for the tourney. When the meeting was over, Daenerys left John behind. Daenerys sat upright, crossed her fingers, and spoke with a voice full of apology. "John, my brother, King Viserys." After a pause, she continued, "Because of the martial arts tournament, there are many things to attend to, and he doesn't have time to meet me for the time being." Last night, Daenerys had asked to see Viserys about John, but he refused. Although Daenerys was aware of Viserys' strangeness, she had not yet thought of the complicated legal issues. Since she was a child, she had lived a turbulent life with her brother, without any guidance in this area, and there were no advisors around her. John smiled gently and said, "Daenerys, I'm very satisfied now." Worried that he hadn't expressed himself clearly, he added, "Believe me, I am telling the truth." Daenerys stared at John, who looked serious for a while, then nodded slightly and said, "There will be a good time." Seeing Daenerys' determined expression, John smiled helplessly. The boy from the north was not good at expressing himself with words. He would prove his words with actions in the future. To have a relative like Daenerys, he was truly satisfied. He already had a lover and relatives. Sometimes he feared that he would suddenly wake up and find that this was just a sweet dream. Daenerys picked up the teacup, took a sip, and asked, "John, what should I do with Rhaenys?" John looked at Daenerys, confused. Daenerys couldn't help but smile. "My John Guard, haven't you thought about bringing your Rhaenys here?" After a pause, she said softly, "I will protect you." John looked grateful and moved. He nodded and clenched his fists, secretly swearing that he would use his sword to slash all of Daenerys' enemies, and the North would never be forgotten. That night, the unwilling Barona wanted to carry John into her room and leave him with an unforgettable memory, but she unfortunately lost to him in a sword battle. The next day, at the sword training ground, John defeated another of Daenerys' personal guards, Osanna from Crabclaw Peninsula. At the same time, John's strength was recognized by the Daenerys group. On the third day, Daenerys invited a skilled blacksmith to make a complete set of armor with a black background and red stripes for John. The blacksmith expected to complete it within a month. On the seventh day, John defeated other competitors with his outstanding sword skills and became one of the instructors of the Princess Legion. On the 11th day, John took Raleigh, who had just joined, and led 100 soldiers to annihilate a group of bandits wandering near the city-state. On the 13th day, Daenerys gave John a luxuriously decorated sword as a reward. 14 days later in the evening, King Viserys camped. Viserys' body exuded a strong smell of alcohol. "My good sister, are you teaching me how to do things?" He stretched out a pale and slender finger, tapped Daenerys' forehead, and continued. "I am the Andals, the Rhoynar, the king of the first men, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, the entire territory, the guardian, Viserys III Targaryen, the one true king of the Iron Throne." Finally, Viserys screamed, "The true king of the 7 kingdoms." Viserys' loud voice immediately attracted Barona, Jorah, and Dick, who were waiting outside the camp. Seeing the 3 men break in without permission, Viserys roared, "Get out!" Among the 3, only Dick hesitated for a moment, bowed, and then left the camp. Viserys showed a strange smile. He looked at Daenerys and said, "My good sister, do you want to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon in me?" The purpose of Daenerys' visit was not to quarrel with her brother. She turned her head and whispered, "Wait for me outside. Please don't come in without my order." Viserys first watched Jorah and Barona leave the camp coldly, then picked up the wine glass, took a sip and mocked, "Dany, my good sister, you are obviously so stupid. Why do they only listen to your orders? Why do they dare to ignore the real king?" Daenerys shook her head slightly and said calmly, "Brother, they are my helpers. Only with helpers can I get you the soldiers and horses to take back the Iron Throne." After a pause, she continued, "I believe, when my brother sits on the Iron Throne, you will become a beloved king." After hearing this, Viserys laughed, his laughter full of sarcasm. "It turns out that my sister's tongue is so sweet, I almost believed you." "You're lying." Viserys' words cut deep, leaving Daenerys both sad and distressed. The pain inflicted by her only biological brother always seemed to hurt twice as much. The corners of her eyes turned red as she took a deep breath. "Viserys, I am your sister. How could I deceive you?" she pleaded. Viserys' handsome face twisted with anger. He took a step forward, his voice sharp and accusing. "Are you here for the blood of that usurper?" With a loud craw, he smashed the wineglass in his hand onto the ground. "You want me to acknowledge an illegitimate son with the blood of a usurper? You idiot, bitch!" Despite the tears welling up in her eyes, Daenerys held her head high and looked directly at Viserys. "Viserys, there are only 3 of us Targaryens left." Viserys' purple eyes seemed to blaze with fury. "What a ridiculous reason. Listen, there is only one true dragon, and that is me." Daenerys couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She swore to herself, to the gods, that this would be the last time she cried because of her brother. Chapter 203, Blood and Fire come from the same origin. Essos, city-state of Viserys, Westport. Swamp marigold flags fluttered, and blue figures were everywhere near the dock. Greene Kleb stepped off the mermaid on planks surrounded by his escorts. The captain of the guard at the West Port, one of the 20 guards of Daenerys left by Greene in Pentos Kleb trading house, quickly approached and saluted. "Lord Greene," he greeted. Greene smiled slightly, patted the guard captain's arm, and said, "Grit, you've done well." Regardless of position or status, Juan King Greene remembered every person he came into contact with from the Crabclaw Peninsula and had never neglected them since he inherited the territory. The guard captain moved his lips, caressed his chest, and said, "Grit, at your service." Grit, nearly 30 years old, was an elite with rich combat experience. However, in the always chaotic Crabclaw Peninsula, he was just one of many experienced veterans. Grit had a rare advantage. He was relatively calm in the Crabclaw Peninsula, which had simple folk customs. This quality made him one of Daenerys' bodyguards, selected by Greene. Greene's brown eyes moved slightly, looking in the direction of the sunrise. "Warrior Grit, I need horses, the more the better," he said. Then, he looked at the young butler Leighton who was accompanying him. "You come with me and buy them at a high price. We have to leave as soon as possible." "As you command, my master," Leighton replied. Greene looked at the direction of the sunrise again, which was the location of the main city of the city-state of Viserys. On the way, Greene and his party were changing horses. A handsome young man approached, holding the reins. His blue hair shone silver in the morning light. "Stranger, do you need a guide?" the young man asked. Greene raised an eyebrow slightly and tossed a silver coin at the blue-haired young man. "King Viserys' tent in the evening." Outside the tent, Jon Snow glanced at the sullen Jorah Mormont, then looked at Barona. "Is Princess Daenerys still in there?" he asked. Barona looked Jon up and down. "Wait a minute. She doesn't want to be disturbed by anyone inside," she replied. After that night's battle, Barona's attitude towards Jon had fluctuated, but Jon didn't take it to heart. He nodded. At that moment, the sound of quarrels, or rather the harsh roar of Viserys, came from the tent. The 3 of them looked in the same direction, showing worried expressions. Boom! Not long after, the sound of heavy objects falling was heard from inside the tent. Jon clenched his fists, paused, and took a step forward, but Barona blocked his way with her hand. "Princess Daenerys has ordered that no one is allowed to disturb her without permission," Barona said firmly. Jon looked at Barona. Just as he was hesitating, there was another sound of a heavy object falling. Jon no longer hesitated and said solemnly, "I will go in and plead guilty." With that, he strode in directly. Inside the tent, Viserys, with scarlet eyes, had pushed down a large table. Daenerys stood motionless, watching her brother vent his anger. After breathing heavily for a while, a cold smile gradually appeared on Viserys' face. He turned his head and looked at Daenerys standing aside. The corners of his mouth twisted into a terrifying arc. "You bitch! If it weren't for you, the Iron Throne of Targaryen would not have been taken away by the usurper. You are a sinner. You are the biggest sinner of Targaryen," he spat. Daenerys suppressed her anger and said, "Brother Viserys, I ask you to calm down. I will not admit to, nor accept, unfounded accusations." "You still dare to quibble?" Viserys strode closer. Facing the wrath of the sleeping dragon, Daenerys raised her head, showing no fear in her eyes. Seeing Viserys raise his hand, Daenerys' body couldn't help but tremble slightly, remembering the punches and kicks her brother had given her. She clenched her hands, filled with anger. Finally, Daenerys overcame the fear, remaining fear in her body, and glared at Viserys. Daenerys clenched her hands, her voice filled with an angry warning. "Viserys, I will never let you hurt me." Viserys paused, glanced sideways at his raised hand, and chuckled. Withdrawing his hand, he stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Daenerys, who was glaring at him. His purple eyes were still filled with inexplicable madness. "Yes, as the true king of the Seven Kingdoms, I should first inform you of the crime you have committed. This is the mercy of the king," he said, seemingly satisfied with his behavior. He nodded to himself and continued, "Your crime. If you could have been born earlier and married Rhaegar, would a wrong spring have happened? If you had married Rhaegar, would those people have become usurpers because of a woman? If you had married Rhaegar, it was precisely because you were born too late that Rhaegar did not have a suitable wife, and that damn spring finally allowed the usurper to take the Iron Throne from Targaryen." Viserys seemed to be pronouncing a sentence. "Daenerys Targaryen, your crime is unforgivable. You deserve to die. Why would my brother think like this? Is he crazy?" Daenerys angrily pushed down the table next to her and shouted, "Viserys, you are a bastard!" At this moment, Viserys seemed to enjoy Daenerys' anger. He pointed at his sister and said, "Because of my kindness, I did not execute you and let you live to this day. You have to be grateful to your king." And Viserys' words suddenly stopped. He looked at a figure walking towards them, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Viserys grinned. "I knew you would come in." Jon looked warily at Viserys, who had a crazed look on his face. He quickly walked to Daenerys' side and asked worriedly, "Are you okay? He can't be my brother." Daenerys' eyes were a little dull, and she shook her head silently. Viserys looked at the actions of the two and murmured, "They are all damn fools." Jon stood in front of Daenerys and said solemnly, "Your Majesty Viserys, please allow us to leave." He felt that something was wrong with Daenerys' state and wanted to take her away without waiting for Viserys' response. "Who are you?" Viserys stopped Jon with a contemptuous expression. He stretched out a hand to grab Jon's shoulder and said, "Are you the bastard, the dirty blood of the usurper?" Jon glanced at Viserys' hand on his shoulder and frowned. "Your Majesty Viserys, I don't want to conflict with you." Viserys scoffed. "Oh, why?" He laughed strangely and then said, "You don't really think of yourself as a Targaryen, do you?" Jon said coldly, "I don't need to be a Targaryen. I have always been Jon Snow and will not change in the future." "Very good." Viserys let go of Jon. "Wait, let me think." He frowned and pinched his chin, pacing slowly. He said excitedly, "Maybe we can really become." Before he finished speaking, Viserys suddenly staggered, as if he stepped on something, and fell straight in Jon's direction. Jon quickly stretched out his hands, grabbed Viserys' arms, and helped him steady his body. "Thanks." Viserys raised his head, and the two looked at each other. The corners of his lips gradually raised. Phew! Jon suddenly felt a sharp pain. He looked down stiffly. A dagger was inserted deeply into his abdomen, and Daenerys' screams filled his ears. Viserys' eyes were blood-red, bloodshot threads densely intertwined. "I am the only descendant of the true dragon," Viserys screamed. "Phew, phew, 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 phew!" The dagger in Viserys' hand stabbed Jon's abdomen again and again, blood spurting out from the wound. With a plop, Jon fell to his knees on the ground. The pain invaded him, and the northern boy's consciousness gradually blurred. Viserys left the dagger where it last struck, then kicked Daenerys hard as she tried to stop him. Outside the tent, there was a crash, and Barona and Jorah drew their swords almost at the same time. Barona took a fighting stance, glancing at the tent with concern. Enemies surrounding them, and asked, "How did they get here?" Sir Jorah raised his sword, gripping the handle tightly with both hands. They must be mercenaries. At this point, Jorah and Barona's eyes met. "Viserys?" Barona asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. "Viserys," Sir Jorah echoed, his grip on the sword tightening once more. "Leave the inside to Jon. We must hold our ground here." Barona licked her dry lips and nodded. "No problem, old knight." Jon lay in a pool of blood, while Daenerys curled up on the ground, writhing in pain. The agony was so intense that she couldn't move. Viserys straightened up, brushing his messy hair back with a bloodied hand, and raised his chin high, his tone triumphant. "My dear sister, I warned you not to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon within me." Daenerys's face was ashen, her forehead glistening with sweat. Her voice trembled from the pain. "Why? What?" The grief Viserys brought her was almost unbearable, as if she had lost all her loved ones. Viserys glanced contemptuously at his sister lying on the ground. He reached out and opened a delicate wooden box, revealing 3 fossilized dragon eggs. "Do you think I will be grateful to you for secretly sending me these? My dear sister," he sneered. "Do you think I am the kind of brother who sits obediently under his sister's thumb? Or have you forgotten that I am your king? Do you harbor any delusions you shouldn't have?" Viserys turned and walked towards Daenerys, his voice dripping with malice. "Dany, my dear sister, when you accepted the blood of the usurper, I already sentenced you to death. You want to kill me?" Daenerys' tone was calm, not surprised at all by Viserys' declaration. Her heart felt numb with pain. She gritted her teeth, her petite body trembling as she struggled to stand. Viserys watched her struggle with a mocking expression, slowly drawing his ornate sword. Daenerys seemed to have moved past her grief. She stood tall, her voice devoid of emotion. "Viserys, my brother died a long time ago. I am certain of it now." Daenerys walked slowly towards the brazier in the camp. Viserys suddenly felt a pang of fear and screamed, "What are you doing? Damn it! Don't move! You'll die!" Ignoring his words, Daenerys reached out and grabbed the brazier. Smoke rose from her hands, but she seemed impervious to the pain. Her focus was solely on the despair her brother had caused. Fear flickered in Viserys' eyes, and he hesitated. Daenerys' eyes softened, as if she were looking at the Viserys from her childhood memories. "Brother, we are finally going to meet each other." She picked up the brazier and hurled the entire pot of coals at Viserys. Before he could react, the burning coals ignited his hair and clothes, quickly spreading to the flammable objects around him. Amidst his screams, Viserys frantically tried to extinguish the flames, but burn marks were already evident on his body. Roaring in pain and anger, Viserys bent down, picked up his discarded sword, and charged at Daenerys. The fire in the camp grew, casting an eerie glow. Daenerys watched him approach, murmuring, "You said true dragons are not afraid of fire. You lied to me." With that, Daenerys stood still, closing her eyes and calmly awaiting death. "Your Highness!" a voice cried out. A stream of blood sprayed onto Daenerys' cheek, interrupting her final farewell. She opened her eyes to see Viserys clutching his neck, blood pouring from a deep wound. Dick stood behind him, trembling violently, a dagger in his hand. I killed the king," Dick stammered, his whole body shaking. Viserys' hands instinctively tried to cover the wound on his neck, but it was too late. Blood continued to flow from his fingers, and he felt weaker with each passing moment. His legs could no longer support him, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. Dick finally regained his senses, but his body was still trembling. "Your Highness, I will take you away," he exclaimed. Daenerys' eyes slowly swept over Viserys and Jon, before finally resting on her palm. There were traces of burns on the hand that had grabbed the brazier. She spoke softly. "Viserys didn't lie to me. Real dragons are not afraid of fire. I am the real dragon." Her gaze shifted to the wooden box containing the dragon eggs. "Dick, I need fire," she commanded. Dick sensed that something was off with Daenerys and pleaded anxiously, "Your Highness, the fire is getting bigger and bigger. We must leave immediately." "I need more fire. Do as I say, clever Dick," she insisted. Desperately, Dick begged, If something happens to you, Lord Greene will never forgive me. I'll explain it to him. This is your only chance, Daenerys reassured him. Yes, Dick cried out and ran off. Greene watched the blazing fire, his eyes trembling. A red comet appeared low in the eastern sky, its long tail illuminating the entire night. The blue-haired young guide suddenly spoke with emotion. What a pity! Greene's eyes shifted slightly as he looked at the person beside him. What's the pity? He asked. Before the blue-haired young man could respond, Greene added, Isn't it a pity that I can't be with you? He then grabbed the back of the young man's neck. What are you doing? You, the young man protested. You said your name was Little Griffin, right? Greene interrupted. Let go! Ah! The young man screamed. Under the bright night sky, a black shadow flew into the burning fire, and the flames consumed everything like a furious dragon. Chapter 2:4, Burning Sword. The raging flames twisted and circled, chasing each other as they climbed steadily towards the night sky. Dang, 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 dang! Holding the hilt of his sword with one hand, Greene Kleb stood resolutely. The giant flames stirred up strong winds, causing his blue cloak, embroidered with swamp marigolds, to billow dramatically. Greene's eyes reflected the firelight. He should be fine, right? Although she knew that Daenerys was not afraid of fire, at this moment, directly facing the blazing inferno, she couldn't help but worry. How many dragons will there be? Greene's eyes trembled slightly, as if he could witness his last strike. Who is Little Griffin? Greene did not believe that Little Griffin was the real Aegon. He was more inclined to think that this impostor was a descendant of the Blackfyre family or Aerion Brightflame. This is a game of power, but Little Griffin was smart enough to take the initiative to contact him. As a qualified player in the Game of Thrones, Greene would not waste a good opportunity and would wait until the end. As for Little Griffin's true lineage, it didn't matter. Lord Greene had set up a new card table, and everyone was invited to play. The flames soared high, waving huge, fiery red wings. Glowing embers floated towards the endless night like thousands of newborn fireflies. Varys, John Connington, former Hand of the Mad King, alias Griffin, Little Griffin's adoptive father. The Golden Company. Greene rubbed the thumb of his other hand against his index finger. The fireworks danced in front of Daenerys, like female dancers spinning and twirling. They seemed to be showcasing life within the flames, appearing extraordinarily beautiful. The flames engulfed Daenerys' loved ones, and she smelled the scent of cooked meat, no different from the roast meat she was familiar with. The fire melted the skin, leaving only dry bones. The heat of the flames caused sweat to flow over every part of her body, replacing the tears she had sworn never to shed for Viserys. The clothes on Daenerys' body began to smoke. She pulled her hand back, and the object she held fell to the ground, bursting into red flames. A wave of heat rose from the fire and rushed toward Daenerys. She remained motionless. She was the descendant of the true dragon and had blazing flames within her. The flames were so beautiful that Daenerys saw bright red fire lions, golden snakes, and unicorns made of light blue flames, each more beautiful than the last. Daenerys opened her arms toward them, her skin glowing red in the blazing fire. Greene's eyes moved slightly, and he turned his head to look behind him. He saw Menton Weishigh's warhammer strike the head of a strong, orange-haired man. The warhammer, wielded with immense power by Menton, shattered the man's head instantly, splattering sticky bright red everywhere on the ground. The strong man fell to the ground, lifeless. Seeing the Lord's eyes on him, Menton said naively, "Sir, he kept staring at you." Greene's eyebrows raised slightly. Realizing his explanation was lacking, Menton scratched his head and added, "He had murderous intentions towards you." Menton had a beast-like intuition, his sensitivity second only to Greene's. Greene tapped his chin, turned around, and walked over. As he approached, Osanna's voice sounded, "Lord Greene, his name is Raleigh, and he is Jon's friend." Greene looked at her. "Osanna, have you completed the blockade?" Click! A loud sound of cracking stones suddenly echoed, and Greene felt the ground shaking. Click! The screams rumbled like thunder, thick smoke rolled up, and the ground shook again. Click! The fire roared and shook the sky, as if the heavens were shattering. The flames continued to rage. As the flames died down and the ground cooled slightly, Greene stepped forward, his feet making a crisp sound on the charcoal. He found Daenerys Targaryen amidst the ashes, surrounded by blackened charcoal and glowing embers. She was naked, covered in soot, and her once beautiful silver hair had been burned away. Despite this, Daenerys was unharmed. She cradled the milky white and golden dragon in one hand and the bronze and green dragon in the other. The black and red dragon perched on her shoulders, its long neck wrapped around her chin. Daenerys raised her eyes and saw the blue figure approaching. She seemed to think it was an illusion. "Greene," she whispered. The three little dragons opened their bright red eyes and looked at Greene along with Daenerys. She suddenly stood up and repeated, "Greene?" Hiss! The little black dragon exhaled a few wisps of white smoke from its mouth and nose in dissatisfaction, and the other two joined in its roar. Greene raised his eyebrows and glanced at the three dragons. For a moment, he felt like the strongest creature there. Greene took off his cloak and draped it over Daenerys. She stared at him, her violet eyes growing brighter. Greene gently picked her up by the waist. Her hands clutched his clothes tightly, and she buried her head on his shoulder, whispering softly, "Greene." Hiss! The three little dragons spread their translucent wings, flapping the air, and chirped in unison. Davos Seaworth looked at the port of Dragonstone, which was bustling for the first time. Sailors crowded every dock, carrying supplies, and every tavern was filled with soldiers gambling on dice, drinking, or searching for maidens. Unfortunately for them, Stannis had banned the use of maidens on the island. Davos followed his son into the tavern alone. At the end of the noisy hall, his friend Salladhor Saan waved to him. Davos crossed the tables and benches, pulled up a chair, and sat opposite Salladhor. He looked at Salladhor and tapped his chin. Salladhor smacked his lips and said, "My friend, the flames will spread everywhere, and being too bright will hurt your eyes." Davos shrugged slightly. She said the red comet was a prophecy in the ancient book of Ashai. Salladhor curled his lips. "I think the red comet is a guide for me to return to my old career." Davos just smiled slightly and said nothing. Salladhor burped, and then said, "I didn't expect the leader of Casterly Rock to send his dwarf son to take charge of things in King's Landing. Does he want to use that ugly face to scare away their enemies, or does he want the little devil to hide behind the city wall and dance on the stage to make us laugh to death?" Davos raised his glass and took a sip of ale. "Salladhor, how is the defense of King's Landing?" Salladhor leaned back in his chair. "The city walls are high and thick. They are busy building trebuchets and giant crossbows, but what's the use of that? Those golden cloaks are all obedient birds, but apart from them, Lannister has no one else to defend the city." He paused, then leaned forward and continued, "I think as long as we can attack quickly, like an eagle swooping down on a rabbit, the great capital will be ours. If the wind blows smoothly, our Lord Stannis could be sitting on the Iron Throne by tomorrow evening. Then we can dress the dwarf as a clown, poke his butt with a spear, and make him dance for us." He chuckled. "Maybe your kind Lord Stannis will reward me with a wonderful night with the beautiful Queen Cersei. When I think of that, I am very motivated to fight, my friend." Davos put down his wineglass and replied, "Pirate, didn't you complain that the people of Westeros are too hasty? Duke Stannis is fair, and you will be well rewarded for every effort you make." Salladhor said plaintively, "Dear old friend, what this poor friend wants is golden gold, not empty promises." "A promise written in black and white," Davos solemnly declared. "Salladhor, you will receive the gold when we seize the kingdom's treasury in King's Landing. Stannis Baratheon is the most trustworthy person in the Seven Kingdoms, and he will fulfill his promise." Salladhor waved his hand impatiently. Okay, my friend." Davos smiled. "Thank you, my friend." Salladhor sighed helplessly and leaned closer to Davos. He suppressed a smile. "Davos, even if we take King's Landing as you say, how long do you think we can hold it?" "Tywin, the Lannister forces are heavily armed, and Renly Baratheon." He paused before continuing. "I heard that Stannis' brother Renly is preparing to take his young and beautiful queen, along with a group of flower lords, shining knights, and 100,000 soldiers, along the Rose Road towards us." Davos was surprised. "Are you sure? He wants to take his bride with him to fight?" Salladhor laughed, shrugged, and said, "It's a pity the king didn't think of explaining the reason to me." His expression turned lewd. "Maybe, He can't bear to be without his bride's warmth all night long, or he thinks he has a chance to win. Davos pondered for a moment. I will report this to Lord Stannis. Solidhor drank the rest of his wine in one gulp, wiped his mouth with his hand, and said, Dear sir, when do you think our leader will give the order to sail? Davos frowned. I think it will be soon, my friend. Still waiting for guidance from the red-robed priestess? Davos was silent for a moment, and then nodded slightly. Solidhor spread his hands and stood up from the chair. I know. It seems that it won't be long before the two of us can have a feast in the Red Keep and listen to the happy tunes sung by the dwarfs. He patted Davos on the shoulder. When you meet His Majesty Stannis, please remind him that by the next new moon, he will owe me another 22,000 gold dragons. Well, if he lets me sleep with Queen Cersei for one night, I can reduce the interest a little. With that, Solidhor walked out of the tavern. Davos frowned and sat for a while longer, then glanced at the sky outside. He drained the ale in his glass, pushed it away, stood up, and left. Outside the Temple of Dragonstone, flames soared into the sky. The girl and the virgin, the warrior and the blacksmith, the old woman with pearly eyes, the heavenly father with a gold-plated beard, and the stranger, carved like an animal, were all engulfed in the sea of flames. Hundreds of people gathered to watch the burning of the seven gods. Such a disrespectful act towards the gods that most people had worshipped their entire lives made even the soldiers maintaining order feel deeply uneasy. Melisandre walked slowly around the blazing fire, dressed in crimson, blood-colored robes. Her eyes were as red as the large gem on her neck, as if they were burning. She chanted as she walked, We offer you these false gods, these seven-faced gods, your enemies. Please take them away and give us your light, for the night is dark and full of terrors. She shouted, O R'hllor, Lord of Light, mortals are in darkness. Please come here. Stannis stood watching expressionlessly, while his wife Selyse Florent recited the prayer devoutly with Melisandre beside him. Seeing the gods being burned, Davos, who stood behind and watched, frowned. Those who opposed the Lord of Light were either killed or imprisoned. No one would stop this. He sighed secretly. For Davos, who was born a smuggler, the gods had no special meaning, but he was opposed to harming his own people over issues of true and false gods. Black smoke rose, billowing and twisting, and the wind direction suddenly changed. The viewers blinked, shed tears, and rubbed their eyes. Melisandre raised her voice and said, According to the prophecy of the ancient book of Asshai, after the long summer, the stars will cry blood, and the cold darkness will cover the world. At this terrifying moment, a warrior will draw a flaming sword from the fire. That sword is the red sword of Lightbringer, the hero, and the one who wields it is the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. He will drive away the darkness that shrouds the world. She raised her voice. Azor Ahai, favored by R'hllor, warrior of light, son of the holy flame, come, your sword is waiting for you. Draw your sword. After Melisandre's proclamation, Stannis strode forward as if marching into battle. In the fire, he grasped the sword's handle with his gloved right hand, pulled hard, and drew the sword. It was enveloped in tongues of jade-green flames, and Stannis raised it high. A collective gasp escaped from the crowd. Lady Selyse shouted, Burning sword! There was a moment of silence, then everyone echoed, Burning sword! Burning sword! Burning sword! Melisandre raised her hands above her head and sang loudly, Look, the promised sign has now come true. Look, that is the Lightbringer. Azor Ahai has returned to the world. Rejoice, warrior of the light. Rejoice, sons of the flame. She shouted, The night is dark and full of terrors. Lord of light, please give us your light. Suddenly, Davos saw Stannis thrust the flaming sword into the ground. He quickly removed his burning gloves and let them fall. The Lightbringer, still stuck in the ground, shone with a red glow, but the flames around it were rapidly extinguishing. The long sword began to turn black, resembling scrap metal more and more. Davos thought to himself, Is this the heroic red sword that the priestess spoke of? Chapter 205, Paper, Pen, and Letter. In the city-state of Viserys, within the governor's palace, Greene sat on the ground with his long legs stretched out, leaning against the side of the tub. Behind him, Daenerys soaked in the tub while her two maids attended to her. In front of him, 3 little dragons lay sleeping. Lord Greene wore a faint smile, but his mind was racing. His eyes moved slightly, focusing on the three little dragons that appeared so obedient at the moment. His brown eyes trembled slightly as he pondered whether to stay. Greene's thumb and index finger slowly approached the dragons, but he paused suddenly. He turned his head and met Daenerys's gaze. Her eyes were filled with unabashed love, and her voice was soft, as if she were worried about something. "Greene, this isn't a dream, is it?" Daenerys's small hands tightly grasped the hem of Greene's clothes, one of the reasons he was sitting there at that moment. Greene's fingers moved, and then he gently covered the back of Daenerys's hand. He smiled and said, "I am here, my princess." The corners of Daenerys's eyes turned slightly red. She slid over and put her arms around Greene. After a moment of looking at each other, she murmured, "This is not a dream, answer me." "Princess Daenerys?" She interrupted softly, "Call me Dany." The two were close, and the low laughter of the maids could be heard in their ears. Daenerys felt Greene's warmth and breath, her consciousness gradually blurring as sleep swept over her like a wave. She finally gave up her struggle and allowed sleep to bring her into a sweet dream. Greene unconsciously showed a gentle smile as he looked at Daenerys, who had fallen asleep. He carefully carried the wet Daenerys out of the bathtub. After a pause, he indicated to the maids that one of the princess's hands still needed to be brushed. The well-trained maids quickly washed and dried her. Greene sent Daenerys to her dormitory. When he returned to the bathroom, he held an ice sword in his hand. After closing the door, Greene pulled Hanbing and walked slowly towards the three quiet little dragons. The sword's tip made a harsh friction sound on the hard stone slab, waking the three little dragons. They screamed and puffed out small black smoke. Greene sat in front of the three little dragons. The ice sword stood upright, its ripples deep within the blade still as sharp as when it was first forged. He took out a rough whetstone and began sharpening the sword. The crisp and sweet sound of sharpening the knife gradually lowered the screams of the three little dragons. Daenerys, now just an exiled princess who had regained her strength but lost her loved ones, was not the same person who had grown through many painful experiences. Greene wondered if he could trust her, despite her love for him. What is love, after all? A special physiological response? Greene, a time traveler and power player, tried to use his past life's memories to explain, but he couldn't find the exact answer. Sometimes he preferred facing those with malicious intentions rather than those with good intentions, as it wouldn't affect the speed of his sword draw. Perhaps he needed some time, not for others, but for himself. The crisp and sweet sound of sharpening the knives seemed to calm the three little dragons one by one. Lord Greene nodded secretly, acknowledging that the beautiful music truly helped deepen the relationship between them. "Today's music class ends here," Lord Greene announced, standing up from his chair. He was very patient, understanding that fatherly love needed to be cultivated from a young age. The next afternoon, Daenerys lay sleepily on her bed, looking at Greene, who was sitting beside her. Greene closed the book he had been reading, which detailed the legends of Valyria, and smiled. "Dany, are you awake?" Daenerys stared at Greene and nodded silently. Seeing her looking at him without moving, Greene chuckled. "Your Highness, do you need the services of Greene's waiter?" A smile appeared on Daenerys's lips, and she nodded again. Greene extended his hand, and Daenerys, following his lead, threw herself into his arms. She hugged Greene's waist tightly. "I missed you so much, my knight." Greene wrapped one arm around Daenerys and patted her back with the other. "I am here, my princess." Daenerys nodded in Greene's arms and hugged him tighter. They held each other quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Daenerys raised her head and asked, "Greene, are you here for me?" Greene nodded gently. "Dany, I heard your voice in my dreams on the first day. It was the same dream on the second day, but I still couldn't hear what you were saying. On the third day, I heard it clearly. I heard you asking me for help, so I came." Daenerys responded with a warm, gentle touch. Daenerys's breathing became heavy. She placed her palm on Greene's chest and pushed him, causing him to lie on his back on the bed. She then sat on his body and reached out her hand, habitually trying to push her long hair to one side. But she paused. Greene, with his hands behind his head, watched Daenerys, who suddenly seemed frozen and couldn't help but smile slightly. Daenerys touched her scalp, her pupils dilating. "Where is my hair?" She touched it again, repeating in disbelief, "Where is my hair?" Just as Greene was about to speak, Daenerys quickly climbed off him and rushed to the dressing table, her bare feet padding softly on the floor. She stared blankly at her bald reflection in the mirror for a while, before tears began to fall. The scene was sad, but Greene had to adjust the muscles on his face to keep from laughing. After a pause, Greene left the bed. Daenerys saw him approaching in the mirror and immediately covered her face with her hands. "Dany, trust me, you're stunning." Daenerys peeked through her fingers at Greene standing behind her in the mirror. "Greene, this is on fire." She paused, catching a glimpse of her bald head in the mirror, and began to cry again. Greene thought for a moment and suggested, "Dany, should I ask your maid to help you find a beautiful headscarf?" Westeros, the Riverlands. The sworn knights of House Lannister, along with the free riders hired by Tywin Lannister, suddenly crossed the border between the Westerlands and the Riverlands. Thousands of cavalry, divided into numerous small groups, began burning, killing and looting the lands ruled by House Tully. The vassal army, originally gathered in Riverrun under the orders of Edmure Tully, son of the Duke of Riverrun and Catelyn's brother, was now dispersed. Many lords, following Edmure's orders, returned to their fiefdoms to defend against the raids of the Western cavalry. The heir to the Duke of Riverrun vowed to guard every inch of the Riverlands and protect every man, woman, and child under the Tully name. With the Riverlands, forces scattered, 15,000 Westerland soldiers, led by Jaime Lannister, marched eastward from Golden Tooth City, the fortress guarding the Riverlands. The Riverlands troops stationed in various parts of the region were easily defeated one by one, and Jaime's army advanced directly towards House Tully's Riverrun. Westerland soldiers, led by Tywin Lannister, crossed the Red Fork along the Golden Road, sweeping across the scattered Riverlands army. Wherever the Western army, commanded by Lord Tywin, passed, the castles of the Riverlands lords were looted, and villages were razed to the ground. The Countess of Harrenhal, Sheila Hyan, lacking sufficient soldiers to defend against the Western army's attack, surrendered to Lord Tywin, allowing the Western army to enter Harrenhal. Outside the city gate of Harrenhal, a gallows had been erected. The corpse hanging from it swayed back and forth, covered with crows. When someone approached, the crows quacked and fluttered their wings in the air. In the red tent, Duke Tywin sat at a table, waving a quill in his hand. Despite being over 50 years old, Lord Tywin still appeared tall, with slender legs, broad shoulders, a flat belly, and thin but strong muscles in his arms. He had shaved his head since his blonde hair began to thin, and kept his lips and chin clean-shaven, leaving only sideburns on his cheeks. His eyes were light green with a hint of gold. Rumor had it that a jester once joked that Lord Tywin's excrement contained gold, leading to the jester's imprisonment in the deepest dungeon of Casterly Rock. It was said that the jester was still alive today. Kevan Lannister, Lord Tywin's younger brother, hurriedly entered the tent. "Duke Tywin, we just received a messenger crow. Jaime fought a decisive battle with the main force of the Tully family at Riverrun. The Riverlands army was defeated. Edmure Tully was captured along with many Riverland vassals and knights." Duke Tywin paused with the quill in his hand, raised his eyes, and glanced at his slightly overweight brother. "Wait a moment," he said. After a while, Lord Tywin finished writing the letter and set the quill aside. He held out his hand, and Sir Kevan immediately handed over Jaime's letter. After reading it quickly, Lord Tywin nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, Sir Kevan said, "Duke Tywin, the Mallister family still holds Seaguard. It is said that Walder Frey of the twins is also gathering troops. Will they affect Jaime's attack on the city?" Duke Tywin shook his head slightly. "Unless he smells the scent of victory, the old fox of the Frey family will never send troops. And right now, the scent of defeat is in the air. As for Jason Mallister of Seaguard, he lacks the strength to fight alone. Once Jaime captures Riverrun, they will both surrender." After a pause, he added, "If the Stark family hadn't sent troops to support Riverrun, we would have already won this battle." Sir Kevan still looked worried. "Stark's 20,000 troops are stationed south of the Neck. They may march south at any time. You can only know the sharpness of any sword after trying it," Lord Tywin replied. "The Stark boy is still a child. He must enjoy the king's game of trumpets blowing and flags waving, but war is a matter of massacre after all. I'm afraid he won't be able to bear it for long. Speaking of Stark, Sir Kevin felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples and said, "It would be great if Cersei could keep the running wolf and the wolf cubs. It would be fine without using any troops to make the Starks surrender to us." Hearing this, a vein bulged on Duke Tywin's forehead, and he snorted heavily. With how smart she thinks she is, she likes to act clever, yet she can't even control a brat king. When the war is over. He trailed off, moving to the long table covered with maps. She cannot be allowed to stay in the Red Keep. Sir Kevin never opposed his brother's decisions. He shrugged and said, "As you wish, I will keep an eye out for suitable places." Duke Tywin nodded imperceptibly, stared at the map of the Seven Kingdoms, pondered for a while, and asked, how is he doing in King's Landing? Sir Kevin naturally knew who he was referring to. Tyrion Lannister, the son of Lord Tywin, was a name his father scarcely wanted to mention. "He did a commendable job cleaning up many of the messes Cersei and Joffrey created," remarked Sir Kevin. Lord Tywin snorted contemptuously. "As a Lannister, that is his responsibility. Without the Lannister name, he would be nothing more than a dwarf for others to mock." Sir Kevin hesitated before speaking again. He came up with an idea that seems promising. He reached into his pocket and produced another letter, handing it to Lord Tywin. Lord Tywin began to read. "Dear Father, I apologize for making you read a letter written by a dwarf. Last night, I dreamt that you almost twisted your waist trying to hug me." The veins on Lord Tywin's forehead bulged, throbbing with irritation. He continued reading. "Thank you very much for sending troops to the Reach for the dwarf who lost half his nose. I think my proud father would not want to admit that he had done such a touching thing. To show my identity as a Lannister, I spent a lot of money to get a nose made of gold at the suggestion of a friend. The effect is great. Others used to love the golden dragon you gave me, but now they love my golden nose even more." Lord Tywin, who always valued the exchange of letters, believed that some victories were won with swords and spears, while others were won with pen and paper and messenger crows. He patiently read through Tyrion's attentive greetings until he reached the crux of the letter. Duke Tywin placed the letter on the table and frowned. "He wants to promote a marriage with the Dornish people?" Sir Kevin nodded. "Yes, he mentioned that his current problem is that Cersei is adamantly opposed to marrying off Myrcella. She is very determined." Chapter 206, Paper, Pen, and Letter. Crow Tywin Lannister said coldly, "I still haven't figured out what a Lannister is." He looked at Kevin and added, "Write a letter for me. Tell Cersei that this is my decision." Kevin Lannister nodded slightly. "Lord Tywin, I will make arrangements immediately." As Duke Tywin and Sir Kevin stood next to the map discussing military affairs, the voice of the guard captain outside the tent interrupted them. "Lord Tywin, Sir Harris wishes to see you." Sir Harris Swiver, Kevin Lannister's father-in-law, was rumored to be a shameless sycophant among the vassals of the Westerlands. They said his greatest achievement was marrying his daughter into the Lannister family, thus securing Kevin's access to the Lannisters. "Let him in," Tywin commanded. Not long after, the elderly Sir Harris entered the tent. He first glanced at Sir Kevin, who was watching him closely, and then saluted Lord Tywin. "Lord Tywin, Stannis's messenger crow has arrived again." Hearing this, Duke Tywin's gaze sharpened, causing Sir Harris to tremble. Sir Kevin spoke up. "Sir Harris, how did Stannis' messenger crow find this place?" The Lannister army had just entered Harrenhal, and Stannis was far away on Dragonstone. The arrival of his messenger crow suggested that Stannis might have spies nearby. Sir Kevin's face turned serious. "Why is it in your hands?" Sir Harris quickly explained. "One of my men shot down the messenger crow, so I obtained this letter." After a pause, he added, "Judging by the direction the crow was flying, its destination was the Western Territory." After his explanation, Sir Harris secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had thought of a plausible excuse on his way here, concealing the fact that he had secretly gone out to hunt. Sir Kevin walked over and took the tightly rolled letter from Sir Harris. He glanced at the new Stannis family crest on it. "Read it to me." Lord Tywin returned to the table and sat down. Sir Kevin opened the letter, read it carefully, and said, He claims to be Stannis Wine of the Baratheon family and demands that all loyal kings swear allegiance to him. Sir Harris stretched his neck to glance at the letter in Kevin's hand. Both Baratheon brothers have declared themselves kings? 2 kings? Sir Kevin shot a glance at Sir Harris, who immediately recoiled. Ignoring his father-in-law, Kevin looked at Duke Tywin, who was sitting upright. How should we respond to this? After pondering for a moment, Lord Tywin looked at Sir Harris. What do you think Stannis will do next? Sir Harris was thrilled. Did Lord Tywin want to use his wisdom? Had he finally recognized his capabilities? His voice trembled with excitement. Duke Tywin, Stannis controls Blackwater Bay. He will definitely attack King's Landing next. After speaking, Sir Harris looked at Duke Tywin expectantly, hoping for praise. But Tywin simply stared at him for a while before waving his hand dismissively. Step back. After Sir Harris left with a disappointed look, Lord Tywin's voice broke the silence. They will all think so. Sir Kevin said, but he is Stannis. Duke Tywin nodded slightly. Kevin, we need more time. We must make Stannis believe that whoever wins between him and Renly will be the king of the 7 kingdoms. His light green eyes, flecked with gold, met Kevin's. We will deal with the winner, and that person will be our final enemy. Kevin nodded solemnly. The people we bribed can only spread rumors on Dragonstone Island. They cannot directly advise Stannis. Lord Tywin picked up a blank piece of parchment. That's enough. Rumors are only effective if someone is willing to hear them. He wants to hear this now, and we are doing him a favor. You mean? Sir Kevin paused, then nodded and continued. Yes, it will be difficult for the troops on Dragonstone to capture King's Landing. Even if they win by luck, it will be a loss for both sides. When Renly's army marches to King's Landing, he won't even be able to put up a decent resistance by then. He added, Stannis will definitely consider this, but even if this is the case, Stannis' thousands of troops on Dragonstone are no match for Renly's 100,000 troops, and the current Stormlands lords will not support him. Does it matter to him what other people think? He's Stannis. Lord Tywin snorted coldly and continued, Stannis follows the laws of inheritance and blood. He must hate his brother, who does not understand etiquette. Sir Kevin said respectfully to Lord Tywin, So, he is happy to accept our help. Lord Tywin picked up the quill, dipped it in ink, and said, May the gods. After a pause, he changed his words, May his new god bless him. Lord Tywin's quill began to move. Honorable Balon Greyjoy. The quill in his hand paused for a moment, and then he added, Your Majesty. Dragonstone, Painted Table Hall. Stannis Baratheon stood in front of the tall, narrow window, looking at the rolling waves in the distance, his jaw moving silently. Davos Seaworth stood behind the king with a respectful expression. This time, there are not enough messenger crows on Dragonstone. King Stannis turned to the Onion Knight and said, Although I am the legal king of the 7 kingdoms, the lords of the 7 kingdoms will choose to pretend to be deaf and dumb because they love Joffrey, Renly, or Robb Stark. He added, Even if we have enough letter crows, those masters will take my letter into the study and dormitory, read it to their lord, and then it will be the same as last time. Either the letter will be burned, or they will keep their mouths shut. Davos stroked his chest and said, King Stannis, Davos is at your disposal at any time. King Stannis nodded slightly and said, Davos, I want you to sail the Black Bertha northward, passing through Gulltown, the Fingers, the Three Sisters, and even as far as White Harbor. Your eldest son, Dale Seaworth, will sail the Sea Sprite south, past Cape Wrath and Cape of Broken Arm, along the coast of Dorne to the Arbor. Each of you will take a box of my handwritten letters and deliver one to every port, every manor house, and every fishing village. Nail the letters to the doors of churches and inns where anyone who can read can see them. In addition to declaring that I am the legitimate king, I must also expose Cersei's crimes to let them all know the ugliness of sluts and whores. King Stannis' teeth chattered. I would like to see how those lords who have received letters before continue to pretend to be stupid this time. Davos hesitated for a moment and said respectfully, King Stannis, in many places, I'm afraid not many people are literate. After a pause, he added, Maybe, if you tell them your beliefs, the effect will be better. King Stannis muttered, It's good, but it's also more dangerous. Those hypocritical people are most afraid of having their darkness exposed by others. After a pause, Davos added, King Stannis, maybe. You can let me bring some knights and let them read it. Things will be much easier to handle. Stannis nodded slightly. He seemed to be very satisfied with Davos's suggestion. Okay, there are many cowardly knights on Dragonstone who would rather practice faith than fight. I will send you manpower. He added, when it is safe, act openly, and when it is dangerous, hide your eyes and ears. Use all the smuggling methods you have ever known to spread my announcement. If the letter is not enough, I allow you to capture a few monks on the way. Ask them to make more copies for you. After a moment of silence, King Stannis continued, Davos, your second son, Arad Seaworth. I have a use for him as well. I want him to sail the Lady Maria across the narrow sea to Braavos. I will bring these. Send letters to the rulers there. I want the whole world to know that I, Stannis, am the legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms. Davos raised his eyes to look at King Stannis and nodded. King Stannis glanced at Davos, who looked thoughtful and said, Loyal Davos, what do you have to say? Davos suddenly came back to his senses and said, respectfully, I'm sorry, I was thinking about what to believe. King Stannis frowned and said, Speak out, I want to hear what you think. Davos paused and then said, I'm wondering if there's any way to get evidence of Cersei's affair. When the time comes, it will be more weighty. There is evidence, but the witness is at Storm's End, King Stannis replied, taking a step towards the map table. He is Robert's bastard son, the child he had on my wedding bed on my wedding night. His biological mother is Delena Florent, so Robert had to publicly acknowledge the illegitimate child. They call him Edric Storm, and they say he looks exactly like Robert. I think as long as the people of the Seven Kingdoms look at him, and then look at Joffrey and Tommen, the truth will be self-evident. When King Stannis stopped in front of the map table, Davos said, King Stannis, if he is at Storm's End, I don't think Renly would hand him over to us, let alone allow him to be compared with Joffrey. King Stannis fixed his gaze on King's Landing on the map table and said coldly, When I catch the traitor, the people of the Seven Kingdoms will no longer be deceived by those hypocritical lords. I will judge these people for their sins according to the law of the kingdom, in full view of the public. He pointed at the location of Storm's End with his finger, paused, looked up at Davos, and said, Davos, if you have any suggestions, just say so. I will make you a knight. I don't want you to imitate the rhetoric of my lords. Davos leaned forward slightly and said, King Stannis, the sentence at the end of the letter, flatters the Lord of Light and shines brightly. You are the de jure first heir to the Iron Throne and the legitimate king. This is a fact. No one can deny this. He hesitated for a moment, then continued, and your people from the Seven Kingdoms may not like this sentence. After a pause, he added, Perhaps you can change it to, in the name of the gods, or in the name of the old and new gods. King Stannis' eyes were as cold as ice. My Davos, when did you, a smuggler, become pious? It sounds like you don't like my new god. Davos said frankly, King Stannis, I don't know much about this Lord of Light, but most people are very familiar with the gods we burned. King Stannis said coldly, What we burned was just some wood. Davos looked at his king. Your Majesty, I have to advise you. Your people will not think that you are burning wood. What they see is that you have overthrown all the gods that they have believed in for a long time. Then you forcefully give them a god whose name you can't even pronounce well, and you risk losing their love for you. Is it so difficult to read our lore? Will I lose the love of the people? King Stannis snorted coldly and continued, Davos, tell me, when did they love me? In that case, it doesn't matter to me whether they love me or not. What's the difference? When I was in King's Landing, the Archbishop kept nagging me all day long that all justice in the world comes from the seven gods, but all the justice and justice I see are all done by human beings. His teeth were chattering. From the day I witnessed my parents drowning, I no longer believe in God. I swear to God that I will never worship any god. Davos said with some confusion, Since you don't believe in God. King Stannis interrupted, Then why find a new god? I have asked myself this too. I don't know much about the gods, and I don't want to care about them, but I know that this red-robed priestess has power beyond that of any mortal. He stared coldly at the Stormlands on the chart table. I humbly asked the lords of the Stormlands, too. What did I get for supporting them? Ridicule. That's all I received, he said, his voice tinged with bitterness. But I will never be such a coward again. No one will laugh at me anymore. His gaze swept across Bitterbridge, King's Landing, and the Neck. By all legal principles, the Iron Throne should be mine. But how do I claim it? There are 3 false kings, now, each richer and more powerful than I am. All I have is my fleet, and her, the red-robed priestess. He turned to Davos. Did you know? More than half of our knights dare not even utter Melisandre's name, even if her only talent is spreading fear. That alone makes her invaluable. Before a battle even begins, if half the soldiers are already afraid, they are as good as defeated. This is my only advantage against the 3 false kings. He paused, his voice lowering. From what I understand, she may possess other terrifying abilities. If she wants me to continue supporting the Lord of Light she believes in, she needs to prove her worth to me. I think she will soon have the perfect opportunity to do so. Chapter 207. Everyone's Expectation. What does love between men and women look like in Westeros? Very direct. Greene Kleb glanced at Daenerys, who was sleeping, gently lifted the thin blanket, and climbed out of the bed. The moonlight poured in through the windows, casting a silvery white glow on the marble floor. Greene walked to the window and opened it softly, letting in the cool night breeze. After standing there for a while, he rubbed his jet-black hair. It seemed that directness had its advantages. From strangers to familiar, it didn't take long. The next step. Greene's long fingers tapped on the windowsill. What does his future with Dany look like? Do he and Dany need to agree on who will own the Iron Throne in advance? Does Dany, now or in the future, want the Iron Throne? If he asked directly, would Dany be honest? Or will the answer now be the same in the future? Greene's eyes trembled slightly as he looked at the dark night sky. At this time, is it necessary to pierce this layer of paper? After an unknown amount of time, Greene's fingers stopped tapping, and he made a decision. What everyone expected. Green Lord, one of a kind. The first step is to start with the bed. This is not a strategy. It is a Westeros-style sentiment. Daenerys called out warmly at the right moment. Greene. Greene looked in the direction of the sound. The Princess of Dragonstone was lying on her side with her cheek propped up. Seeing his gaze move towards her, she slowly lifted the covering on her body. Although the room was dark, Daenerys's fair skin seemed to shine brightly. Not only did she show off her grace, but she also curled her fingers. So arrogant. Greene's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. His footsteps moved towards the bed. The keen Greene had long noticed that Dany's physical strength was different from ordinary people. Is this a unique buff belonging to the Dragon Mother? Greene felt if it was timed his true strength. A low chanting sound. Early morning, Governor's Mansion, training ground. Greene raised his special strong bow and fully drew the bowstring. The spectators on the side were 3 little dragons with getting-up spirits. Call out! 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 Every arrow Greene shot made a scalp-numbing sound. The 3 little dragons stayed in place obediently. This morning's music class seemed to make them feel Greene's fatherly love. Greene put away the longbow and handed it to the attendants. He made a gesture, and the 3 obedient little dragons were put into special boxes by the attendants and taken away from the training ground. Not long after, Mengton and Ange came over together and saluted Greene. Greene handed the towel he had wiped his hands with to the attendant and said, "Does she have any symptoms of pregnancy?" Ange and Mengton looked at each other, and Ange said, "Sir, I asked 3 doctors respectively, and they all gave the same answer. Rhaenelle is not pregnant." After Greene heard Jon's romantic story from Daenerys' mouth, he took control of Rhaenelle, who had just arrived in the city-state of Viserys. The cautious Lord Greene thought the story was too wonderful. Greene nodded and said, "Ange, find a suitable reason to let Rhaenelle leave, and then." After pondering for a moment, he added, "I need you to find out who the people behind her are. You are suspicious." Jon Snow's experience after coming to Essos was like a drama written in advance. This cannot be explained by coincidence. Little Griffin has been killed by him, so Greene will naturally take the initiative. Ange solemnly accepted the order. Sir, I will arrange it. They can't escape my eyes. Greene reached out and patted Ange's arm. I asked Mengton to stay and help you. I have no other specific orders. When a threat is discovered, I allow you to decide how to deal with it on your own. I am only waiting to personally ennoble you as the leader on the day of the night. The valley was waiting for Lord Greene to arrive. He could not stay. In Essos for a long time, he did not want to leave any trouble behind, so he chose the combination of Mengton and Ange. In the lobby of the governor's mansion, Daenerys, wearing an exquisite turban, appeared holding Greene's arm. Her purple eyes were as bright as stars, radiant and full of energy, reflecting her joyful mood. Everyone saluted, and she responded to them all in good spirits. Daenerys stopped in front of a strong old man with a white beard and white hair. She looked at him for a moment and said, Arstan the Whitebeard, the champion of the tourney? Arstan the Whitebeard glanced at Greene, who was standing next to Daenerys. He bowed slightly and said, It is an honor to meet you, Princess Daenerys of Dragonstone. Daenerys tapped her chin thoughtfully and said, I heard that you killed the leader of the rebel mercenaries with your sword during the fire that night. You were very brave. She then looked to the other side and called, Sir Jorah. Jorah Mormont strode over, placed a hand over his heart, and said, Princess Daenerys. Daenerys continued, Sir Jorah, I want you to knight Arstan. Sir Jorah stared at Whitebeard for a while and said suspiciously, You look familiar. Old man, tell me your true identity. Arstan straightened up and replied coldly, A knight better than you, sir. After saying that, he looked at Greene and said, Earl Greene, I really didn't expect to meet you here. I always wanted to thank you in person for your help. If you hadn't been generous, maybe I would have stayed in the Red Keep forever. Daenerys frowned slightly. Are you a knight? She looked up at Greene and asked, Greene, do you know him? Greene nodded slightly. He is Sir Barristan Selmy. Sir Jorah's face suddenly turned red. With a bang, he pulled out his sword, and the tip of the blade touched Barristan's neck. Bold Barristan, captain of the Kingsguard to Robert Baratheon the usurper, Targaryen traitor. Barristan held his head high, ignoring Sir Jorah's sword, and replied coldly, It's true that a crow still calls a starling black. How dare you talk about betrayal? Greene looked at Sir Jorah, his voice containing a warning. Sir Jorah, who allowed you to draw your sword in front of the princess? Sir Jorah immediately glanced at the frowning Daenerys, hesitated, and withdrew his sword from Barristan's neck. While sheathing his sword, he said, Princess Daenerys, Barristan is a usurper. We cannot trust him. Sir Jorah's words were met with a contemptuous snort from the old knight. Greene's eyebrows were slightly raised, concerned that Barristan might reveal his hidden identity. After all, this is Dany's domain, and Greene can't directly handle it for her. Some things are unavoidable, which can also be said to be the price of growth. Thinking of this, Greene said, Dany, Barristan has been expelled from the Red Keep by the Lannisters. His current identity is. He looked at the old knight and then said, A wandering knight? Barristan first nodded his thanks to Greene, then knelt down on one knee. Princess Daenerys, if you are willing to accept it, I will always be your loyal knight until the end of my life. After a pause, he continued, If not, I am content to serve a knight you trust and be his squire. Daenerys clenched her fists and said, You were once my father's Kingsguard and fought alongside my brother at the Trident. Later, you betrayed the exiled Prince Viserys and surrendered to the usurper. Your honor as a knight, tell me, why? Princess Daenerys, I have soiled the white robe on my body. No matter how good the excuse is, it cannot be excused. The old knight raised his head, tears in his eyes. If the evil boy on the Iron Throne hadn't taken away my position, maybe I would still be serving in King's Landing. I am ashamed to admit this, but it is the truth. He added, When the white robes that represented the sacred oath were taken away by the Lannisters, they sent people to. As I hunted down my thoughts, it felt as if the barriers in my mind were suddenly lifted. I realized that I must find a way to atone for my actions, even if it means sacrificing my own life. I would not hesitate. Hearing this, Greene's eyes trembled slightly. Why didn't he mention that he was searching for the true king? Rumor has it that madness and greatness are two sides of the same coin. Whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods toss the coin into the air, and the world watches with bated breath to see how it lands. Is he merely an observer at this moment? Does he want to wait and see if Daenerys will become the next Mad King? Sure enough, in the world of Westeros, noble blood is highly coveted. Greene's heart remained steady, for he knew from the beginning that the power game he chose would be hellishly difficult. Lord Greene is very optimistic. If the challenge were not high, how could he demonstrate his excellence? The future Emperor Greene was not panicked at all. Chapter 208, The Knight is Fearless. The old knight's sincere words moved Daenerys Targaryen. Seeing this, Jorah Mormont's face darkened. "Sacrifice your life? I can help you," he said grimly. "It is not a pity to die as a traitor." Barristan Selmy raised his head and continued, "But, Princess Daenerys, I am at least honest. Before gaining Robert's forgiveness, I fought bravely on the Trident." He turned to look at Jorah. "You are an enemy of Targaryen, aren't you, Mormont?" Barristan looked at Daenerys again and continued, "Your Highness, I concealed my identity and approached you because I knew there were eyes hidden around you. His Majesty Viserys and you have been monitored by the Royal Council. For many years, Varys, the Chief of Imperial Intelligence, has reported every move of His Majesty Viserys to the Imperial Council. Since you left Pentos, there has been an informer beside you who betrayed your secrets. He exchanged information for the Golden Dragon and the promise of the eight-clawed spider." He pointed his finger at the Knight of Bear Island. "The informer is Jorah Mormont." With a bang, the sword in Ser Jorah's hand fell to the stone slab on the ground, seemingly confirming the old knight's accusation. "Impossible," Daenerys murmured, looking at Ser Jorah, who stood frozen in place in disbelief. "Why?" Greene put an arm around Daenerys's waist, feeling her body tremble. Daenerys suddenly smiled and said to the old knight, "You are mistaken." She looked at the Bear Island knight and added, "Tell him that he is wrong. Tell him that you are not a whistleblower. Tell him how wrong he is." Ser Jorah's neck turned red. "Let the White Walkers take you away, Selmy." He turned to Daenerys, his face flushed, making it unclear whether he was angry or ashamed. "I tried to tell you the truth." Daenerys's body shook. Why? From Pentos to Qarth, she had always trusted him and entrusted him with important tasks. But his true identity was actually the eyes of the usurper? She listened to Ser Jorah's every suggestion because she trusted him. She had been worried because of the unexpected confession, but she had never doubted Ser Jorah's loyalty. Why awaken her true dragon's wrath? Daenerys's eyes seemed to glow red, but her body was stunned. Greene was patting her lower back with gentle movements. Daenerys looked up and saw a gentle face, and her cold body seemed to warm up instantly. Greene tapped his chin, silently comforting her, standing by her side. "So good." The corners of Daenerys's mouth curled up slightly unconsciously. Although Daenerys's true dragon's anger subsided, her remaining anger remained. Her violet eyes moved, and she looked at Ser Jorah, who was about to speak. "Tell me, what did they promise you, sir?" Ser Jorah also wanted to explain. "Your Highness, that was just the beginning, before I got to know you." "Enough." Daenerys interrupted Ser Jorah's defense and repeated, "Tell me, what did they promise you?" Ser Jorah trembled, his lower lip quivering as he said with difficulty, "Varys said he could let me return to Bear Island." After saying that, he lowered his head, unable to face Daenerys's gaze. Daenerys clenched her fists. She had also promised to restore Ser Jorah's honor. What a ridiculous promise. She said angrily, "Ser Jorah, I promised you that I would restore your fiefdom and honor, but you betrayed me. I will never forgive your betrayal." Ser Jorah shook his head, panicking. No, you don't want to do this. You should forgive me." Daenerys's eyes flashed with anger. Why didn't Ser Jorah feel that he was at fault until now? Why didn't he ask her for forgiveness? Didn't he know what happens to betrayers? She replied coldly, "No." Ser Jorah lamented, "Your Highness, I protect you, fight for you, kill for you." Daenerys turned her face away. She couldn't cry, for if she did, she would relent. Daenerys did not shed tears, but she still softened her heart. Her voice trembled. "Sir, you have been exiled. Come back to King's Landing to ask for your pardon." "Princess, Daenerys, please, listen to me." Ser Jorah's plea fell on deaf ears. Daenerys looked at the old knight kneeling before her, his face downcast. "Sir Barristan, I have had enough of the hypocrisy of the Westerosi knights. Leave." Sir Barristan stood up stiffly, his movements slow and labored, reflecting his age. His voice was tinged with sadness. "Princess Daenerys, Barristan is grateful for your listening," Ser Jorah, almost desperate, pleaded. "Please." Daenerys turned her back to them, the hem of her skirt swirling. She asked herself why she couldn't face their pleading eyes when it was clearly their fault. Greene's voice broke through her thoughts. "Dany, I think you need to take a rest. Leave the rest to me." With Greene by her side, Daenerys felt a sudden peace in her heart. She nodded silently towards him and left the hall. After the princess disappeared, Greene waved the waiters and guards away, leaving only 3 people in the hall. He spoke as if reminiscing about the past. "Sir Barristan, I heard that after you threw your sword at Joffrey's feet, you vowed to serve the true king. Are you here for his majesty Viserys?" Barristan withdrew his gaze from the direction Daenerys had left. He took a deep breath and replied, "Earl Greene, I'm still looking." Greene pointed to the hilt of the sword at his waist. "Sir, you are very candid, but your answer is contradictory." Barristan looked confused, and Greene continued, "According to your statement, even if Princess Daenerys accepts you, when you find the true king in your heart, you will immediately break your oath and leave the princess. Right?" Barristan opened his mouth, but no suitable words came out. Greene shook his head slightly. "Sir Barristan, I can roughly guess what you are thinking. Everyone knows." Ser Jorah, who had been standing like a statue, suddenly moved, interrupting Greene's words. Greene stepped in front of the Bear Island knight. "Informer, where do you think you're going?" Ser Jorah stared straight at Greene, who was blocking his way, and said coldly, "I must explain to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Please, step aside." Before he could finish, there was a loud bang as Greene's punch landed hard on his abdomen. A sharp pain spread rapidly, and the strong man instinctively curled up to try to relieve it. Greene's voice was cold. "Don't mistake the princess's kindness for cowardice. Your behavior right now is that of a bully." Shock flashed across Barristan's face. The strength and speed displayed by Earl Greene reminded him of the mountain, but he immediately shook his head. Greene was much stronger, making resistance seem futile. Ser Jorah's face was pale, contorted with severe pain, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "I am not." "I hope so. Don't do anything rash, Bear Islander." Greene turned back to Barristan. "Old sir, who is the real king? If you mean Stannis or Renly, you wouldn't be here. Everyone knows that Princess Daenerys is the last Targaryen." Embarrassment flashed across Barristan's face, but he picked up the last bit of his pride and raised his chin slightly. "Earl Greene, I am grateful for your kindness, but in what capacity are you asking me?" Barristan Selmy was already a famous white-robed knight in the Seven Kingdoms, and Greene was just a slightly known lord. He wanted to use this to reject Greene's questions. "Your words are really poor," Greene sneered. "Old sir, don't you think I am your only chance now? If you leave like this, the so-called road to redemption you mentioned will become a joke known to all the Seven Kingdoms." After Greene finished speaking, there was a tense silence in the hall. There was silence for a while. Barristan sighed, but his cloudy eyes gained a layer of brightness. He shook his head slightly and murmured, "I'm really not suitable for this kind of thing." After a pause, he first apologized by placing a hand over his chest towards Greene, and then said, "Earl Greene, you have a burning gaze. You are indeed right. I have actually sworn that I will only serve Princess Daenerys for the rest of my life." Greene glanced at Ser Jorah, who was gradually straightening up, and said, "Old sir, no matter what the reason is, the facts are still facts. You can't hope that Princess Daenerys will be soft-hearted one day. Praying can't replace what you lost, honor." Barristan's eyes trembled. Robert was an excellent knight. Back then, he was grateful for his forgiveness and impressed by his charm. Now that he thinks about it, these are all excuses used to convince himself. Maybe the real reason was that Prince Rhaegar had died in battle, and Prince Viserys in his childhood had made him aware that he was the son of the Mad King. He was a completely different boy from Rhaegar. This is the truth. Barristan's face was bitter. Is he really a smart aleck fool? While breaking his oath, did he self-righteously make a choice for the entire kingdom? So, will he finally face the punishment he deserves for betraying his sacred oath? The gods had been too kind to him. Greene patted Barristan's arm and said, "Old sir, the The glory of a knight comes from the sword in his hand. This is what you are good at." He waved his hand to stop Barristan, who wanted to speak, and then said, "According to my investigation, there is a threat in Essos that is related to the safety of Princess Daenerys, and also related to the real cause of death of His Majesty Viserys." Greene's eyes moved to the old knight's white hair, his brows furrowed slightly, and he continued, "I can't hide it. This mission is very dangerous. I think if you are not a fearless person, you will not be able to bear this important task." The old knight felt some kind of contempt mixed with pity from Greene. Could this young man not know his name in the Seven Kingdoms? His words are really poor. The old knight couldn't help but puff up his still strong chest and said, "Mr. Count, knights are fearless." Hearing his heroic declaration, Earl Greene couldn't bear it. Although he had guessed that this was an intentional move, the old knight couldn't help but feel angry. Greene seemed not to notice the flickering flame in the old knight's eyes. He sighed softly and said, "Old knight, listen to what I have to say first, and then make a decision." The old knight repeated slowly, "Knights are fearless." After pondering for a moment, Greene said, "The Golden Company." After Greene finished speaking, the old knight's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "The Golden Company whose words are like gold?" Greene said, "The gold is on top, the cold iron is on the bottom." Not long after, Barristan curled up his lips slightly and said, "Earl Greene, as you said, after I threw my sword at Joffrey's feet, I never touched it again. Princess Daenerys took the sword in her hand before she was willing to wield the sword again." The old knight seemed to be sighing. After a pause, he asked Greene directly, "Tell me, what should I do?" Jorah Mormont rubbed his stomach, coughed slightly, and said, "Old informer, you seem to be lacking a strong helper." Barristan snorted coldly, and the old knight did not want to pay attention to the despicable Bear Island knight. Greene nodded in agreement. This is why he allowed the Bear Island knight to stay in the hall to listen to the secrets. Menton and Anj are the hidden cards arranged by Greene, while Barristan and Jorah will be the open cards. Greene spoke slowly. "There is a name that you should be familiar with. That is Jon Connington, Hand of the King of Eris the Sec. Governor's Mansion, the Room of the Three Little Dragons." Greene pushed the door open and saw Daenerys feeding three little dragons. Daenerys looked up with a gentle smile on her face. When she saw Greene, her smile deepened. "Grim," Daenerys waved. Greene sat next to Daenerys, and she said, "The maid told me that they can consume several times their body weight in food every day." She pointed to a plate of bloody raw meat and continued, "When I was young, Viserys told me that only dragons and humans enjoyed cooked food. They really refused to eat raw meat." After a pause, he added with some confusion, "They seem to have suddenly become quiet. Well, behaved." Greene chuckled, paused, and said, "Dany, I've arranged a very dangerous task for the two of them, and they will probably lose their lives as a result." Daenerys nodded silently and leaned on Greene's arm. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace. The two stayed quietly for a while, and Greene suddenly asked, "Have you thought of their names?" Chapter 209, Paper, Pen, and Letter Crow 3. Viserys told me that Targaryen dragon names are usually taken from the names of ancient Valyrian gods. Visenya's dragon was named Vhagar, Rhaenys's was Meraxes, and Aegon himself rode Balerion, the Black Dread. It is rumored that Vhagar's breath can melt the armor of knights, Meraxes could swallow men and horses in one bite, and the fire breathed by Balerion was as black as night, matching his scales. The shadows of his wings could cover an entire town. Daenerys pointed at the little dragon, which was all black with scarlet stripes on its scales, and said, "My maid told me it looks like the reincarnation of Balerion." Her eyes gently swept over the three little dragons that were eating. "But I don't want them to be the reincarnation of the legendary dragons." After a moment of silence, Daenerys said, "They are my children. They were born with the blood of my family. I want to name them after the relatives who were taken away by the gods." Greene could feel Daenerys' grief and longing for her lost family, and he held her slightly tighter. Daenerys pointed to the white and gold dragon. "Although Viserys was cruel and weak, he was my brother. This one will be named Viserion." She pointed to the other little dragon. "Bronze and green, although our time together was short, Jon made me feel the true love of family. This one will be named Jones." Finally, she pointed at the black and red dragon, which was obviously larger than the other two. Last night, I dreamed that my heroic brother Rhaegar was wearing pitch-black armor. In the narrow eye slit of his helmet, there was a blazing flame. This one will be named Rhaegar. Daenerys turned her head, looked up at Greene, and asked, "Greene, do you like the names I chose?" Greene lowered his eyes and looked at her. He tapped his chin and said, "Dany, your relatives have not left you." Daenerys's upper body turned slightly. She put her arms around Greene's neck and murmured, "My knight, hiss, hiss, hiss." Their tender moment was interrupted by the random screams of the three little dragons. Greene separated from Daenerys, raised his eyebrows, and moved his gaze to the three little dragons, who immediately began eating obediently. Daenerys couldn't help laughing. "It turns out they become well-behaved in front of you." She followed Greene's example, raised one eyebrow slightly, and said, "Take me to the dormitory." "As you command, my princess." Red Keep, Maegor's holdfast. "Get out!" With Cersei Lannister's angry roar, a golden cup flew towards him, but the little devil prime minister nimbly dodged it. "Hey, we are siblings." Before he could finish speaking, Tyrion Lannister saw Cersei picking up the flagon, and he trotted away lamely. Outside the gate of Maegor's holdfast, Tyrion was still panting, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead in an exaggerated manner. "My sister is so gentle." Tyrion's little squire, Podrick Payne, silently handed over a clean towel, and his captain of the guard joked, "My lord, this time was more enthusiastic than the last." Tyrion's guard captain, named Bronn, was a swordsman whom his young squire had found for him. When they first met, Bronn was a free rider with messy hair and a scruffy beard, wearing a faded blue cloak. He was lean and had a ferocious appearance like a hungry wolf. When he saw the golden dragon, his face was filled with vulgarity. So, Tyrion quickly took a liking to him and his greedy smile. Bronn's abilities soon gained Tyrion's trust, and he promoted him to be his captain of the guard. On the day he was appointed captain of the guard, Tyrion gave him a Lannister cloak with a gold hand on a crimson background as a gift. Today, Bronn's black hair was neatly combed and his beard was clean-shaven. He was wearing the black breastplate of an officer in gold robes, and a Lannister cloak hung from his shoulders. Tyrion held his chin and looked at his guard captain up and down. "Bronn, you are dressed like this. I heard they like it very much?" Bronn spread his hands and grinned. "My lord, there is no disadvantage," Tyrion said seriously. "My guard captain, why do I worry that you will betray me every time I see your happy smile?" Bronn stroked his chest gracefully and saluted. "Lord Tyrion, my loyalty belongs to you alone." As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the purse hanging from Tyrion's waist. Tyrion laughed playfully, patting his money bag. "I feel relieved now." Tyrion took a short step forward, with Podrick and Bronn flanking him on the left and right. While walking, Bronn whispered, "Lord Tyrion, I heard that your queen mother ordered your beautiful cousin to contact many mercenaries in King's Landing. She does little tricks every day. It's the interest of my clever sister." Tyrion paused. He looked back at Megta in the distance, sighed helplessly, and said, "Her beautiful and white shoulders bear too many heavy responsibilities. As her favorite brother, I have to try to lighten her load." The three of them fell silent for a moment. Podrick carefully glanced at Tyrion, who had a deep expression on his face, and awkwardly tried to comfort him. "My lord, although Queen Cersei seems not to understand your hard work yet, I think sooner or later she will appreciate your consideration." Hearing this, Tyrion and Bronn exchanged a look and pursed their lips. Tyrion coughed slightly and stood with his hands behind his back. "Pod, you are right. My gentle sister will understand my good intentions sooner or later." Bronn turned his head to the other side and chuckled. Tyrion smiled and patted the young squire's thigh, showing a satisfied look on his face. He took another step and said as he walked, "Bronn, the gentle queen mother is very angry today. Even the gods and others have no way of knowing her next move. You have to let people keep an eye on her." Bronn smiled evilly. "As you command, my lord." Tyrion rubbed his hair. It was only a matter of time before the enemy came to the city. In order to control the gold cloaks as soon as possible, he had moved too frequently. Even with the cover-up of his good cousin, Cersei still noticed that something was wrong. Tyrion smiled happily again. But it was too late. His Sir Jacelyn Bywater had already controlled most of the gold cloaks on his behalf. Tyrion pinched his chin. Greene was indeed a reliable ally, and in return, he had to meet his nephew, the king, as soon as possible. Thinking of Greene, Tyrion felt a little regretful. He should have asked him for more advice on how to handle Cersei. Tyrion was cautious in the face of the lioness's wrath. The reason for caution was not only because of Tyrion's character and his understanding of Cersei, but most importantly, the former prime minister had used his personal experience to leave him precious lessons. Good sister, he is not Eddard Stark. After withdrawing his thoughts, Tyrion hummed a King's Landing ditty happily. Bronn showed an evil smile again. "My lord, there is something I have to tell you. Your pet is back." Tyrion's expression froze, and his voice was filled with pain. "Countess Tanda is here again?" Countess Tanda's name was Tanda Stokeworth. She was the Countess of Stokeworth, a royal territory. She had 2 daughters, the eldest daughter Ferris, 35 years old, married, and the youngest daughter Lollies, 33 years old, unmarried. Bronn replied, "Countess Tanda invites you to dinner again. She has prepared a large piece of venison shank, 2 stuffed geese drizzled with mulberry sauce, and—" Tyrion scratched his hair in pain. "Her little daughter, right?" Since Tyrion took the position of prime minister in order to deal with the material blockade of King's Landing by the Baratheon brothers, he had taken a fancy to Stokeworth, which was located not far north of King's Landing like Rosby City. The owner of this castle was none other than Countess Tanda. The process and result of Tyrion's interview with Countess Tanda were very pleasant, but then she pursued him. She took turns using eel pie, wild boar, and delicious cream. Her youngest daughter was to marry Tyrion, while her other daughter, Loras, was a different matter entirely. Tyrion gazed into the distance and sighed, "I have sacrificed too much for this kingdom." Bronn, standing nearby, said seriously, "Lord Tyrion, King's Landing cannot do without the support of Stokeworth." Tyrion detected a hint of schadenfreude in Bronn's voice. He scrutinized his guard captain and asked, "Bronn, do you desire a castle?" Bronn's eyes lit up, and a vulgar, flattering smile spread across his face. "My noble and wise prime minister, Bronn is at your service," Tyrion grinned. "Countess Tanda's Stokeworth." In the prime minister's tower, within the study, Varys clasped his hands together and nodded in greeting. "Good day, Prime Minister Tyrion." Tyrion smiled. "Varys, I hope you haven't brought any troubling news. The roar of the lioness is enough to keep me awake." Varys smiled and produced a letter from his sleeve, handing it to Tyrion. As Tyrion read the letter, he muttered to himself, "The news that Stannis has claimed to be king." Renly Baratheon, supported by the Lords of the Stormlands and the Reach, posed a threat, but Tyrion considered Stannis Baratheon the greater danger. Unlike Renly, who enjoyed playing dress-up, Stannis was harsh, ruthless, and experienced in combat. His royal fleet could appear under King's Landing at any moment. Despite Tyrion's efforts to recruit fishermen to spy on Dragonstone, none returned, and even Varys's little birds near Stannis had vanished. Tyrion's greatest fear was the Baratheon brothers joining forces. If Stannis attacked from the sea while Renly led an army to assault the city, Joffrey's head would soon be on a spear, and Tyrion's head would likely follow. This grim scenario haunted Tyrion until the messenger crow arrived with news of Stannis's claim to the throne. Tyrion celebrated with a toast and even considered dancing for his sister Cersei. Both Baratheons had declared themselves kings. If one attacked King's Landing first, the other might seize the opportunity, giving the Lannisters valuable time. Gods bless them. Tyrion looked up at Varys and asked, "Lord Varys, isn't this news from decades ago?" Varys smiled lightly. "My prime minister, please read on." Tyrion nodded and continued reading. After a while, he placed the letter on the table, frowning. "Does the Crabclaw Peninsula in the king's territory support Stannis as the legitimate king?" He looked at Varys and continued, "Legitimate king? This term sounds familiar, Lord Varys." Varys shrugged. "Prime Minister Tyrion, my little bird has confirmed that the source of this news is Dragonstone Island, where Stannis resides." Tyrion's eyes narrowed, and he leaned back comfortably. After Stannis became king, did he also adopt such Machiavellian tactics? If it were me, I would at least fabricate something more credible. For example. He paused before continuing. Stannis Baratheon and Robb Stark met with the best female branch in King's Landing to discuss capturing the Red Keep. That would at least scare away all the tourists. He added, or he claimed he would kneel and lick Renly's boots. Well, that news would certainly frighten me. Varys first smiled and shook his head, then sighed. My little bird told me that on the way to Mermaid Harbor, Lord Greene's mermaid, filled with swamp marigolds, stopped at Dragonstone for a while. Tyrion asked. A while? Varys replied. About half a day. Tyrion's eyes narrowed further, and he said seriously, Lord Varys, do you have any other information? Varys? Tyrion suppressed the smile on his face and lowered his voice slightly. My little birdie told me that Earl Greene suddenly left the territory with 6 ships and has not returned yet. Tyrion's eyes narrowed as he leaned forward, speaking in a deep voice. Lord Varys, do you think Earl Greene has betrayed the Red Keep? Varys quickly shook his head, adding a gesture of denial. My Lord Prime Minister, this is impossible. I don't think even the White Walkers would believe such a thing. After a brief pause, he added uneasily, I would sooner believe that Lord Greene has defected to Renly than to Stannis. At least the former can deceive many people. Tyrion stared at Varys, who looked slightly nervous, and then smiled. Lord Varys, I support your hypothesis. I think many people in King's Landing are secretly planning how to join forces with Renly's 100,000 troops. Chapter 210, Prince of the Iron Islands. Varys clasped his hands together, nodded slightly, and said, Prime Minister Tyrion, you have helped everyone regain the confidence to win. King's Landing is unbreakable. Tyrion climbed off the chair, limping slightly as he brought the jug and wine glass. While pouring the wine, he said, What I am most worried about is the emergence of traitors in the city. A friend of mine once told me that strong fortresses are often broken from the inside first. Earl Greene had mentioned this at the royal meeting before leaving King's Landing, Chapter 186. Upon hearing Tyrion's hint, Varys's eyes flickered slightly. He took the wine glass, sipped, and agreed. Earl Greene is a rare friend. Tyrion used the gesture of drinking to secretly observe Varys's expression. It seemed candid enough. So, Tyrion leaned against the table and said seriously, My friend, please tell me your purpose. He narrowed his eyes and continued, What is the purpose of reporting this to me? Varys gently put down his wine glass, paused, and sighed. My lord, I am worried about the Queen Regent. As far as I know, this news has been spread in the Red Keep. Tyrion swirled the wine in his glass thoughtfully. How do you think my Queen Mother sister will react when she hears this? Will she believe it? Varys sighed again. Lord Tyrion, this is what I am worried about. We all know that the Queen Regent is more willing to believe her own feelings than rational speculation. After a pause, he continued, The situation is chaotic now, and the army on the Crabclaw Peninsula needs to be stabilized. Tyrion tapped his fingers on the table. Actually, everyone knows that Earl Greene is the sharpest sword in Cersei's hand, except for herself. Varys nodded slightly. The stable Crabclaw Peninsula can still contain Stannis' Dragonstone Island even if they do nothing. I think they are aware of this, which is why they have acted as they have. Tyrion thought for a moment, took a sip of summer red, and said, According to Cersei's character, she will order Greene to return to King's Landing regardless. He looked at Varys, whose face had become heavy, and asked, My friend, do you think Earl Greene should come back? Varys's pupils narrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, he said helplessly, There is no other way, my lord. Tyrion raised his eyebrows. I want to hear your reasons, Lord Varys. Varys spoke slowly. Prime Minister Tyrion, you not only took control of King's Landing in a short period of time, but you also formed a delicate balance with the Queen Regent while taking the lead. Your methods are admirable. Tyrion grinned. But? Varys's eyes widened slightly before he smiled lightly. Queen Cersei can temporarily tolerate you for the upcoming war, but she cannot tolerate Earl Greene. For her, whether she realizes that Earl Greene is a sharp sword in her hand or not, he belongs to her alone. You cannot interfere in this matter. Tyrion shrugged. Ha ha, the lioness roars. This is Sister Cersei's private matter. Your analysis is very appropriate. Varys smiled. To borrow Sir Jaime's words, loyalty is not afraid of tests. I believe that when Earl Greene returns to King's Landing, Queen Cersei will no longer doubt his loyalty. Tyrion laughed. I trust Greene's skills in serving my sister more. Varys's eyes flickered. Prime Minister Tyrion, I heard that she is a little angry today. Maybe you can take the initiative to help Queen Cersei. Tyrion's eyes trembled slightly, and he grinned. Varys's smile gradually deepened, and his eyes were deep. On the rocky coast in the western part of the north, aboard the warship Booze, the gray-haired old warrior spoke. Today is a day of victory, but there is no smile on your face. The living should laugh, because the dead cannot do that, boy. After speaking, the old soldier smiled to himself to demonstrate. The old warrior's name was Dagmor. Although his smile was awkward, it brought back countless memories for Theon. When he was a child, that smile was always there. Whether he was driving a pony over a mossy low wall, throwing an axe at a target, blocking Dagmor's attacks, shooting a seagull's wing, or steering a longship through tangled reefs, that smile was always by his side. Dagmor had given him more smiles than his father or Eddard Stark ever did. Theon said irritably, By rights, my sister's task should have been given to me. I want to talk to you, Uncle Dagmor. Dagmor wasn't Theon's biological uncle. He was just one of his father's many men. It was said that there was a bit of Greyjoy blood in him from 4 or 5 generations ago, the result of some long-forgotten affair. Even so, Theon still called him uncle. Dagmor looked troubled and advised, The young wolf lord of the Stark family is your friend. The Stark family kept you for 10 years, Theon. Theon stared at the old warrior. Uncle Dagmor, I am not a Stark. I am Greyjoy, and I am the heir to the king of the Iron Islands. If I don't produce impressive results and prove myself to the Ironborn, how can I convince them that I am a prince? Dagmor continued to persuade. Our mission is only to plunder the rocky coast. You are still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future. Theon smiled slyly. As long as the purpose of robbery and harassment is achieved, what difference does it make who does it? Have you lost interest in this bandit's business, Uncle Dagmor? Dagmor seemed moved. He was silent for a moment before asking, What are you planning to do? The corners of Theon's lips raised. If my sister can take down a castle, then so can I. Dagmor raised his horn glass, took a sip of wine, and said, Theon, Asha has 4 to 5 times the manpower we do. Theon raised his chin. Asha is only a woman after all, and I have 4 times her wit and 5 times her courage. Asha is no ordinary woman, Dagmor thought, but he did not say it out loud. The old warrior always felt that the Ironborn wanted a male king, not a queen. He hesitated and said, Your father's side. Before Dagmor could finish, Theon interrupted. My father will thank me when I hand over an entire kingdom. He added with a proud expression, The actions I plan will allow bards to sing of them for thousands of years. Dagmor's cloudy eyes gradually brightened. His hair may have turned white, and his teeth may have become loose, but his desire for glory had not diminished at all. Dagmor drank the wine in his glass in one gulp, threw away the horn glass, and said, What role will I play in your plan? To fill the enemy's hearts with fear, only your name can do it. Theon leaned forward and continued, I want you to attract the defenders of Winterfell, Dagmor. Winterfell, 3 days later. Maester Luwin, I dreamed of that raven again last night, the one with the 3 eyes. It flew into my chamber and asked me to come with it. Maester Luwin threw a block of wood into the fireplace and said, Little Bran, mark my words and refuse it. Bran Stark had inherited the Tully appearance from his mother. He had chestnut hair and blue eyes. After he fell from the watchtower, although he survived, he lost the ability to walk. From then on, he needed to be carried by a servant to complete daily activities. After hearing Maester Luwin's advice, 9-year-old Bran just nodded and said nothing. Maester Luwin sighed. Bran, you should know that dreams have no meaning. Bran's voice was a little stubborn. I heard that the children of the forest know about dreams. Maester Luwin shook his head slightly and replied, Little Bran, the children of the forest themselves only exist in dreams. They disappeared long ago. What is this? Rickon's childish voice suddenly came. In Maester Luwin's study, books were piled on the tables and chairs almost to the ceiling. Rows of bottles and jars lined the shelves against the wall. The furniture was covered with burned candles and dried wax. Star charts hung on the walls, scattered maps spread out on the straw mat, and papers, quills, and ink bottles were everywhere. Rickon Stark, 4 years old and the youngest son of Lord Eddard, stared curiously at the black arrow he had finally pulled out. Bran glanced at the shining arrow in his brother's hand. "It's glass." "Dragon glass?" Maester Luwin corrected him. "Its scientific name is obsidian. The fire of the gods forged this substance deep in the earth's core." He continued, "Thousands of years ago, the children of the forest, who did not know how to smelt metal, used obsidian to hunt. Their arrows and blades were all made of obsidian." He warned Rickon, "The arrows are very sharp, so be careful not to cut yourself." Bran said, "Maester Luwin, tell me about the children of the forest." Maester Luwin responded kindly, "Little Bran, what do you want to know?" Bran hugged Rickon, who leaned in to listen to the story, and said, "I want to know everything." Maester Luwin tugged on his maester's necklace and began, "The children of the forest are a people who lived during the Dawn Era and were the original rulers of the world. Long before kings and kingdoms appeared, there were no castles or villages. There were no markets either. No humans existed at that time. Only the children of the forest lived in the land we now call the Seven Kingdoms. No one knows how long they ruled here or where they came from." Throwing a piece of wood into the fireplace, he continued, "The children of the forest are a dark and beautiful people. They are short in stature, and even the height of adults is about the same as our children. They live in deep forests, caves, swamp islands, and secret tree towns. Despite their small stature, the children of the forest are agile and graceful. Both men and women hunt with weirwood bows and arrows and flying nets. They worship ancient gods of forests, streams, and rocks, whose names were secret. Their wise men are called greenseers, who carve strange faces on the weirwood trees to protect the forest. About 12,000 years ago, the ancestors appeared. They rode horses, carried bronze swords and huge leather shields, and crossed the sea from the east through the Dorn-broken Arm, which was not broken at that time. When the ancestors built houses and farmland, they cut down the trees with faces and used them as firewood. The children of the forest were so frightened that they immediately went to war with the ancestors. The ancestors were taller and stronger, and wood, stone, and obsidian could not compete with bronze, so the children of the forest suffered heavy casualties. Ancient ballads say that the greenseers cast powerful magic that caused sea levels to rise, sweep across the land, and shatter the Arm of Dorne, but it was too late. The war continued until the blood of the ancestors and the children of the forest dyed the earth red. The chiefs and heroes of the ancestors, as well as the greenseers and wood dancers of the children of the forest, came to the Isle of Faces in the God's Eye Lake to make an oath of alliance. Bran asked, "Oath? What kind of oath?" Maester Luwin nodded and said, "The oath stipulated that the ancestors would own the coasts, plains, grasslands, mountains, and swamps, but the lush forests would always belong to the children of the forest, and no more weirwood trees were to be cut down in the entire kingdom." The signing of the oath ended the Dawn Era and began the Heroic Era. It also began the 4,000-year friendship between the ancestors and the children of the forest. Later, the ancestors even abandoned the faith they brought from the east and worshipped the mysterious gods of the children of the forest. Bran asked doubtfully, "According to the oath, the children of the forest still live in the forest. Why do you say they disappeared?" Maester Luwin spoke with patience. "As long as the kingdom of the First Men exists, the oath of alliance remains valid. However, about 1,000 years ago, the tall, blonde Andals arrived, wielding weapons made of stainless steel and bearing 7 symbols representing their new gods on their chests. They crossed the narrow sea to conquer us. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door. Maester Luwin, Benford Talha of Torrhen Square, located on the large lake southwest of Winterfell, is requesting help. They are under attack by pirates. The leader of the pirate group is named Dagmar. "Dagmar Cleftjaw of the Iron Islands?" Maester Luwin exclaimed. Early the next morning, Stark retainer Sir Roderick Castle set out on an emergency expedition with 800 soldiers gathered from Winterfell and nearby manors, leaving only a token guard force in Winterfell. 2 days later, in the early morning, Theon Greyjoy quietly appeared beneath a wall in Winterfell with dozens of Ironborn. A proud smile played on his lips. The Ironborn, led by Theon, had successfully swum across the moat of Winterfell without alerting the guards. Theon stretched his neck and observed the surroundings for a moment, before raising his hand to signal. Several lean Ironborn opened their bags and took out iron claws and ropes. They carried the ropes on their backs, ran a few steps, and then leaped up, embedding their iron claws deeply into the gaps in the city wall. One by one, they climbed up the wall. Soon, ropes were thrown down from above. With a wave of Theon's hand, the remaining Ironborn climbed up the city wall using the ropes. Chapter 211, Incomparable Trust. If it doesn't fly, it will fall to its death. The three-eyed raven screeched as it pecked at Bran Stark. Bran cried and begged, but the raven showed no mercy. It first pecked out Bran's left eye, then his right. When he was completely blind and enveloped in darkness, the raven pecked at his forehead, its terrifyingly sharp beak penetrating deeply into his skull. Bran screamed wildly, the pain splitting his head in two like a sharp axe. But when the raven pulled out its sticky beak, covered with broken bones and brains, Bran could see again. You can see a person's face with 2 eyes, and you can see a person's heart with 3 eyes, the raven intoned. With 2 eyes, you can see the oak tree now. With 3 eyes, you can see the acorns of the past and the broken piles of the future. With 2 eyes, you can see the wall. With 3 eyes, you can look south to the summer sea and north to the great wall of despair. Bran, Bran, Bran! Maester Luwin's urgent voice finally woke Bran from his dream. Bran Stark, still dazed, blinked and saw Maester Luwin looking more anxious than he had ever seen him. Maester Luwin? Bran asked, his voice trembling. Maester Luwin quickly ordered the people around him. Hurry! The scene shifted, and Bran found himself lying on the broad back of the stable boy, Hodor. Bran reached out and grabbed Maester Luwin's clothes. Maester Luwin, tell me what happened, Bran demanded, trying to keep his voice calm. It's Theon. He led the pirates to attack Winterfell. He knows this place well. Maester Luwin took a breath and continued. Little Rickon has been captured. You and Rickon are Robb's heirs. We cannot let both of you fall into Theon's hands. My brother? Bran exclaimed. Maester Luwin ruffled Bran's hair and reassured him. Don't worry, I will protect him. A tall woman with messy brown hair said, The city gate is full of enemies armed with short axes and sharp blades. A petite girl with brown hair and green eyes tightened her belt and declared, Maester Luwin, I will protect him. A thin young man in green robes and green eyes added, Let's go north. Maester Luwin's kind eyes slowly scanned the room. He nodded and said, Go to the tombs and leave Winterfell from there. He looked at Bran and continued, Go north to the Great Wall to find your uncle, Benjen Stark. Reaching out and caressing Bran's cheek, Maester Luwin said, Little Bran, from now on, you must be strong. In Winterfell, the fire in the Lord's Hall was blazing. The benches were pushed against the wall, leaving nowhere to sit. Everyone in Winterfell gathered in small groups, and no one dared to speak. Theon Greyjoy, wearing a black coat embroidered with a golden sea monster crest, sat high on the throne of the Stark clan. Maester Luwin held Rickon Stark's little hand and stood under the throne. Little Rickon's childish voice broke the silence. Theon, that's Robb's seat. Theon patted the wolf's head on the front of the huge stone handrail and said with a playful expression, Call me Prince Theon, little guy. His eyes moved to Maester Luwin, and he said, Who would have ever dreamed of such a situation? The Stark family's Winterfell is already in the palm of my hand, Maester Luwin. Maester Luwin put his arm around Rickon, motioning him to be silent, and then said, Theon, Lord Eddard is your adoptive father. Theon sneered, The hostage's adoptive father? It's a pity he will never come back. He pretended to look at the aggrieved little wolf cub with sympathy and then said, Your disabled brother left you and ran away alone. You are really pathetic, little guy. Maester Luwin pulled Rickon behind him and said, You can't hurt him. Theon raised his chin proudly and said, Listen, as soon as the fighting outside ends, my men will gather the remaining residents of the city into the hall. The little kid next to you will go with me to speak to them. He must tell them that he has surrendered and dedicated Winterfell to me. Winterfell to Prince Theon, and that he will command them to obey their new masters as they served and obeyed their old ones. His upper body leaned forward, and there was an undisguised threat in his voice. Do you understand, old man? Rick shouted in his childish voice. I will never surrender." Maester Luwin quickly pulled little Rickon back, and Theon's smile became dangerous. "This is not a child's game, little one," he warned. His eyes turned to Maester Luwin. "My father has donned the ancient crown of sea salt and rock, and has been crowned King of the Iron Islands. As a conqueror, he has the right to annex the entire north, and you are all his subjects." He raised his voice slightly, his tone cold and threatening. "If you want to stay safe, you'd better obey your orders. Do you understand?" Maester Luwin, who seemed to have aged more than 10 years, closed his eyes sadly and nodded slightly. Theon nodded with slight satisfaction, waved his hand, and said, "Take these two away." After the old man and the young boy left, Theon's attention turned to the group of noble ladies below. He pinched his chin with interest. They once dared to despise or ignore him, but now they were all his prisoners. They were horrified or disgusted, but if they didn't want to be humiliated, they could only beg or please him. He was the king here now. It was a pity that there were no Stark women here. Theon licked his lips. Tonight, no, in just a moment, who would be first, or 2 or 3 together? Theon's eyes were like those of a hungry wolf. What did Theon see? He saw it on their faces: fear, pleading, flattery, anger, hatred. It was so exciting. Is this the pleasure of a conqueror? What else could they do? Theon couldn't help laughing. Ha! He tried to suppress his laughter. Hoo-foo-foo. He was a conqueror. Ha-ha! Ha-ha-ha! Theon knelt on the ground, looking at the black boots stained with mud, his eyes filled with fear, and his body shaking involuntarily. Theon didn't want to kneel, but his limbs were so weak with fear that he could only kneel. "Theon, you disappoint me." Hearing this voice, Theon tried to control his body. His neck turned red, and he raised his head with difficulty. Isn't he dead? Why didn't he die? The veins on Theon's neck bulged like winding earthworms, crawling all over his neck. He shouted with all his strength. Hypocritical Stark. Everything was over. Theon wanted to die. He didn't dare to face the current situation. He wanted to die at the hands of his adoptive father as soon as possible. Ed Stark's figure was still tall and imposing, and his gray eyes looked indifferently at Theon, who was kneeling on the ground. There was no anger on Lord Eddard's face. Theon only saw deep disappointment in himself. Theon's fists were clenched, his knuckles turned white, and he roared like a madman. "Kill me, Stark!" Duke Ed still had a serious face, and someone in the hall suddenly shouted, "Kill him!" Others joined in. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Facing the deafening shouts, Theon suddenly smiled. His goal was achieved. He was the Prince of the Iron Islands, and the dead are immortal. Duke Eddard raised his hand slightly, and everyone in the hall immediately fell silent. Duke Ed's voice was as cold as winter. "My child, I didn't teach you well." With his fingertips digging into his palms, Theon screamed, "Stark, I'm not your child. I'm your hostage. Hostage! Hostage! Hostage!" The roar ended, and Theon was panting. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Lord Eddard. After a moment of silence, Duke Ed said, "My child, you have made an unforgivable mistake." Hearing Duke Eddard's words, a strange smile appeared on Theon's twisted face. Duke Eddard sighed lightly and continued, "There is a place where you can restore your lost honor." Theon froze, his pupils narrowed, and his desire to die was suddenly shaken. "If you are willing." Duke Eddard turned his back to Theon and said, "I can let you wear black clothes." Buzz! After Duke Ed's words fell, the people standing around fell silent. The T of leaving Greene. Silent. They may not understand Duke Ed's decision, but no one would speak out against it, because the person standing there was Ed Stark. Theon Greyjoy's body trembled again. He hated himself, hated his cowardice, and hated his lack of courage. Why was there still a trace of joy in his heart about escaping death? I just don't want to die. Am I wrong? I don't want to die. I want to live." Theon Greyjoy's forehead humbly touched the ground, and his voice was filled with tears. "I am willing to wear black clothes. Lord Stark." The city-state of Westeros, the governor's palace. Stepping on the bed, Greene Kleb looked at Daenerys sleeping with a turban on, a smile in his eyes. Dany was very obsessed with wearing a turban, and he hadn't really seen her bald since the last time. Greene recalled the past few days. It seemed that most of his memories were about Westeros-style love between men and women. Greene hugged the sleeping Daenerys tightly and closed his eyes. The next evening, a lake covered with reeds, the sound of water splashing, a low humming sound. The stars in the night sky twinkled, and the lake was as quiet as a huge mirror, reflecting the beautiful scenery of the night sky. Beside the campfire, Daenerys leaned on Greene's chest with her eyes closed, a faint blush on her cheeks. Greene's hand around Daenerys's waist moved, and she chuckled. After a pause, Daenerys turned her head and looked up at Greene. Their eyes met. "Greene, are you leaving?" Daenerys asked, her wet eyes glistening. A trace of surprise flashed in Greene's eyes. How did Dany notice it? Was it some kind of intuition? Greene's brown eyes moved slightly. He sighed softly and said, "The Crabclaw Peninsula's hatred of the valley has been accumulating for more than 10 years. I am the ruler of the Crabclaw Peninsula, and my subjects are looking forward to my leadership to start a battle of revenge." Daenerys lowered her violet eyes, suppressing her disappointment. Her voice trembled. "Greene, I believe. You will win." The corners of Greene's lips twitched imperceptibly. "I only have 6,000 soldiers to go to the valley, and there are tens of thousands of cavalry in the valley. Do you still believe that I can win?" Daenerys raised her eyes again, nodded seriously, and said, "Greene, you will definitely win. I believe you will become a legendary hero, and the gods will bless your battle of revenge." Greene reached out and squeezed one of Daenerys's hands. She lowered her face and murmured, "I will wait here for your triumphant return." Greene whispered, "Dany." Daenerys didn't respond. She buried her head in Greene's arms. Greene's lips curved slightly at first, and then he said, "Dany, I plan to conquer the valley. Do you believe I can do it?" Daenerys nodded silently in Greene's arms, then hugged him tightly. Soon there was a warmth in Greene's chest as Daenerys's hot tears wet his clothes. Greene sighed again. "Dany, don't you believe I can conquer the Vale?" Daenerys's body stiffened. She quietly wiped away her tears, and the two separated. Daenerys raised her head and looked at Greene. With tears in her eyes, she shook her head and said, "Greene, I believe you." After speaking, she nodded again. "Dany, thank you for your incredible trust." Greene reached out and gently wiped Daenerys's tears. "Since you believe in me so much," he showed a gentle smile and continued, "come back to Crabclaw Peninsula with me, my princess." Daenerys's pupils shrank suddenly. She stared at Greene motionlessly for a while, then shook her head with a low expression and said, "The usurpers will not let me go. I can't hurt you. I believe." Princess Dragonstone turned her face to one side and said, "In the future." Daenerys wanted to say that maybe there would be a good opportunity in the future, or when her 3 little dragons grew up. But these thoughts were too far away for her, and she couldn't bear the thought of leaving Greene. Daenerys felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of being separated from Greene. She even considered asking him to stay, but she knew he had just restored Crab's rule in Crabclaw Peninsula and had no heir to continue his legacy. Reluctantly, she abandoned the idea. Greene gently cupped Daenerys's face, turning her to look at him. "Don't you believe me?" he asked softly. "I do believe you, but—" Daenerys began. "Dany, there are no buts," Greene interrupted, but she tried again. "No buts, my Dany," he insisted. They gazed into each other's eyes for a moment. Sure, and tears began to trickle down Daenerys's cheeks. She nodded slightly, acknowledging his words. Greene smiled warmly, leaned down, and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. "Then, my princess, let me share my plan with you," he said. Daenerys's eyes sparkled with curiosity and hope. She gently caressed Greene's face, then pushed him back slightly. "Greene, lie down," she instructed. Chapter 212. Baratheon Daenerys Targaryen had always been known for her decisive character. That night, she announced her intention to leave the city-state, citing the need to continue seeking guidance from the gods. The next day, Greene witnessed firsthand what it meant to be the protagonist of a heroine's tale. In the governor's mansion, the wealthy businessmen of the city-state initially made symbolic gestures to persuade Governor Daenerys to stay. As they praised her achievements, they began presenting her with boxes of jewelry. Greene, seated quietly in the corner, counted the boxes. 1, 2, 3. By the time he reached 12, another wealthy businessman signaled with his large fat hand, and more boxes were brought in. Greene continued counting. 13, 14, 15. Despite the overwhelming generosity of the city-state's wealthy businessmen, Daenerys maintained her composure. However, Greene could sense her surprise. He recalled the seismic event that occurred when the three true dragons were born and wondered if fear of the unknown had prompted such generosity. When Daenerys mentioned her plan to leave by ship, a sea trade merchant immediately offered her a vessel. Greene looked up at the ceiling, reminiscing about the hard years he had spent earning money in the Red Keep. His thoughts drifted to the dragons and the 8,000 unsullied soldiers. Though tempted, he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing he couldn't afford it. In addition to her maids, waiters, and the Crabclaw Peninsula guards, about 50 soldiers, mostly former slaves she had rescued from a slave merchant ship, Chapter 123, were willing to follow Daenerys. On the third day, as a gesture of gratitude to the wealthy merchants, Daenerys handed over the soldiers who wished to stay in the city-state to the newly elected governor, leaving everyone content. That night, in the terrace garden of the government house, Greene Kleb noticed Daenerys standing alone and approached her. Together, they gazed into the distance. Greene broke the silence. "Dany, do you like this city?" Daenerys shook her head slightly. "Viserys took me everywhere since I was a child." She paused before continuing. "Eventually, I stopped allowing myself to like any place because I knew my brother would soon take me away." After a moment of silence, Greene spoke again. "Dany, do you want to know the real reason why you and Viserys have been wandering? Perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a secret." Daenerys turned to Greene, her eyes filled with doubt. "Isn't it to avoid the usurper's pursuit?" Greene shook his head. "According to my investigation, that's only a superficial reason. Do you remember Illyrio Mapatis of Pentos?" Daenerys nodded slightly, recalling the insidious man who dared to manipulate the true dragon. Greene continued, "The person who sent the dragon egg claimed to be a true dragon supporter hidden among the usurpers. His name was Varys, the chief intelligence officer of the Red Keep. He and Illyrio are good friends and allies in a certain conspiracy." Daenerys' eyes widened slightly. "A conspiracy?" Greene nodded gravely. "The first step of this conspiracy was to cultivate Viserys into the second Mad King." Daenerys' body trembled slightly. "How did they do it?" Greene explained. "Many people say that Viserys exhibited traits of the Mad King while in the Red Keep. However, I believe it was more likely that a child at that time was merely imitating his father out of admiration. Perhaps because of this, those two men devised a plan to turn Viserys into the real Mad King." He paused before continuing. "They have been, was a seasoned sailor and warrior, but the presence of Melisandre always unsettled him. Her unwavering faith in the Lord of Light and her mysterious powers were things he could neither understand nor trust." "Your Majesty," Davos said, turning his attention back to Stannis, "we must remain vigilant. The sea is unpredictable, and our enemies are cunning. We should prepare for any eventuality." Stannis nodded, his expression stern and unyielding. "We will be ready. The Iron Throne is my birthright, and I will not let anyone stand in my way." As the fleet continued its journey towards Shipbreaker Bay, the tension among the crew was palpable. The sailors moved with purpose, their eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of danger. The sound of the waves crashing against the hull was a constant reminder of the perilous journey ahead. On the deck of the Wrath, Stannis stood tall, his gaze fixed on the distant shore. He was a man of few words, but his presence commanded respect and loyalty from those who served him. He knew that the battle for the Iron Throne would be long and arduous, but he was determined to see it through to the end. Melisandre stood beside him, her red robes billowing in the sea breeze. She placed a hand on Stannis' arm and said softly, "The Lord of Light has shown me a vision. You will triumph, Your Majesty. The flames do not lie." Stannis glanced at her, his expression unreadable. "I hope you are right, priestess, for all our sakes." As night fell, the fleet approached the treacherous waters of Shipbreaker Bay. The moon cast an eerie glow on the waves, and the rocks loomed like dark sentinels in the distance. Davos's sons, who had been sent ahead to scout the area, returned with reports of safe passage. "King Stannis," Davos said, "we have found a clear path through the rocks. We can land our forces safely at Storm's End." Stannis nodded in approval. "Good work, Davos. Prepare the men for landing. We strike at dawn." The crew sprang into action, their movements swift and efficient. The The ships maneuvered carefully through the narrow channels, guided by the light of the moon and the skill of their sailors. As they neared the shore, the tension in the air grew thicker. Stannis turned to his men and addressed them with a voice that carried authority and resolve. "Tonight, we reclaim what is rightfully ours. We fight for the Iron Throne, for justice, and for the future of the Seven Kingdoms. Remember, we are the storm, and we will not be broken." The men cheered, their spirits lifted by their king's words. They knew the battle ahead would be fierce, but they were ready to follow Stannis to the end. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the fleet reached the shores of Storm's End. The soldiers disembarked, their weapons at the ready, and began to march towards the castle. The time for battle had come, and the fate of the Seven Kingdoms hung in the balance. Stannis Baratheon, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, led his men with unwavering determination. He knew that victory would not come easily, but he was prepared to fight for it with every ounce of his strength. The storm had arrived, and it would not be denied. Davos took a respectful half-step back, no longer looking at Melisandre. He knelt on one knee before King Stannis, bowed his head, and said, "I will only serve the great King Stannis." Melisandre watched as Davos slightly curved the corners of his lips and turned back to King Stannis. King Stannis raised one hand slightly, signaling Davos to stand up. He said irritably, "Davos, I must defeat Renly as soon as possible." Grinding his teeth, King Stannis continued, "Doran Martell has not only strengthened the fortifications at Prince's Pass, but his army is also ready to march." Davos considered it for a moment and said, "King Stannis, I believe the Dornish will wait for you and Renly to decide the winner before making their next move." King Stannis nodded slightly and said, "Let Martell dream of power and glory. I will always remember his actions." Bitterbridge in the Reach. On the tower, Renly Baratheon stood with his hands behind his back. On his right was Randyll Tarly with a short gray beard, and on his left was Margaery Tyrell, wearing the queen's crown. The full moon hung high in the flat and empty wilderness, and the army's bonfires were like falling stars covering the fields, resembling an endless sea of stars. King Renly looked at the distant horizon and said leisurely, "The Dornish have summoned at least 50,000 soldiers, but the Duke of Metz returned to Highgarden with only 10,000. I am a little uneasy." Randyll remained silent, while Margaery's brown eyes moved slightly. She said, "Your Majesty, on behalf of my father, I thank you for your concern. My father specifically asked me to tell you to lead the army north without worry. He is confident in protecting your rear." King Renly looked at Queen Margaery and grinned, "My queen, as long as I see your charming smile every day, I will be confident every day." Queen Margaery smiled shyly and said, "My king, if my smile can make you happy, it will be my honor." She added, "It's a pity that I don't know how to fight. Gods bless you. You have many loyal and brave knights. They will fight bloody battles for you and win glory across the Seven Kingdoms." King Renly laughed heartily and said, "I am more confident, my queen." After a pause, he looked at the Earl of Hornhill and asked, "Earl Randyll, what do you think Prince Doran's army will do? Where will they march?" Lord Randyll thought for a moment and replied, "King Renly, Duke Tywin is at Harrenhal, and his eldest son is attacking Riverrun. The Western Territory is essentially undefended. If I were the commander of the Dornish, I would march to Casterly Rock immediately." King Renly smiled and said, "It's a pity the Dornish don't have the famous General Randell." He pinched his chin and said, "Robb Stark claims to be king, and now my brother also claims to be king. What a mess." Lord Randell said, "King Renly, our army will make them take off the crowns on their heads. They will eventually have no choice but to surrender to you." "Surrender, I like your advice." King Renly smiled and patted Lord Randell's strong arm. "As long as they are willing to surrender to me, they will find that I am a very generous person. I will be happy to recognize all their territories, titles, and honors. I will even allow them to keep the title of king." He stretched out a finger and continued, "I only have one condition. They need to surrender to me and acknowledge that I am their master. The title of king is just a word, but obedience, loyalty, and service, these are what truly matter. That's why I raised the army." He said leisurely, "I'm not worried about others, but my brother is too stubborn and may not understand my intentions. Margaery had a sweet smile. Lady Margaery's face glowed with admiration as she gazed at her king. At that moment, her eyes were solely fixed on her high-spirited husband. Lord Randall pondered aloud. If our army marches north to Harrenhal, I believe the Stark family would be willing to surrender to you. King Renly nodded slightly in agreement. Lannister is our common. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence, walked a few steps, and looked down from the tower. A rider, wearing a long-winged helmet, was vigorously urging his panting mount forward, shouting, "Your Majesty the King, I have urgent news." King Renly leaned over the battlements and called out, "Here I am, sir." "Your Majesty." The knight kicked his horse forward and announced loudly, "I rode as fast as I could from Storm's End. We were attacked, and Sir Courtenay is fighting them, but—" King Renly interrupted, disbelief evident in his voice. "This is impossible. If the Lannister army had left Harrenhal, there is no way it could have escaped my notice." The knight hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, it's not the Lannisters. It's Stannis who is coming to the city." King Renly's eyes widened in shock. "Stannis? My brother Stannis Baratheon?" The knight nodded firmly. "Yes, it is indeed Stannis. His army has surrounded Storm's End." King Renly struggled to believe the news, but had no choice but to accept it. Why would Stannis attack Storm's End? Has he gone mad? Could he have allied with the Lannisters? Is that even possible? Chapter 2 of 13, Baratheon 2. In Mermaid Port, the mermaid slowly docked at the East Pier. On the bridge deck, Daenerys Targaryen, wearing a blue hooded cloak, walked slowly to the guardrail. She looked at the bustling scene of the dock with interest. Greene Kleb approached Daenerys and pointed south. "If there is a favorable wind, it will take about 1 day and 1 night to reach Dragonstone." Daenerys looked in the direction Greene indicated and murmured, "Dragonstone." She withdrew her gaze, her eyes a little hollow. "Greene, Viserys told me that my mother, Laela Targaryen, crowned him there. Later, she died in a big storm, giving birth to me." The corners of her eyes reddened. "Brother said that I took away his mother's life." She pinched her wrist and continued, "I used to be most afraid of Viserys thinking about this matter, because every time he mentioned it, he would awaken the wrath of his sleeping dragon and face his punches and kicks. I couldn't do anything except beg for mercy. In fact, I was most afraid that my brother would abandon me one day, so I would rather—" A tear slid down Daenerys's cheek. Being a good sister to vent his resentment also gave him a reason not to abandon me. "When I was most desperate, my brother wanted to sell me to the barbarians in exchange for 10,000 troops to take back the Iron Throne." She stroked her cheek with her hand and continued, "Viserys suddenly ordered me to please a semi-barbarian noble from Westeros." Before she finished speaking, Daenerys chuckled to herself. Greene smiled, put his arm around Daenerys, and said, "Your Majesty Viserys made a wise decision." Daenerys raised her head and looked at Greene. "Viserys became like that. Although there are reasons for being a conspirator, I still hate him, even despise him, and yet I miss him." She added, "Am I conflicted, Greene?" Greene shook his head slightly and replied, "Dany, you can hate him because he bullied you, or you can be grateful to him because he never left you. This is not only normal, but also reasonable." Daenerys nodded, paused, and said, "Greene, my alias is Laela, Laela of the Summer Islands." The Summer Isles are located in the Summer Sea south of Westeros. It is a verdant archipelago composed of more than 50 islands. Each of its islands has its own prince and princess. Whether within the archipelago or outside, there are countless people with this title. Daenerys' true identity needs to be concealed for the time being, so Greene refers to her external identity as a princess stranded on an island in the Summer Islands. As for the alias Daenerys gave herself, Greene knows she's honoring her mother, which is very Westerosi. Greene's lips curved slightly. "Princess Laela, I think Kleb's retainers would prefer to call you Mrs. Kleb." Daenerys blinked, thought for a moment, then smiled. "It seems they are looking forward to your marriage very much." The government office in Mermaid Harbor. Butler Heschel bowed, a smile on his face. "Princess Laela, Heschel is at your disposal." Heschel's behavior made Daenerys smile. The chubby butler looked at his lord longingly again. Greene rubbed his hair and said, "The wedding will be held after the threshing of the valley. You can plan it in advance." Butler Heschel nodded quickly. "I will." He paused, glanced at the dusk outside the window, and continued, "It's still early. I will start preparations soon, my master." Greene dismissed him. "Back off." When Heschel left in a hurry, Daenerys couldn't help laughing. The next day, they went to Whispering City. Steward Serana served Daenerys in the bath and glanced at the future mistress's hairstyle. She lowered her eyes thoughtfully. "It turns out Lord Greene likes it." No wonder. Soaking in the hot water made Daenerys feel relaxed physically and mentally. She closed her eyes and let the warmth envelop her. Daenerys slowly opened her eyes and reflected on what she had seen and heard since entering Kleb's territory. Most of her impressions of Westeros came from Viserys's words and what's that he had heard in Essos. This was her first time stepping onto the continent of Westeros. Contrary to her expectations of a dirty and smelly land, the Kleb territory she passed through was quite different. The White Mermaid Harbor occasionally made her feel as if she were in the beautiful Pantos. Under the sunlight, the Whispering City, with its white walls and blue spires, resembled a castle from a ballad, very charming indeed. The interior of Whispering City lacked gorgeous decorations, but the seemingly simple stone slabs and wooden boards combined to create a unique magnificence. A simple beauty brought about by King Greene's meticulous care and the influence of a time traveler. Was this really the territory of a semi-savage noble? Why was Kleb called a semi-savage noble? Daenerys slowly opened her eyes, and she seemed to have found the answer. It was Greene. "Miss Serana, can you tell me Greene's story?" Daenerys asked. Serana's response was direct. "Madam, it would be my honor." In the Lord's bedroom of Whispering City, Greene was reading a letter from Cersei Lannister. She was asking him to return to the Red Keep. His brows furrowed slightly as he put down the letter. News of Stannis' fleet heading south must have reached the Red Keep by now. He reread the letter. Although the wording was ordinary, Greene, who was familiar with Cersei, noticed a hint of suspicion in her words. What was happening in the Red Keep? Greene picked up another letter, this one written by Tyrion himself. After reading and pondering for a while, Greene's eyes trembled slightly. The eight-clawed spider turned out to be Varys, who wanted him to return to the Red Keep. Greene's eyes moved to another letter in Tyrion's envelope. The material of the paper was Joffrey's? Greene opened the seal of the letter. After reading it, his lips curled up. The content of the letter was, "In the name of Emperor Joffrey, conquer the valley." Tyrion Lannister was indeed a reliable ally. The door was pushed open, and Daenerys, who had rewrapped her headscarf, entered the bedroom. She had already changed into a soft, light golden nightgown. Her curvaceous figure moved within Greene's line of sight as she handed him a glass of summer red wine. "Greene, you seem to be in a good mood?" she asked. Greene took the wineglass, shook it, and said, "The Red Keep has sent the king's edict to conquer the valley on Crabclaw Peninsula." He pointed to the letter on the table and added, "It's justifiable." Daenerys moved and sat on Greene's lap. "My knight, this is indeed worthy of celebration." Her nightgown slowly slid off her body. She stretched out her fingers to gently lift Greene's chin, raised an eyebrow slightly, and said, "Mr. Earl, I heard that you need an heir." At the same time, in a valley northeast of Whispering City, Mason Baker, the calm commander of the garrison, fell to the ground in disbelief. "Dragon! Dragon!" he exclaimed. The three little dragons that had just been released from the special wooden box by Osanna and the others began to scream arrogantly at Kleb's retainer knight. In the early morning, across the drizzle-soaked fields and rocky, rugged hills, the huge Storm's End stood tall, completely blocking the ocean behind it. The heraldry of a crowned stag was outlined in the flag's heart of fire, and the sun-colored flag fluttered under the light gray boulders. King Stannis Baratheon kicked his horse's belly and moved forward with his bannerman, who was dressed in fiery red and had his face hidden in a scarlet hood. Seeing Stannis taking the initiative to ride in his direction, Renly Baratheon smiled playfully and then urged the beautiful mare under him to move forward. His flag-bearer was the resolute-faced Lando Tully. On the 12-foot spear in Lord Randall's hand, a black-crowned stag leaped on the golden surface, and the wind blowing from the sea carried the scent of salt and adventure. The sea drew endless ripples. A short distance away, the Baratheon brothers halted their horses. King Renly wore a crown adorned with Elden roses, and an emerald and gold necklace hung around his neck. He was dressed in a green velvet tunic and a satin cloak trimmed with squirrel fur. His scabbard was decorated with countless finely crafted gems, including large black diamonds. King Stannis, on the other hand, wore a crown of red gold shaped like flames. He had a studded leather vest over a cotton tunic, a belt studded with garnets and topaz, rough brown breeches, and a pair of worn boots. His sword had a large square ruby embedded in the handle. Stannis's jaw moved silently before he spoke. "Lord Renly." Renly corrected him cheerfully. "It's King Renly, Brother Stannis." Stannis's face tightened. "Renly, I am your brother, and my line of succession is ahead of yours. According to the law, I am the rightful king. You should be loyal to me and obey me." "But the Seven Kingdoms deny you, my brother." Renly spread his hands helplessly. The old man murmured denial when he died. The unborn baby kicked and screamed in his mother's belly. "The Dornish people deny you, the people of the Reach deny you, and the Stormlanders deny you." He sighed. "My brother, no one wants you to be their king. It is truly a pity." Stannis clenched his jaw. "I once swore that as long as you wore that rebellious crown, I would never deal with you. I should have kept my oath." Renly shrugged. "Stannis, I'm a little curious. Since you think you are the legitimate king, King's Landing and Dragonstone are very close, yet you don't occupy them. Instead, you come all this way to sneak attack me at Storm's End?" "Your Storm's End?" Stannis's voice was filled with anger. "Renly, I am here to take back what is mine by right." After Stannis finished speaking, Renly's expression became solemn, and his hand suddenly reached to his waist. Stannis's eyes sharpened, and his hand quickly grasped the handle of his sword, but before he'd draw it, his brother took out a peach. Renly grinned. "A peach from Highgarden. Would you like one?" Stannis gritted his teeth, feeling mocked by Renly. Under Stannis's fiery gaze, Renly took a big bite of the peach and chewed a few mouthfuls. He glanced at the flaming red heart flag and suddenly asked, "Stannis, who are you targeting with that banner?" Stannis narrowed his eyes slightly. "This is my banner." Flag-bearer Melisandre interjected, "The emblem of Stannis' eye is the flaming red heart of R'hllor, the Lord of Light." Renly seemed to find it amusing. He smiled heartily. "Stannis, I applaud this with both hands. Otherwise, we would both carry the same crown stag banner, and the soldiers would be confused during battle." Stannis said angrily, "Renly, if you have nothing but nonsense to offer, our conversation ends here." With that, Stannis was about to pull up the reins and turn his horse's head. "Oh, wait a minute." Renly threw away the peach in his hand with boredom. "Stannis, I have a good suggestion." Stannis said nothing, his gaze sharp on Renly. Renly suppressed the smile on his face and spoke seriously. "Stannis, I suggest you dismount immediately, kneel on one knee, and swear allegiance to me." Stannis suppressed his anger. "You will never get it," Renly said curiously. "Stannis, since you could serve Robert, why can't you do the same for me?" Stannis gritted his teeth. "Robert is my brother, and you are just my brother." Renly shrugged. "Yes, I am younger than you. I am more popular than you. I am kinder than you. I am more generous than you. Renly, you are a thief. You are a usurper." Renly shrugged again. The Targaryens also called Robert a usurper, but that accusation had no impact on him. "So Stannis, I don't care." Stannis took a deep breath and said coldly, "Renly, I am the legitimate king. You are just a traitor, and traitors will eventually meet their end." King Renly sneered. "My brother, don't accuse others of being traitors so easily. What's the difference between you and me? You claim to be the legitimate king, but according to the laws of the kingdom, Joffrey is the rightful heir, followed by Aung Tommen. So, by your logic, both of us are actually traitors." Stannis's expression hardened. "My letter made it very clear that Joffrey and Tommen are not Robert's offspring, and neither is that girl. All three are the result of incest." Renly smiled. "I have read it. It is indeed a fascinating story. I admit, I never thought you had such a clever strategy. Stannis, if we follow the narrative you've crafted, you are indeed Robert's rightful heir." A vein on Stannis's forehead pulsed with anger. "Renly, do you doubt my honesty?" Renly sighed, exasperated. "My brother, the more sensational the story, the more solid the evidence needs to be. Are you sure you can provide it?" Chapter 214, Baratheon Brothers. Stannis Baratheon stood in silence for a moment before speaking. I told Jon Arryn of my suspicions. Renly Baratheon looked at him doubtfully. Stannis, if you had these suspicions, why didn't you tell Robert directly? Stannis's jaw tightened. Compared to me, Robert would be more inclined to listen to Jon Arryn because he respects his prime minister. I didn't want Robert to mistakenly believe that my purpose was to put myself first in the line of succession to the Iron Throne. Renly spread his hands. So my brother, what a pity. The old Duke has passed away, and we have no evidence at all. Who will believe what you say? He added, and even if you could produce evidence, nothing would change. Stannis, the fact is that I have many more troops than you. He raised his chin slightly. As your blood relative, I hope you seriously consider my suggestion, my brother. Stannis gritted his teeth. Renly, now that I am here, do you think I will be afraid of your threats? Renly smiled and shook his head. Stannis, I didn't threaten you. His tone then changed, becoming more serious. If I wanted to threaten you, I would say it outright. Renly's blue eyes locked onto Stannis's tense face. To be honest, Stannis, I have never liked you, but you are my blood brother. I don't want to hurt you at all. He pointed at the majestic castle in the distance. If you want to take Storm's End, take it. Power is a gift between blood brothers. Just like Robert gave it to me, now I give it to you, my brother Stannis. Renly's seemingly generous words only made Stannis angrier. It's not your place to give it to me. According to the law, Storm's End belongs to me. Renly sighed and turned slightly, looking at Randall Tarly with a serious face. My lord, what should I do with this old man? He rejected my kindness ruthlessly. As my blood brother, he even refused to come to my wedding. Stannis's voice dripped with sarcasm. Renly, I am not blind. You and I both know very well that your wedding is just a clumsy farce. Do you think I don't know about your plans to turn that girl into another cousin of Robert's? I once wanted that girl to be Robert's new queen, Renly shrugged. But what does it matter? In the end, the boar took Robert away, and I took Margaery Tyrell. He smiled joyfully. Little Rose was still a virgin when she married me. You should be happy for me, my brother. Stannis snorted coldly, looking at his brother with disgust. My brother, I think she would rather choose Robert's fate now than sleep with you. Renly's smile froze for a moment. What a pity. I thought she could give birth to a fat boy for me this year. His smile grew more cheerful. Stannis, how many sons do you have? If I remember correctly, none. Renly sighed again. I actually quite understand you. If my wife were as ugly as yours, it would be great to have a daughter. He seemed to remember something and added, Stannis, I recently heard that your daughter is not your son. She is actually Axel Florence. Stannis interrupted angrily. Enough. I will never allow anyone to insult me in person. Not anyone. Do you hear me clearly? He roared. I will never allow it. With a bang, Stannis drew his sword. The blade shone with a strange light, sometimes red, sometimes yellow, and sometimes turning into a blazing white light. Lord Randall drew the Valyrian steel sword of House Tarly, Heartbane. Stannis, put your sword down, he warned. The shining sword in Stannis's hand pointed at his younger brother. I don't want to stain the blade of the Lightbringer, ground. She approached King Stannis, her voice a whisper. Trust in the Lord of Light, my king. He will guide us to victory. Stannis's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but he nodded. Very well, Melisandre. I will trust in your visions. The night was heavy with tension as the camp prepared for the coming battle. Soldiers sharpened their swords and checked their armor, while the air was filled with the murmurs of men praying for victory or survival. As dawn approached, the first light of daybreak began to pierce the horizon. King Renly's camp was a hive of activity. Knights and soldiers donned their armor, mounted their horses, and prepared for the clash that would decide the fate of the realm. King Renly, resplendent in his armor, rode to the front of his army. He raised his sword high and shouted, Today, we fight for the true king, for the Stormlands, for the Reach, for the South. A thunderous cheer erupted from his men, their spirits high and their resolve unshaken. On the other side of the battlefield, King Stannis stood with his commanders, his face a mask of determination. He looked at his men, fewer in number but hardened by years of battle. Today, we fight for justice, for the true heir to the Iron Throne, for the kingdom. His men responded with a roar. their loyalty to their king unwavering. The two armies faced each other, the tension palpable. The ground between them seemed to hum with the anticipation of the coming conflict. With a signal from King Renly, his cavalry charged forward, a wall of steel and flesh moving with deadly intent. Stannis's men braced themselves, their shields locked and spears ready. The clash was brutal and swift. The sound of metal on metal, the cries of the wounded, and the shouts of commanders filled the air. The battle raged on, each side giving no quarter. In the midst of the chaos, King Renly fought with the ferocity of a lion, cutting down any who stood in his way. But as he fought, a shadow seemed to move through the battlefield, unseen by most. Melisandre's words echoed in Stannis's mind as he fought. Green tents, candles, screaming women, bleeding. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, moving with unnatural speed and grace. It was a shadow, a dark and twisted form that seemed to be born of the very night itself. It moved towards King Renly with deadly purpose. Before Renly could react, the shadow struck, its form melding with his own. A look of shock and pain crossed Renly's face as he fell to the ground, his life slipping away. The battlefield fell silent as both sides realized what had happened. King Renly was dead, struck down by a force they could not comprehend. Stannis's men, emboldened by the death of their enemy's leader, pressed the attack. Renly's forces, leaderless and demoralized, began to falter and retreat. By the end of the day, the battle was over. Stannis stood victorious, his enemies defeated. He looked at the battlefield, littered with the bodies of the fallen, and felt a grim satisfaction. Melisandre approached him, her eyes glowing with a strange light. "The Lord of Light has delivered us victory, my king." Stannis nodded, though his heart was heavy. "Yes, but at what cost?" The Red Priestess smiled, her voice soothing. "The cost of victory is always high, but it is a price we must pay for the greater good." As the sun set on the battlefield, Stannis knew that his path was set. He would continue to fight for the Iron Throne, no matter the cost, guided by the visions of the Red Priestess and the power of the Lord of Light. The firelight in the tent flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Melisandre's body seemed to glow with an ethereal white light as she moved barefoot to stand before King Stannis. Behind her, a long table was strewn with maps. She extended a hand, her fingertips lightly brushing against King Stannis's chest, and spoke softly. "It's simple, my king." With that, she gracefully sat down on the long table, facing him. "I need the power of the reincarnation of Azor Ahai," she said, slowly revealing her round, slender breasts. "What are you waiting for, my king?" King Stannis's breathing grew heavier as the priestess's white fingers explored his waist. 7 seconds later, a long moan echoed through the tent. Melisandre tenderly touched Stannis's withered cheek and whispered, "My king, I need you to prepare a guide for me who can row the boat." King Stannis suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he closed his wet eyes and nodded slightly. Melisandre bent down, picked up her red robe from the carpet, and bowed before leaving. Not long after the priestess departed, Davos Seaworth hurried into King Stannis's camp. The Onion Knight's heart skipped a beat when he saw the king. In the span of a single dinner, Stannis seemed to have aged dramatically. He looked like a corpse with his eyes closed. Davos's face was full of worry as he carefully saluted. "King Stannis, you called for me." After a moment of silence, King Stannis opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as an unsheathed sword, which made Davos relax a little. Stannis's emotionless voice broke the silence. "During today's negotiations, Renly offered me a peach. He laughed at me, provoked me, threatened me, and then offered me a peach. I thought he was going to draw his sword, so I almost drew mine. Was his intention to make me show fear in front of him, or was it just another one of his boring jokes? Or perhaps there was a deeper meaning?" He paused, his teeth clenched. "Renly, only Renly can unsettle me so much with a piece of fruit. I will never forget that peach until the day I die." Stannis's sharp gaze shifted to the Onion Knight. "Davos, I love my brother, but he is a traitor and must be destroyed." A chill ran down Davos's spine. "King Stannis, do you mean? I don't quite understand." For some reason, the thought of assassination crossed his mind. Instinctively, he reached for the leather bag around his neck, touching the phalanges inside, his lucky charm. King Stannis's cold voice cut through the air. "Onion Knight, do you still keep them? Do you still read them?" "No, Davos shook his head. Stannis's eyes were filled with scrutiny. Then why keep them? I've always wondered. Davos replied respectfully. King Stannis, because they remind me who I am, where I come from, and your impartiality. Stannis nodded slightly. You are both a hero and a smuggler. Good deeds cannot offset evil deeds, and evil deeds cannot cover up good deeds. Each action has its own retribution. This is the justice of the law. He added, Renly is usurping the throne. This is an unforgivable evil. For the sake of justice, he must be destroyed. Davos hesitated, unsure of what to say, but King Stannis seemed to read his thoughts. Davos, you don't need to understand. You just need to follow my orders. Davos licked his lips, placed a hand over his chest, and said, King Stannis, I am your loyal servant. What is your mission? King Stannis replied, It's something you are familiar with. I want you to use a small boat to take Melisandre to where she needs to go, but this must be kept absolutely confidential. No one can know. Can it be done? In the dark night, Davos navigated a black-sailed boat across the ocean in Shipbreaker Bay. His passenger was Melisandre, curled up on the horizontal board, covered from head to toe. In a dark red cloak, the figure stood silently. The sound of running water hitting the hull of the boat was as constant as ever, a rhythmic backdrop to the tension in the air. The Onion Knight's eyes trembled slightly as memories flooded back. 16 years ago, he had brought onions, bringing life and sustenance to those in need. Now, 16 years later, he was bringing the red-robed priestess of Asshai, and it seemed as though he was bringing death. Chapter 15. Baratheon. In the dark night, only a few stars dotted the boundless sky, casting faint starlight. The black-sailed boat rode quietly, leaving behind shallow ripples. Davos Seaworth liked the sound of running water. Whenever he lay on the rocking deck, he fell asleep easily, and the sigh of the sea breeze on the rigging sounded far better to him than any singer plucking strings. But tonight, not even his favorite sea could give him comfort. The soft voice of the Red Priestess broke the silence. I smell fear in you, Onion Knight. Davos turned his head and looked over. Under the hood, Melisandre's face was pale. After a pause, Davos said, That's because some people often say that the night is dark and full of terrors. He added, Besides, tonight I am not a knight. Tonight I am the smuggler Davos again, and you are my onion. The red-robed priestess laughed, her laughter hearty. Mr. Smuggler, are you afraid of me, or are you afraid of our current errand? Davos denied it. Lady Melisandre, this is your errand and has nothing to do with me. Melisandre's tone was soft. No, you set the sail and you control the rudder. Davos fell silent and turned his attention to the ship he was steering. After a moment, the Red Priestess asked, Are you a good person, Davos Seaworth? Would a good person do such a thing? Davos seemed to be sighing. I am a man. I am very good to my wife, but I have also met other women. I try to be a good father and fight for my children to have a place in this world. Yes, I have broken many laws. I can only say that I am a complicated person. Lady Melisandre, there are good things and bad things in me. The red-robed priestess raised her eyes to look at the Onion Knight. Neither black nor white, but both. You are a gray person. Is that so, Sir Davos? Davos shrugged slightly. Even if it is, so what? In my opinion, most people in the world are like this. Under the shadow of the hood, Melisandre's eyes were as bright as red candles. If half of the onion is rotten and black, it is a bad onion. If a man is not a good person, he is a bad person. The hull of the ship suddenly shook, and the canvas swayed. Melisandre calmly held the side of the ship while Davos pushed the tiller. The black-sailed boat headed toward the coast, a forked ripple trailing behind it. You just talked about men and onions, Davos asked. What about women? Aren't they the same? Lady Melisandre, are you a good person or a bad person? Melisandre chuckled. That's a good question. Dear sir, from my point of view, I am also a knight in some form. I am a fighter of light and life. Light and life? Davos raised his eyebrows and said leisurely, Tonight I only smell the scent of death. Melisandre laughed again. Sir Davos, you are lost in darkness and chaos. Davos shrugged. I have always been full of doubts. Servants of the strange gods often hide their dark hearts in beautiful light, so R'hllor gave the Red Priests the ability to reveal their disguises. Melisandre sighed softly and continued, Davos, you are a kind and good knight. Even if you are lost in darkness and chaos, You will not change your honesty and integrity, Davos said calmly. I am just a servant serving King Stannis. Melisandre's strange and blood-red eyes looked at the Onion Knight. Dear sir, there is a hot flame burning in your body. If you are willing to serve your king, please visit me one night in my room. I will bring you unprecedented pleasure. The priestess's words were full of temptation, but Davos felt a chill spreading down his back. He never wanted to have anything to do with her or her god. He abruptly changed the subject. Lady Melisandre, the destination you chose is very close to the enemy. What are we going to do? Melisandre's lips curled up and she remained silent. Davos remained silent until his body felt as stiff as ice. Then she spoke. Shadow is the servant of light, the descendant of flame. Only the most dazzling fire can reflect the darkest shadows, sir. Although Davos was confused, he stopped talking. He silently rowed forward through the undulating black waves. After landing ashore, the red-robed priestess took the lead, with Davos following behind her. Melisandre and Davos walked through the dense forest, the moonlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting their figures in ghostly shadows. Melisandre stopped in front of a cave and stood silently for a moment. Her deep voice broke the silence. This is it. She moved towards the cave. Davos glanced at the misty, swaying lights in Renly's camp and followed her with a solemn expression. Inside the cave, darkness seemed to swallow Davos whole. He could only hear the low chanting of the priestess. When the chanting ended, a dazzling light suddenly pierced the darkness, and Davos shielded his eyes. Melisandre lifted her hood and shook off her tight, dark red cloak. She was wearing nothing, and the large ruby around her neck seemed to burn with an inner fire. Her belly was so swollen it looked like it might burst. Fear paralyzed Davos, and he murmured, God's bless. Melisandre smiled slightly, her voice low and hoarse. The blessing of the Lord of Light. The sound was strange and unsettling. Melisandre's eyes burned like flames. She gasped, squatted down, and spread her legs. Black liquid, as dark as ink, gushed out from between her thighs. Melisandre cried out, her voice a mix of pain and rage. After a while, Davos saw the head of a child wearing a crown struggling to emerge from the priestess's body, followed by two hands twisting and grasping. Finally, the black shadow stood up, taller than Davos. The shadow moved quickly, almost flying away in the blink of an eye, but Davos recognized it immediately. In the darkness before dawn, the king's tent in Renly's camp was brightly lit with candles, making the silk tent glow like a majestic, magical castle emitting green light. Inside the tent, coal briquettes burned in more than a dozen small iron basins. Brienne, one of the Rainbow Seven guards, was helping Renly Baratheon don his armor. The dark green armor was like the deep green leaves of a summer forest, absorbing the candlelight. The golden light flickered on the buttons and accessories of the armor, like will-o'-the-wisps in the woods. Count Randall Tarley of Hornhill Castle and Count Mattis Rowan of Golden Tree City were discussing deployment and tactics. King Renly, Count Mattis stepped forward and saluted. Our army is ready. Why wait for dawn? Blow the horn and let us march. Brienne was fastening the dark green back and breastplate to King Renly's padded coat. Renly's eyes moved slightly as he said, Earl Mattis, I want a glorious victory, not one achieved by a sneak attack without any sense of chivalry. Dawn is the agreed time for the war to begin. Lord Randall approached and said, King Renly, dawn is the time Stannis chose. He wants to take advantage of the rising sun to attack us. At that time, our soldiers will be almost half blind. King Renly was confident. Stannis' few troops can only cause a moment of terror at most. Brienne tightened his green belt and buckled the golden clasp. Renly turned around and said with a smile, After my brother dies, no one is allowed to insult his body. He is my blood brother, and I will not allow anyone to put his head on a pike and parade it around. Count Mattis smiled and bowed slightly. Lord Randall frowned and asked, King Renly, what if he surrenders? King Renly raised his head and replied. Earl Mattis smiled and said, Our Duke of Highgarden understands this matter very well. King Renly laughed and pushed his hair back. Brienne tied it with velvet bands and placed a small padded hat around his ears to lighten the weight of the helmet. Then she draped the cloak over King Renly's broad shoulders, the crowned stag of House Baratheon set in black jade. King Renly put on his golden antlered helmet, moved his neck, and suddenly said, By the way, if Barristan Selmy is in my brother's camp, remember to capture him alive." Earl Mattis citated and said, "King Renly, Sir Barristan has disappeared since he was driven out of the Red Keep by Joffrey. I know that old man. He needs a king to protect him. Otherwise, what is he?" King Renly put the lobster-shaped gold and green glove on his left hand, while Brienne knelt on the ground to tie his belt. The belt seemed heavy due to the long sword and dagger. King Renly moved and continued, "Although Robb Stark claims to be the king, he is not qualified to inherit the Iron Throne. So since he did not side with me, only Stannis is left. As you wish, no harm will come to him, my lord." Count Landau and Count Mattis both bowed and left. Not long after they left, a sudden gust of wind blew open the tent door. At this time, there were only King Renly and Brienne in the tent. Brienne immediately grasped the handle of her sword, her usual dull expression replaced by a sharp look towards the door. She clearly felt something move in, but found nothing. King Renly noticed Brienne's movement and casually asked with a smile, "What's the matter, my blue guard?" Brienne's heartbeat accelerated, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. She turned her head, her pupils shrinking suddenly. A black haze appeared in the green tent, and the candlelight flickered with trembling light. Renly's sword was securely tucked at his waist, but his swaying shadow raised the sword. King Renly's confused voice sounded, "It's so cold." The steel plate on King Renly's throat was gently cut open like cotton by a non-existent shadow sword. He only had time to let out a small, rough gasp before blood spurted out, blocking his throat. "No!" Brienne cried heartbreakingly, like a frightened little girl. The candles were extinguished, and King Renly staggered and fell into Brienne's arms. A large amount of blood flowed in front of the armor. He struggled to speak, but was choked by his own blood. Brienne raised her head and cried loudly, unable to form words in extreme pain. There was a smell of rain in the night air, and King Renly's tent was completely on fire. The flames soared into the night sky, and people rushed past, shouting about fire, murder, and witchcraft. "I never held him until the moment he died. I will kill him with my own hands and avenge him with his sword. I swear! I swear! I swear!" The morning light caressed the fields of Storm's End with its long fingers. Under the mist, warriors rode on horses and held up vague spears. The tips of 10,000 spears shone with golden cold light. The endless flying battle flags showed red, pink, orange, blue, white, and brown, shining on the noble spirit of gold. An hour ago, they had been Renly Baratheon's army. Now they belonged to Stannis Baratheon. Crabclaw Peninsula, Whispering City. In the study, Greene Kleb waved the quill in his hand. "Dear Ned." The quill paused, and Greene's eyes trembled slightly. After all, Robb Stark has declared himself the King of the North, so Ed Stark's title needs to be considered. This is related to political stance. Greene thought for a moment and added, "Uncle." The quill in Greene's hand continued. "To whom it may concern, I write this letter with an extremely heavy heart. Jon has earned the respect of everyone with his integrity and courage on a foreign continent." After a brief pause, he dipped his hands in ink and continued to write. Jon experienced a sweet love and found the warmth he once longed for. As a commander, he led troops to eliminate several bandit groups. He did it for his duty, for his honor. May the gods, old and new, bless him. After finishing the letter, Greene placed it into an envelope and sealed it with the emblem of Swamp Marigold. Chapter 216, United as One. In the study, the clever Dick stroked his chest and saluted. "Good day, Lord Greene." Greene's brown eyes moved slightly, observing the person before him. Dick's figure was still thin, and his eyes darted around nervously. Feeling Greene's gaze, Dick's heartbeat seemed to skip a beat, and a sense of tension arose from the bottom of his heart, making him tense up involuntarily. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until finally, Greene's gaze moved away, allowing Dick to breathe normally again. Greene's voice broke the silence. "My dear Dick, what kind of person do you think can keep secrets forever?" The gradually relaxed nerves tensed up again, and Dick couldn't help but kneel down, murmuring, I. Dick's lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but the words eluded him. Greene's eyebrows raised slightly, and he paused. He stood up from his chair, walked over, and helped Dick's trembling body with his own hands. Greene didn't seem to notice anything unusual about Dick. He said casually, "Have you seen Yulia? Is she okay? Dick replied blankly, My sister is doing very well. His body stiffened for a moment, and he quickly added, Master Greene, thank you for your protection. We will always remember your kindness. Greene patted Dick's arm, then walked to the bookshelf and pulled out an envelope, saying, Dick Weishai, as agreed. Greene turned to look at Dick and continued, In the name of the king, you and your sister will legally have the surname of Kleb. He smiled gently and continued, Congratulations to you, Dick Kleb. Dick stood motionless for a long time, his mouth agape. He suddenly knelt down, choking with sobs. Thank you. I really, really appreciate you. I can't repay you. Although some unexpected situations occurred, given the circumstances at the time, your decisiveness can be regarded as completing the task. Greene once again reached out to help Dick Kleb, who was crying, and said, So, this is the reward you deserve. Greene's voice was so soothing that Dick wiped his tears away, his gratitude beyond words. Greene pulled Dick to the map. He pointed to a forest in the west of Crabclaw Peninsula and said, Dick Kleb, I originally planned to reward you with the land here. He tapped his finger on the map, paused, and continued, Your dagger prevented a tragedy. Daenerys is grateful to you. This small piece of land no longer matches your credit. Greene's finger moved above the town of Maiden, and he was silent for a short while. After collecting his thoughts, Greene said, Legend has it that when Florian first met Jonquil, this was where he spied on her and her sisters bathing. He smiled and continued, Maiden Spring is one of the richest fiefdoms in the Riverlands. This is the point. Dick's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Master Greene, what do you mean? Greene nodded slightly and asked, Do you like it here? Dick rubbed his hands nervously. Greene's gentle eyes gave him great courage, and he nodded heavily. Greene's gaze moved to the Crabclaw Peninsula and said, Dick Kleb, do you know how the Andals conquered the Crabclaw Peninsula? Dick nodded and replied, I dare not forget. Thousands of years ago, the Andals tried to seize the Crabclaw Peninsula, but ended up bleeding in the valleys, drowning in the swamps, and hitting walls everywhere. They couldn't conquer us, so they turned to marriage to infiltrate, and later their beautiful daughters won with kisses what their strong sons could not obtain with swords. Dick's eyes suddenly lit up. Before the Andals came to Westeros, the Mouton family of Maiden Spring tried to conquer the Crabclaw Peninsula. Greene said sternly, The cowardly Earl William Mouton also sent people to slander the reputation of the Kleb family during last year's hunt in the royal forest. Their ambition for the Crabclaw Peninsula remains undiminished. Kleb is still alive, and Dick will never forget it, Dick said solemnly, bowing slightly. We are united. Greene reached out and patted Dick on the shesh. Older. Kleb is now the ruling family of the Crabclaw Peninsula. I will support you. Greene then detailed the current situation of the Mouton family in New Eve Spring. Finally, he asked, Tell me, Dick, do you like Maidenpool? Dick glanced at the Crabclaw Peninsula land that Greene had pointed to earlier, then stared at Maiden Springs for a while. He exhaled and said loudly, Lord Greene, I like Maiden Springs. Since Daenerys came to Kleb's territory, Lord Greene could feel his burden lighten significantly. Previously, Greene had to stay away from his territory for long periods because he needed to struggle in the Red Keep. Although there were retainers guarding the territory, it was dangerous for a lord without an heir. It was like having seemingly ownerless treasures piled up in front of him, which over time could shake the loyalty of his subordinates. To avoid this, Lord Greene had to spend a lot of energy micromanaging his territory while navigating the politics of the Red Keep. Now, as Greene prepared to go north, he breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Daenerys did nothing in Whispering City, her presence could unite the hearts of the people. Why? Because this is Westeros. Daenerys' cheerful laughter interrupted Greene's thoughts. He asked with a smile, Did you find something interesting? Daenerys, still covering her mouth and laughing, nodded. After a pause, she smiled and said, It's a greeting from Kleb's old place. They called me. She shook the letter in her hand and continued, Mrs. Chief. Daenerys giggled again. Greene smiled and said, It's a very reasonable title. Daenerys couldn't help but bend over, laughing so hard she could hardly move towards Greene. Her laughter seemed to make the princess laugh even more. Daenerys's face was flushed as she picked up a wine glass and took a sip of summer red. Seeing that Greene was about to speak, she immediately raised her hand to stop him. "Greene, I need to slow down," she pleaded. Greene reached out and held the princess's hand. With a slight curve of his mouth, he said, "It's business." Daenerys first looked at Greene suspiciously, then seemed to realize something. "Greene, are you leaving?" she asked, thinking of the Crabclaw Peninsula's conquest of the Vale. Greene nodded slightly, pulling Daenerys into his arms. After a quiet moment, he said, "I will leave the day after tomorrow, and I will leave this place to you, Dany." Daenerys whispered, "Greene, I'm worried that I won't be able to handle the affairs of the Crabclaw Peninsula well. Dany, you have justice and compassion, and the people will love you," Greene reassured her. Daenerys hugged Greene tightly and nodded silently. "I have appointed Samwell Tarly and Dick as your chief steward and second steward, respectively. They will assist you." Daenerys turned her head, looked up at Greene, and said, "My knight, I will be here waiting for your triumphant return." She then put her arms around Greene's neck and gave him a long, warm kiss. The sadness of parting soon turned into a low, sweet song. Seagull Town is the most important port in the valley. It is located southeast of Eagle's Nest City, on the shore of Crab Bay, and south of Runestone City. Seagull Town has a naturally sheltered harbor. It is one of the 5 major cities in Westeros, and is about the same size as White Harbor. During Aegon's conquest, the port of Gulltown was the site of a naval battle between the Targaryens and Houses Arryn. Although the outcome of the war was the destruction of both fleets, the submission of the Vale to Aegonporst was delayed, but the city has since remained under Targaryen rule. It developed and prospered during the reign of the Targaryen dynasty. In the early stages of the Usurpers' War, Gulltown served as the center of the royalist army in the Vale. Jon Arryn and Robert Baratheon lost a significant number of knights and soldiers in their efforts to conquer the city. After the Usurpers' War, although Gulltown quickly returned to its former prosperity, its political status became awkward during the Baratheon dynasty. Since then, Gulltown has transformed from a port town with both military and trade functions to a purely trading port with only a limited defense force. Rumor has it that one night last year, dozens of bandits of unknown origin set fire to a merchant family in Gulltown. In response, Count Grafson of Gulltown added 10 security guards to appease the uneasy hearts of the people. Vale, Gulltown, Earl Grafson sat on the High Lord's chair, a huge yellow burning tower clan flag on a black triangle on a red background hanging behind him. The middle-aged sheriff of Gulltown hurriedly entered the hall and saluted. "The distinguished Earl of Grafson, the envoy from the Red Keep, wishes to see you." Earl Grafson opened his sleepy eyes slightly and asked doubtfully, "Messenger from the Red Keep?" After a moment of silence, he looked at his maester. The maester of Gulltown pondered, "My lord, I think the envoy from the Red Keep is here for Lady Lysa of the Eyrie." Earl Grafson was even more confused. "Why would the Red Keep come to me for such a matter?" The maester of Gulltown coughed lightly and said, "I think the Red Keep envoy's destination is the Eyrie. They are just passing through here. I heard that Lady Lysa has sealed the Bloody Gate, and no one is allowed to enter or leave." Earl Grafson nodded. Yes, I remember. This is indeed the case." After a pause, he said distressedly, "Why didn't the Red Keep envoy go to the old anchorage of the Malcor family? I didn't want to think about it before the outcome of the Just Alliance and the true Just Alliance was decided. What's the connection with the Eyrie?" The Maester of Gulltown added, "My lord, the final ownership of the Iron Throne is not yet clear." Earl Grafson agreed. "We all thought Renly's army would attack King's Landing, but the result—" Lord Grafson's squire whispered in his ear, "Stannis." "Yes, Stannis. As a result, a few thousand soldiers from Dragonstone actually defeated Renly's army of 100,000. He even lost his life. Lost." His squire whispered again, "Storm's End." "Yes, Storm's End. No one can understand the current situation. Only the gods know who can become the master of the Red Keep." The sheriff who delivered the message carefully reminded, "Lord Grafson, the envoy from the Red Keep is still waiting for your reception outside." Earl Grafson touched the top of his head and said, "Go and tell them that I am recovering from illness recently and am not suitable to entertain distinguished guests from afar." After a pause, he added, "You should try to find out if their destination is the Eyrie. If it is really there, I suggest they go to the old anchorage of the Malcor family." After saying that, Earl Grafson looked at his maester again with uneasiness. The maester of Gulltown bowed slightly and said, "My lord, your decision is very wise. It is not yet time for us to express our position." After listening to the maester's advice, Earl Grafson waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. Watching the sheriff's departing figure, Earl Grafson pondered. In the war more than 10 years ago, in order to support the Targaryen Iron Throne, the Grafson family abandoned the ruling family of the Vale, the Arryn family. This time, until the situation at the Eyrie becomes clear, until the situation at the Red Keep becomes clear, the Grafson family resolutely maintains its neutrality. In less than an hour, the sheriff once again stepped into the Lord's Hall of Seagulltown. Earl Grafson looked at the people below with confusion on his face. The middle-aged sheriff said respectfully, "Dear Count Grafson, the envoys from the Red Castle heard about your health condition, and they expressed their concerns and blessings for you." He added, "Then, according to your instructions, I hinted to them another route to the Eagle's Nest Castle." Count Grafson asked, "What did they say?" The sheriff smiled slightly and replied, "The Red Castle envoy thanked me for my suggestion. They hope to stay in Seagulltown for one night and head to the old anchorage port early tomorrow morning." "Handling it well," Earl Grafson nodded slightly. "The Red Castle envoy's request is very reasonable. Treat them well and make their stay more comfortable." As the sun gradually set, the afterglow bathed the beautiful Seagulltown in a golden veil, casting a warm glow over the bustling port city. However, amidst this charming scene, the shadow of death was quietly approaching. As night fell and the moon rose, warriors in blue robes opened the ancient gate of Seagulltown and poured in one after another. Flags of swamp marigolds waved in the moonlight. "Long live Kleb! Long live the Crabclaw Peninsula! Fight for Lord Grim!" Chapter 217. The Bloody Earl. The sound of the city gate being battered open was particularly harsh in the silent night. The guards of Seagulltown rushed from the tower in a hurry, but the enemies they faced, soldiers in blue robes, were exceptionally brave. One by one, the guards fell into pools of blood. Under the soft moonlight, patches of blue shadows spread towards the city. The shouts of soldiers, the clash of swords and shields, and the whistling of arrows intertwined, blood splattering and lives fleeting. "Whoever holds the sword, kill! Whoever holds the sword, kill! Whoever holds the sword, kill!" The unified battle cry of the Kleb soldiers made the soldiers of Seagulltown, already on the verge of collapse, lose their will to fight even more. Few companions who had been together day and night fell one by one. A certain Seagulltown soldier couldn't stop shaking, and the spear in his hand fell to the ground. Similar scenes were repeated throughout the city. But the fire of revenge among the soldiers of the Crabclaw Peninsula had been ignited. Only a few of the Seagulltown soldiers who threw away their weapons and gave up resistance were lucky enough to survive. The hatred that had been accumulating for more than 10 years was being vented. It was more like a kind of barbarism. Westeros advocated blood repayment. Greene Kleb held the whip of vengeance, and all the people of Crabclaw Peninsula were waiting for their lord to lead them in revenge. "Only kill the one who holds the sword," was the battle cry set by Greene before the station. This was the greatest mercy that Lord Greene could offer. Bodies and broken weapons gradually piled up in the alleys of Seagulltown, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The soldiers of the Crabclaw Peninsula held high the swamp Marigold flag that represented Kleb. Years of training had made them accustomed to top-down orders, which to a certain extent restrained their fire of revenge. At least, the Crabclaw Peninsula soldiers didn't have enough time to break into houses indiscriminately. According to the territorial laws set by Greene, those who left the team without authorization during battle would be killed without mercy. Likewise, defenders of the territory's laws during battles also received military honors. The higher the military merit, the richer the reward from the Lord. Kleb's territorial laws were as cold as winter and as warm as summer. Boom! Amidst the exclamations of both men and women, the door of the Lord's Hall of Seagulltown was opened, and Kleb's retainer, Knight Perpili, and his men in blue robes rushed in. Earl Grafson sat high on the Lord's chair, surrounded by his frightened clansmen. Although Earl Grafson tried to remain calm, he could not control his body from shaking. His voice trembled as he spoke. "You are committing a crime," he shouted. The Maester of Seagull Town stood up straight and shouted, "You are robbers. I will accuse you of your crimes to King Joffrey and Duke Robert." Everyone seemed to regain their courage and started shouting. Sir Pell held the blood-red sword and strode over. Then there was a flash of cold light. The Maester's head rolled weakly to the side. The headless neck opened horribly, and blood spurted out instantly. Buzz! The bloody scene was horrifying. The Grafson clansmen looked at this scene in disbelief, and the air in the hall seemed to freeze. How dare he? Their eyes were full of helplessness. Not knowing how to face this cruel scene, they did not dare to speak out, for fear that their voices would break the silence and cause misfortune. Earl Grafson said tremblingly, "I can pay the ransom." He was answered with suffocating silence. Tap, 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 tap. In the strange silence, the sound of footsteps on the stone slab was extremely loud. "Good night, Count Grafson," Greene, wearing silver armor, said as he walked slowly over, and the blue-robed soldiers all made way for their lord. Only then did Earl Grafson notice the coat of arms of the Marsh Marigold. Earl Grafson seemed slightly relieved, but as Greene approached, he shifted uneasily in his chair. The closer Greene got, the more danger Grafson sensed. Swallowing hard, he stammered, "See Count Kleb, this is the Valley of the Aelin family. You are invading." He paused before adding, "I hope you leave immediately. Otherwise. Greene's footsteps echoed as he ascended the stairs, stopping in front of Earl Grafson. He glanced at the people surrounding the Lord's chair and asked casually, "Otherwise, what?" Earl Grafson remained silent for a moment before summoning his pride as the ruler of Seagull Town. "Count Kleb, do you not understand the gravity of your actions? Not only the Red Castle and the Eagle's Nest, but the entire Seven Kingdoms will not tolerate your crimes." He softened his tone, attempting diplomacy. "If you leave now, I promise not to pursue your crimes tonight. Seagull Town will open its doors to Whispering Castle." He forced a smile. "Let the friendship between the Grafson family and the Kleb family begin tonight." Greene raised an eyebrow. "The noble Grafson family is willing to establish friendship with a semi-savage family?" He chuckled softly. "Are you willing to exchange your own blood for so-called friendship?" Grafson's heart pounded. "I promise, I can swear to the gods, Count Kleb." Greene's gaze shifted to the burning tower flag behind the Lord's chair. "Count Grafson, I am not here for hatred. Lord Greene!" The urgent voice of Leighton, the young housekeeper, interrupted. Greene gestured for him to approach. Leighton hurried up the steps, his face a mix of excitement and anxiety. He whispered into Greene's ear, causing Greene's ears to twitch. The Grafson family ruled Seagull Town, and thus the town's treasury was also theirs. Littlefinger Peter Baelish, once the tax collector of Gulltown, had revealed the treasury's location to Greene on the night he left King's Landing. Tonight, Leighton's task was to guard the treasury. Leighton's excitement stemmed from what he found in the blood-stained ledger, millions of golden dragons. Greene's brown eyes widened. As a poor lord, he had never imagined such wealth. When he received material support worth 500,000 gold dragons from Highgarden, he thought he had exceeded his goals. But now, Leighton informed him that Seagull Town's vaults held millions of gold dragons. "How many millions exactly?" Greene asked. Leighton blinked, uncertain. 4 to 5 million? Greene turned his gaze to Earl Grafson, who was trying to maintain his composure. The original plan was to escort Grafson and his associates to the Red Keep as Lady Lysa's allies, showcasing King Joffrey's military prowess. But the sheer number of golden dragons in Seagull Town changed everything. Although the gold was now in Greene's possession, it theoretically belonged to the Grafson family, marked with their emblem. The journey to the Red Keep was now fraught with uncertainty. Greene looked at the retainer knight standing below. "Pell, take them down." Amidst various voices, Grafson and the others were roughly led out of the hall by the blue-robed soldiers. Sir Pell removed his helmet, crossed his arms, and asked Greene, "My lord, what should we do with those people?" "In the name of the king," Greene replied, making a beheading gesture with his hand. The golden dragon without its master would soon be engraved with the invisible swamp Marigold emblem. Greene sat on the Lord's chair in Seagull Town, tapping the armrests carved in the shape of seagulls with his fingers. He owed only a few million for more than 10 years. Rich man. Greene suddenly felt that Robert I was not too extravagant. Greene's eyes trembled slightly. Could as many golden dragons buy as many supplies? This was impossible because the limited productivity of Westeros brought limited material volume. Things are more expensive when they are rare. If Greene purchased a large amount of an item, the price of that item would increase later. So, again, how should he spend so many golden dragons? Early the next morning, Seagull Town, one of the 5 major cities in Westeros, hung Kleb's flag. Some bold men and women began to walk out of their houses and carefully inquire about the situation outside. They found that except for a few more patrolling blue robes, it seemed to be no different from usual. But the smell of blood in the air and the bloodstains on the ground told them that a fierce battle had indeed taken place in this city. At dawn, more and more people were walking through the streets, and the whole city seemed to be waking up. I heard that we will be under the control of barbarians from now on. God bless us. Barbarians. Shh, don't be so loud. I heard they can eat people when they are hungry. Yes, I've heard that too. They especially love to eat children. Oh, God's bless my child. Ooh. Shh, try not to go out recently. Duke Aelin will definitely send troops to drive away the barbarians. Then everything will be fine. Hey, stop talking. Let's go there quickly. What's wrong? What happened? Everyone in the Grafson family is dead. Their heads are hanging on the city gate. Oh, isn't that our governor? Gods, hurry up. You might not be able to see it if you go late. That's right. Let's go quickly. Let's go there quickly. As news of the death of the Grafson family spread, the nobles, merchants, and mercenary representatives of Seagull Town gathered at the entrance of the Lord's Hall to loudly protest against Kleb's atrocities. At noon, Lord Greene personally received these indignant representatives of Seagull Town. He very patiently explained the Grafson family's crimes. What was Grafson's crime? Greene's explanation was that the Grafsons were not only allies of Lady Lysa, but they were also openly opposed to King Joffrey's claim to the Iron Throne. Moreover, the Grafsons not only refused to see the Red Fort envoys who came with good intentions, but even used force to expel them. Therefore, Greene captured them in the name of the king, but the Grafsons resisted with force and had to be executed. Greene thought he was speaking well, but dozens of representatives from Seagull Town all said, "We don't believe it." Lord Greene maintained a gentle expression and tone, listened patiently to the representatives' questions, and explained the legality of the execution over and over again. The delegates spent the entire afternoon firmly rejecting Greene's invitation to the party, and they left, still indignant. The next day, too. On the 3rd day, it was still the same. In the early morning of the 4th day, 2,000 blue robes entered Seagull Town, according to Greene's order, and the city ushered in a brutal and bloody massacre. For the first time, when the total number of golden dragons in the vault reached 6 million, Greene withdrew his soldiers. Greene met with a slightly smaller number of Seagull Town deputies, but he read hatred in their eyes. The second time, when the number of golden dragons in the vault reached 8 million, Greene once again met with the representatives. In Seagull Town, the population had nearly halved. Greene sensed their patience wearing thin. When the Treasury's funds reached 9 million, the representatives of Seagull Town took the initiative to meet with Earl Greene. He felt a certain affection from them. Greene maintained a gentle demeanor and tone as he personally escorted the Seagull Town representatives, now reduced to nearly a third of their original number, to the door. As their figures gradually disappeared, Greene turned to the retainer knight beside him and said, "Pell, you can stop now." Pell, who usually wore a serious expression, allowed a rare, awkward smile to cross his face. He placed a hand on his chest and saluted. "My lord, I am always at your service." Greene felt as if he were hearing things. Pell's loyalty seemed to have increased. He reached out and patted Pell on the arm, saying, "Go ahead. The curfew will continue, and our war has just begun." After the retainer knight left, Lord Greene paced and ran his fingers through his jet-black hair. The simple soldiers of the Crab Claw Peninsula loved killing, especially in a battle of revenge. Greene's mind raced. He needed to find a balance because his ultimate goal was to dominate the entire valley. After a while, the young housekeeper from Leiden came to report, "My lord, they are all here and waiting for your summons." Due to Kleb's reorganization, Seagull Town had lost many prominent businessmen. Greene planned to promote some smaller businesses to fill the market vacancies. In the first payment, the generous Lord Greene took out 1,000,000 gold dragons and prepared to issue interest-free loans to reputable but struggling trading houses to restore Seagull Town's prosperity as soon as possible. The bleeding had stopped, and the cake sharing was about to begin. New faces replaced the old ones, and the Lord's Hall of Seagull Town was filled with laughter. Chapter 218. The Bloody Earl. Starting from the next day, the Seagull Town governor's mansion began purchasing items one after another. The golden dragon seemed to be dancing before everyone's eyes. Initially, a few people laughed with joy, and soon more and more people followed suit. As the number of beneficiaries increased, many began to feel that Count Kleb, who claimed to be the temporary guardian of Seagull Town, might actually be a good person. On the 9th day, after the Swamp Marigold flag flew over Gulltown, the doors of the Lord's Hall were opened, and Earl Kleb listened to the petitions of the people of Gulltown for the first time. After the petitions ended, word spread secretly among the people of Seagull Town. Lord Kleb was a kind governor. From dawn to dusk, the petitions in Seagull Town lasted for 7 days. Meanwhile, the people noticed that the evil individuals living among them were disappearing one by one, causing them to unconsciously overlook the increasing number of blue patrols on the streets. The bell in the largest square in Seagull Town suddenly rang. The people witnessed a scene they would never forget. They heard someone loudly reading out the crimes, followed by the sight of heads rolling. Fear spread, but soon people found their lives were much easier than before. Were they afraid of the new governor who made the smell of blood linger in Gulltown? Of course, they were. But they were even more afraid of the evil people around them. Normally, they could not avoid these people throughout their lives, but their new governor was so cruel that he eliminated those people directly from their lives. As time went by, they grew to appreciate the new governor's bloody tactics. The laughter of Seagull Town spread among the lower class, who began to affectionately call their new governor the Bloody Earl in private. The Just Alliance camp in the south of the Eagle's Nest City gathered the elites of the Royce family, the Waywood family, the Hunter family, the Redford family, the Belmore family, and the Tampin family. Each family contributed 1,000 soldiers, totaling 6,000 troops. Yesterday, the forces of the Just Alliance conducted a symbolic attack on the Eyrie city, using practical actions to warn Lysa Tully, who was hiding in the Eyrie city. "Everyone, I think a siege is enough. It is impossible to attack the Eagle's Nest City with our troops," one of the leaders said. "According to the information I gathered, there is a lot of food stored in the Eagle's Nest City. Only the gods can know how long we will stay here," another added. "Why hasn't the envoy we sent returned yet?" someone questioned. "Gods bless her. She can poison her husband. She is a mad woman," another exclaimed. "I think she wouldn't dare to harm the messenger in this situation. Poisoning can be done secretly, but there are thousands of pairs of eyes staring at her here. She would never dare, unless," someone speculated. "Is she really crazy?" another asked. "Gods don't forgive her," someone cursed. "Has Sir Blackfish of the Bloodgate responded to your letter?" another inquired. Brendan Tully said he would not get involved in the dispute between the Justiers and Lady Lysa, but he asked us not to stop him from loading vegetables into the hanging baskets at the Eyrie, someone replied. "What does he mean? Doesn't this mean he supports his sinful niece? Where is his knighthood?" another demanded. "Maybe this is why Duke Tully doesn't like his brother," someone suggested. "The behavior of the Knights of the Bloodgate will make us a joke. I think we should just block the Gate of the Moon and cut off the supply to the Eagle's Nest Castle," another proposed. "Sir, a messenger from Seagull Town," a soldier announced as Bronze Yon and others were holding a war meeting in the tent. They received news that Seagull Town in the valley had been captured. Sir Simon Temperton of 9-Star City shouted angrily, "This is an invasion. This is a crime." Mrs. Anya Waywood of Iron Oak City read the letter A and frowned. Earl Kleb of Crabclaw Peninsula. Mrs. Anya's once brown hair had turned gray, her eyes were wrinkled, and her skin showed the signs of age. Mrs. Anya's chin sagged as she finished reading the letter. She handed it to Bronze Yon and said in a deep voice, "The Grafson family has disappeared forever." Sir Simon Temperton stood up and shouted angrily, "These barbarians must be made to pay with their blood." Mrs. Anya motioned for Simon Temperton to sit down with her eyes and said calmly, "Read the contents of the letter first." Bronze Yon's gray eyes were half hidden under his thick eyebrows. He pondered for a moment after reading the letter, then handed it to the bearded Earl Jerwood Hunter of Longbow Hall. After a moment of silence, Mrs. Anya said, "The Earl of Crabclaw Peninsula conquered the Eagle's Nest in the name of King Joffrey, and the Grafson family was framed by him as Lysa's accomplices." Earl Jerwood Hunter sneered and said, "It is better to say it is the revenge of the semi-savage family. Everyone here is well aware of the hatred of the people of Crabclaw Peninsula towards the nobles of the valley, because their families have participated in the blockade of Crabclaw Peninsula." Sir Simon Temperton said contemptuously, "Only with the few troops on Crabclaw Peninsula?" Mrs. Anya said, "Sir Simon, don't underestimate any enemy." She glanced at everyone and said, "My lords, will the Earl of Crabclaw Peninsula join forces with Lysa Tully?" Bronze Yon shook his head slightly and said, "No one who sits on the Iron Throne can tolerate the crimes committed by Lysa Tully." "Everyone," Bronze Yon said slowly, "we all know that Stannis is reorganizing his troops in the south, and the battle in King's Landing is inevitable." After a pause, he continued, "My question is, why did Queen Lannister send her confidant to the Val at this time?" Mrs. Anya's eyes moved, and she asked, "Count Yon, what did you think of?" Bronze Yon shook his head and replied, "I originally guessed that the Lannisters wanted to take this opportunity to extend their influence into the valley, but now that I think about it..." After a pause, he continued, "Lannister has enemies everywhere. This is not cost-effective." A silent Count Beneda Belmore of Hongi City touched his pear-shaped belly and said, "I heard that the food supply problem in King's Landing has not been solved. Could it be that the Queen Regent is interested in grain from the valley?" After his words fell, many people couldn't help but nod, but Lady Anya retorted, "Stannis Baratheon will not give Lannister so much time. At most 3 months. I think that's enough time for Stannis to conquer the southern armies." Bronze Yon tapped the handguard of the chair with his fingers and said, "Everyone, we must decide as soon as possible, which one should Lady Lysa, the Crabclaw Peninsula, the Alliance of the Righteous solve first?" As soon as he finished speaking, the guard captain guarding the door strode in and said, "My lord, Lord Petter Baelish wishes to see you." Bronze Yon said in surprise, "Peter, how come he appears here?" Simon Temperton's voice contained sarcasm. He may have come back to see the majestic fortress on the Five Fingers Peninsula. After Simon Temperton finished speaking, many people in the tent burst into low laughter. Petter entered the camp with graceful steps. He curled his lips and bowed slightly, saying, "Everyone, this is an honor." After Petter sat down, Bronze Yon asked directly, "Peter, why are you here?" Peter spread his hands and said with a smile, "Earl Yon, you are not asking about the rumors about me in King's Landing, right?" Bronze Yon stared at Peter for a while and said, "You can refuse to answer." Everyone's eyes were focused on Peter. He sighed softly and said, "It seems I still need to explain." He added, "Everyone should know that I am the adopted son of Duke Tully. I grew up with his children in River Run." Peter glanced at the people present, shrugged, and said, "Later, I heard about Lysa from Duke Stark. I couldn't be dumb at that time." Mrs. Anya's eyes moved slightly, and she said, "I heard that you were imprisoned in the dark cell of the Red Keep." Petter's gray-green eyes trembled slightly. Based on Ed Stark's character, he would never reveal his problems to others before a formal trial, so Peter was very confident at this moment. He looked as if he had heard a joke. "Dear Lady Waynwood, you should believe in Duke Stark's honor. He just doesn't like that I ignore honor because of personal feelings," Petter said. Bronze Yon slightly nodded his chin and asked, "So why are you here? Who are you here for?" Petter suppressed the smile on his face and replied, "My lords, I come for the alliance of the just and for the peace of the Vale." After a moment of silence, Simon Templeton taunted, "Ha ha, Littlefinger, this is the Vale, not the Red Keep where you play word games. Do you think we brought soldiers and horses just to relax?" Petter spread his hands and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "That's actually a good idea." Sir Simon rose abruptly from his chair, his hand on the hilt of his sword, glaring at Peter, who remained calm. Petter looked at Bronze Yon and said, "Earl Yon, drawing a sword during negotiations is not honorable." The other members of the Just Alliance spoke out to calm Simon Templeton, and he sat back in his chair. Once everyone had settled down, Bronze Yon said, "Peter, do you represent Lady Lysa?" Peter nodded first, then shook his head. Bronze Yon raised his hand to stop others who were about to speak and said, "Peter, we don't like guessing games. I hope you can be more direct." Peter shrugged helplessly and said, "Okay, let's get straight to the point. My lords and ladies, what do you intend to do with Robert Arryn's mother? In other words, what is your ultimate goal?" After Petter finished speaking, the members of the Alliance of Justice exchanged glances and finally all looked at Bronze Yon. Bronze Yon stared at Peter for a while and said, "Lysa Tully must be tried publicly." Peter smiled and said, "Robert Arryn is sick and weak at a young age. He is so pitiful." Bronze Yon answered Peter's cryptic question. "Peter, I will take him to my Runestone City and make him a knight who can make Lord John Arryn proud." Runestone City? Petter seemed curious. "Why not Iron Oaks or Longbow Hall, or some other lord's castle?" Benedar Belmore said loudly, "Anywhere is fine. Lord Robert will visit our castles in turn." Lady Anya's sigh interrupted everyone's thoughts. She said, "Earl Petter, your provocation is very clumsy, and it will not affect the alliance of the righteous." Petter's eyes flickered. "Lady Waynwood, my lords, can you represent the Vale?" The atmosphere in the tent became solemn, but he continued, "I have many friends in Gulltown. I heard some bad news not long ago. I think you should also know what happened there, right?" He continued, "Madam, gentlemen, this is related to the honor of the entire Vale. My suggestion is, let's get rid of the common enemy first. How about it? The Red Keep, the Royal Council." Varys's fat face showed unconcealable horror. "Queen Cersei, my little bird has brought specific information." Cersei Lannister said, "Varys, tell me." Varys nodded slightly and replied, "My little bird told me that Renly Baratheon was murdered horribly in the midst of his army. The sharp blade cut through steel and bone like cheese, slicing his throat from the base of the left ear to the base of the right ear." Archmaester Pycelle opened his sleepy eyes and said, "It's unbelievable." Cersei frowned and asked, "Varys, have you found out who did it? Is the murderer Stannis?" Varys shook his head slightly, helplessly. "Your Majesty, Renly died suddenly, and rumors grew like mushrooms in the dark. A groom said that Renly was killed by one of the Rainbow Guards. A washerwoman claimed that Stannis took his magic sword and sneaked into the camp to kill his brother. Some soldiers believed that the murderer was a woman, but they would not agree on which woman it was. One soldier believed that the murderer was someone ruthlessly abandoned by Renly. Another soldier. The third soldier boldly speculated that the Little Rose of Highgarden was the real murderer." Queen Cersei interrupted impatiently. "Varys, are you wasting my time with these gossips? Please remember, what I want is the truth." The lioness roared, causing Varys to shrink back slightly. Tyrion grinned. "At least we can confirm that Renly is indeed dead. It seems that King Joffrey will be very disappointed. It is said that he prepared many sharp spears for Renly's head." Queen Cersei snorted coldly, her voice full of pride. "They can also be used to impale Stannis's head." Tyrion blinked, thinking to himself, "My dear sister, Renly's death is not good news." He had originally counted on the Baratheon brothers to engage in a bloody battle in the south, leaving them both weakened. Now with Renly gone, Stannis might become the Lannisters' real enemy. Turning to Varys, Tyrion asked, "My Lord Intelligence Master, what is the situation with Renly's 100,000-strong army?" Chapter 219, Listen to My Roar. Outside the throne room, dark clouds gathered, signaling an impending storm. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast long shadows on the walls. Varys spoke slowly, his voice measured and calm. Renly left most of his infantry at Bitterbridge. Most of the lords and knights who followed him to Storm's End under the Starry Night have now pledged their allegiance to Stannis. Queen Cersei raised her glass and took a sip of summer red, her brow furrowing. Varys, I don't mind if the small council is smaller, she said, setting her glass down. I want specific information. Please remember that. Varys, sensing her impatience, dropped his enigmatic demeanor. The more than 10,000 cavalry at Storm's End now belong to Stannis. This includes almost all the heavy armored cavalry in the southern territories, he explained. As for the thousands of free riders originally hired by Renly, they are likely still waiting for Stannis's generosity. Archmaester Pycelle's tone was laced with sarcasm. The Florent family must be leading the charge. Everyone knows that family is a chameleon. Varys chuckled. Maester Pycelle, you are correct. The first to defect was indeed Count Alistair Florent of Brightwater City, and most of the lords followed suit. Tyrion interjected. Most? You mean not all? Varys nodded slightly. Excluding Randall Tarley and Mattis Rowan, who led the knights that refused to surrender back to Bitterbridge. Tyrion grinned. Finally, some good news. Varys continued. Renly's queen, Margaery Tyrell, is still at Bitterbridge, along with 80,000 infantry. These soldiers have not only lost their king, but also many of the lords they served, who have now taken refuge with Stannis at Storm's End. They are currently directionless and in a pitiable state. Tyrion leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with opportunity. In my opinion, this is our chance. Everyone loved Renly, but Stannis does not inspire the same affection. We can win over Highgarden. A moment of silence followed Tyrion's words. Queen Cersei then spoke coldly. My Prime Minister, does the Golden Rose love the Lannisters? Tyrion grinned. Obviously, this is unlikely. His tone shifted to seriousness. But Renly, whom they loved, is dead. If we can prove that Joffrey is even slightly better than Stannis, that will be enough. Cersei's green eyes trembled slightly, and her hands clenched into fists under the table. Varys seemed curious. Prime Minister Tyrion, how can this be proven? Tyrion glanced around the room. The late Renly set a good example. We use marriage to forge an alliance with the Golden Rose. Maester Pycelle, glancing at the silent Queen Cersei, spoke hesitantly. Master Prime Minister, do you propose that King Joffrey marry Margaery Tyrell? Queen Cersei's cold gaze fixed on Tyrion. Her sister's intense stare made him uneasy, but he quickly masked it with a well-behaved smile. She mocked. Tyrion, you are truly whimsical. Have you forgotten Loras Tyrell and Garland Tyrell? Tyrion shrugged. Of course I remember. My father's actions caused regrettable consequences. Cersei snorted. So, you are truly naive. Tyrion smiled. The little Rose of Bitterbridge has just lost her new husband. From another perspective, the Golden Rose is in need of comfort now. They need very sincere comfort. Cersei Lannister's eyes trembled. She had not forgotten the witch's prophecy. One day you will be the mother of all the world, until another woman comes, younger and more beautiful than you, who will overthrow you and take away everything you hold dear. When Cersei first met Margaery, Chapter 112, she suspected that Margaery was the woman prophesied to take everything from her. Later, when Margaery married Renly, she dismissed this suspicion. Now Cersei felt the witch's prophecy loomed ever closer. To be my son's queen, to take everything away from me, Margaery Tyrell will end up in ashes. Queen Cersei's eyes were cold and unyielding. Let my son marry a woman filled with hatred? Who knows when her tread will ignite? At a lively banquet or in the dead of night? Tyrion smiled. The little Rose of Highgarden is very charming. Joffrey will be eager to sleep with her, and all men will be jealous. That's enough. Queen Cersei interrupted angrily. What do you think of my son? You ugly dwarf. Tyrion's smile vanished, his mismatched eyes fixed on Cersei. He spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. The Queen Mother Regent, this is the Imperial meeting. Cersei sneered contemptuously. Be your puppet? I warned you. My sister, if you continue this, I will be truly angry. How ridiculous. Do you dare to threaten me? Are you planning to complain to our father again? Perhaps this time it will be another surprise, my dear sister. Cersei glared at Tyrion, who met her gaze calmly. The atmosphere was tense, neither sibling willing to back down. I can put you in a dark prison right now. Cersei's voice was icy. Tyrion grinned. I don't think you can. Ahem. The new Lord Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lord Giles Rosby, who had been silent, coughed a few times. Your Majesty the Queen Mother, I think the marriage proposed by the Prime Minister is worth considering. Our greatest enemy is Stannis. With our current military strength, defending King's Landing will be difficult. Varys added, Queen Cersei, you have a loving mother's heart, but those of us involved in politics must prioritize our kingdom above all else and set aside personal desires. This may be the only way to keep King Joffrey alive until the wedding night. The tension between the siblings dissipated as Queen Cersei leaned back in her chair, unmoved. You can say whatever you want, but my son is proud by nature. He will never like Renly's leftovers. He will never agree to this marriage. Tyrion countered, Before Joffrey comes of age, you are his regent, and I am his prime minister. He must marry whoever we decide. Even if it is scraps, he will have to make do. All eyes were on Cersei Lannister. After a moment of silence, her eyes shifted slightly. You should find someone to arrange it. If this matter offends Joffrey, you will need to ask the gods for blessings. Tyrion noticed the change in Cersei's expression. What other plans did his cunning sister have? Without giving her time to think, he said, I'm glad we have reached a consensus. Seeing Cersei about to speak, Tyrion quickly added, We need to choose a good messenger. We must ensure the Golden Rose happily marries their little Rose. Tyrion's eyes scanned the room, passing over his sister and the royal ministers. Everyone was deep in thought. Cersei's beautiful eyes fixed on the dwarf prime minister, a charming smile on her face. We should send Sir Jacelyn Bywater, Commander-in-Chief of the City Watch, south. He is trustworthy. Isn't he, my prime minister? Tyrion blinked. My dear sister, do I look so easy to deceive? Could your strategy be a little more clever? He shook his head slightly and said seriously, Queen Cersei, we need more than a mouthpiece. The envoy we send must be able to negotiate with the Golden Rose on behalf of the king and the royal council and settle the matter quickly. His eyes swept across the room. The people present fell silent again. After a moment, Queen Cersei's voice broke the stillness. The Prime Minister is the spokesperson of the king, so you are the most suitable candidate. It is no different from Joffrey's personal visit. Her tone softened. My dear Tyrion, your tongue is as powerful as Jaime's sword. Who could be better than you? Tyrion sighed inwardly. I believe he will never come back once he leaves, right? Why does my sister always think others are fools? It's such an honor, Tyrion replied with a smile. Sister Cersei, in my opinion, a mother is more suitable than an uncle to arrange a marriage for a child. He smirked. Besides, you have a talent for making friends. I admire your skill very much. The Lannister lioness's eyes sparkled with fire, and the siblings once again stared at each other, affectionately. It would be nice if Earl Greene were here. Varys's voice eased the tense atmosphere. Tyrion's eyes moved to Varys, a slight smile on his face, and he narrowed his eyes. Facing everyone's gazes, Varys said slowly, The Duke of Metz likes Count Greene very much. Everyone says the two of them are like father and son. He sighed lightly and continued, If he were still in the Red Keep, he would be the best person to send as an envoy to the Golden Rose. After a pause, Varys smiled slightly and added, Earl Greene's tongue is as powerful as Sir Jaime's sword skills. Grand Maester Pycelle had a complicated look on his face, and Finance Minister Earl Gales spoke up. Your Majesty the Queen Mother, Prime Minister, we really have to treat this marriage with caution. The candidate we send should be someone who can reassure the Golden Rose. Cersei's voice was full of dissatisfaction. Varys, where is Greene now? Before Varys could reply, Tyrion spoke first. Sister Cersei, according to your son's order, didn't Greene go to the Vale to capture Lysa Tully and Robert Arryn? The Lannister lioness finally resisted the urge to rush over and slap Tyrion. She said angrily, This is all your conspiracy, right? Tyrion was stunned for a moment. Did my sister misunderstand something? His eyes rolled. She must have known that after I went to see Joffrey, I gave the order for Greene to go to the Vale to arrest people. Did she think I had deliberately removed her sword? Judging from the results, it is really impossible to defend. In Queen Cersei's sight, Tyrion's expression at this time revealed his guilt, and she couldn't help but clench her hands. After a while, she showed a smile. Can the conspiracy she saw through be called a conspiracy? Queen Cersei raised her chin slightly and said, Bring Greene back. The Lannister lioness's eyes, full of warning, slowly swept across the crowd. "I want Greene back, immediately. No one can stop me, otherwise." She raised her voice. "Hear me roar." In the pavilion outside the Prime Minister's tower, Bronn led a dozen or so gold cloaks standing guard. Inside the pavilion stood Tyrion and Varys. Tyrion stared at Varys with a respectful expression and said, "I always thought you were my ally, Lord Varys." Doubt flashed across Varys's face. He bowed slightly and said, "Prime Minister Tyrion, I am at your disposal." Through the heavy clouds, the sun briefly peeked over the land, and Tyrion's golden nose gleamed. He said solemnly, "Varys, you have been making a lot of little moves recently. Your purpose is to get Greene back, right?" After Tyrion finished speaking, Varys's face showed a moment of panic. He quickly shook his head and said, "It must be my inappropriate behavior that caused you to misunderstand, my Prime Minister." Tyrion was unmoved by Varys's denial. He raised his hand, and the gold cloaks outside turned to face the two of them, their hands grasping the hilts of their swords. "Lord Varys, am I giving you a chance to explain yourself?" Varys glanced calmly at the golden-clad guards surrounding them and said, "My Lord Prime Minister, I must admit, you have a keen eye." He sighed. "I will be honest with you, but this matter is only suitable for your ears." Tyrion stared at Varys, who appeared sincere, for a moment before gesturing for the guards to leave. Once they had retreated, Varys continued, "Prime Minister Tyrion, our Queen Mother has long since realized she has lost control of the gold cloaks." Tyrion remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Varys. "I have not interfered with the gold-cloaked guards of the Red Keep," he said. Varys sighed again. "Many people have volunteered to be Queen Cersei's spies. Your actions cannot be hidden from her, and she does not trust Sir Lancel very much." Tyrion raised an eyebrow. "So?" Varys leaned in slightly closer to Tyrion and lowered his voice. "My little birds told me they saw the lioness consorting with some strange monks. I sense danger there, my Lord Prime Minister." In the Prime Minister's study, Tyrion picked up a letter just dully, ivored by his young attendant. He glanced at the golden seal on it and opened the envelope. The contents were still about Myrcella's marriage, but the old lion in Harrenhal had changed his plan. Princess Myrcella's marriage partner was no longer the Martell family of Sunspear, as Tyrion had proposed, but Robert Arryn of the Eyrie. Why the sudden change of heart? The letter from his father did not explain the reason for this decision. It only issued a cold command. Pondering the situation, Tyrion felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but run his hands through his hair in frustration. Chapter 220, Fearlessness and Loyalty. The Reach, Bitterbridge. Ever since the news of Renly's death arrived, Baron Caswell had closed the main gate of Bitterbridge and cut off all communication with the outside world. Margaery Tyrell did not express dissatisfaction or anger towards Baron Caswell's presumptuous behavior. She simply stayed quietly in her queen's camp. The clouds in the sky were low and thick, rolling ominously. Sometimes the sun was obscured, and at other times weak rays of light pierced through. The air was hot and humid, as if everything was being squeezed by an invisible pressure, making it hard to breathe. Inside the tent, Margaery wore a dark dress symbolizing mourning. Her eyes, like those of an elk, stared at the queen's crown in her hand, her gaze distant. Although the queen's tiara was in her possession, it felt like nothing more than a beautiful decoration. Margaery suddenly felt a wave of discouragement. Her slender fingers traced the golden rose on the crown. After a moment, she took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. She treated the queen's tiara that Renly had given her as an ordinary ornament and instructed her maid to put it away. Margaery straightened her posture. With or without the crown, she was still a proud golden rose, the light of the Reach. Golden roses never fade. Margaery's clear and sweet voice broke the silence. "Bring me something to eat." Her maids, momentarily stunned by the request, quickly sprang into action. Not long after, they brought plates of desserts and placed them on the long dining table. Margaery had just taken a few bites when the voice of the guard captain came from the door. "Your Highness, Count Randall Tarley and Count Mattis Rowan are requesting an audience." Margaery's brown eyes flickered slightly. She put down the golden fork, picked up a napkin, and wiped the corners of her mouth. Standing up, she said, "Please let them in." Earl Randall and Earl Mattis strode in and saluted in unison. "Good day, Queen Margaery." Margery responded softly, "Good day, Earl Randall, Earl Mattis." She looked at the two dusty men with her beautiful eyes and said, "It's good to see you both. The gods bless you." Count Randall bowed slightly, while Count Mattis hesitated and said, "Queen Margery, please forgive me." Margery sighed sadly and said, "Thank you." After a pause, she asked, "What is the situation outside?" Count Randall glanced at Count Mattis, who remained silent, and replied, "Queen Margery, I have sent people to control the food and fodder of the Bitterbridge army. We will stabilize the morale of the troops as soon as possible." He continued, "After King Renly's death, many lords and knights of the Reach led by the Florent family defected to Stannis Baratheon." Earl Randall's eyes sharpened as he added, "They are vassals of the Duke of Highgarden. Their actions were not approved by their lord. They are traitors. There are many followers and confidants of these people in the Bitterbridge camp. My opinion is to execute them as soon as possible to stabilize the morale of the army." Count Mattis glanced at Margery, who looked haggard, and said, "Queen Margery, we heard on the way here that they plan to take their soldiers directly to Storm's End. This is not only a betrayal, but also a threat to the stability of the entire army." Margery's fingers clenched slightly. She looked at the serious-faced Earl Randall for a moment, then glanced lightly at Earl Mattis, and said, "Earl Randall, with—" She paused, then raised her voice. "In the name of the Duke of Highgarden, I appoint you as the supreme commander of the Bitterbridge army in the Reach. From now on, you have the authority to deal with anyone who undermines the morale of the army until the Duke of Highgarden arrives at Bitterbridge." Earl Randall made a serious military salute. "Queen Margery, thank you for your trust." Margery nodded slightly, looking at the two men with a determined expression. Count Mattis's eyes shifted slightly as he said, "I don't know much about military affairs, but I think Earl Landau needs a reliable quartermaster. Count Mattis, you are well suited for the job." Count Mattis nodded solemnly. After a brief pause, Margery spoke in a gentle voice, "Earl Randall and Count Mattis, in the name of the Golden Rose, I would like to thank you both for your fearlessness and loyalty." Earl Randall and Count Mattis first nodded in acknowledgement, then exchanged glances before looking back at Margery. Seeing this, Margery said, "Gentlemen, if you have any questions, please feel free to speak openly. I respect you both and will listen." Earl Mattis leaned forward slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "Queen Margery, please forgive my presumption, but is it possible that you are pregnant with King Renly's child?" At his words, Margery's eyes trembled, and she frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, she shook her head, her face showing sadness and vulnerability. "Gentlemen, I understand the importance of this matter, so I will be honest with you," she said, her eyes slightly reddening. "We all know King Renly. He wanted to wait until he sat on the Iron Throne before considering this matter." Her wet eyes paused on each of the two trustworthy vassals in turn, and she continued softly, "This was also the agreement between King Renly and the Duke of Highgarden. The Golden Rose keeps its promises." Forcing a smile, she added, "If you prefer, you can call me Miss Margery." In the camp, Randall Tarley and Mattis Rowan walked side by side. Count Mattis sighed as they walked. What a pity. Count Landau walked silently, seemingly ignoring Count Mattis's lament. Earl Mattis continued, "It would have been great if King Renly had left an heir." Earl Landau frowned and said, "The gods do not give everything to one person." Count Mattis shrugged. "This is not a joke. What happened to Miss Margery is truly sad." The two walked in silence until they reached the tower of the camp. Lord Randall stared at the camp for a while before suddenly saying, "Miss Margery is not pitiful. She is very strong and remains the light of Highgarden." Count Mattis was taken aback. He smiled and shook his head. "Old man, thank you for your insight. I am truly honored." Count Landau remained indifferent to Count Mattis's jest and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "The Florent family members must be executed as soon as possible." He paused before continuing, "The camp needs stability. We should carry out the executions in front of all the soldiers." Count Mattis nodded solemnly. He reached out and patted Count Landau's arm. "Old man, leave this matter to me. I don't want your wife to blame you. Lord Randell's wife was Melissa Florent, and her father, Lord Alistair Florent, had led the family in joining Stannis after Renly's death." Earl Landau shook his head slightly, rejecting Earl Mattis's offer. He said coldly, "I am a commander. This is my duty." He added silently, "I am saving my wife's family." Count Mattis, seeing he could not persuade him, changed the subject. "Count Landau, the incident that night happened so suddenly that we didn't have time to investigate thoroughly. Who do you think could be the murderer?" Lord Randall replied coldly, "Stannis." Count Mattis looked shocked. "How do you know? Count Landau, did you find any evidence?" Count Landau's sharp eyes turned to his companion. "Count Mattis, it is obvious. He is the biggest beneficiary." Count Mattis nodded, admitting he agreed with Count Landau's speculation. He murmured, "Those who murder blood relatives will be condemned by both humans and gods." "Count Mattis, I believe in swords more," Earl Landau said, before turning and walking towards the steps of the tower. That day, dozens of heads were impaled on spears in the Bitterbridge camp. Stormlands, Storm's End. Dreary, dark clouds shrouded the sky above Storm's End. The sunlight feebly penetrated the thick clouds, casting a pale and weak light upon the earth. After Lord Renly's death, His Majesty the King has been troubled by nightmares. Even the Meister's medicine didn't work. Only Lady Melisandre could lull him to sleep, confided Davon Seaworth, the fifth son of Davos Seaworth and one of King Stannis' squires, to his father. Is this why the priestess and King Stannis share the same tent? Do they pray together, or use other methods to soothe him to sleep? Davos wondered. The question was too bold to ask, even to his own son. In fact, after witnessing the shadow magic that night, he himself had been having trouble sleeping. The Onion Knight retracted his thoughts. He should not question King Stannis. After Seaworth escorted Melisandre back that night, he requested to see King Stannis at dawn, but was told the king was very busy. Several days passed before he was finally summoned. In the camp, the stench of horse manure mingled with the smoke of burning wood and the aroma of stewed meat. On his way to the king's tent, Sir Davos encountered many southern lords, each of nobler birth than himself. They wore gold-plated and silver-plated armor, their helmets adorned with silk feathers, plumes, or family crests, and some even had statues with gemstone-inlaid eyes. Near the entrance of the camp, Seaworth bumped into Count Alistair Florent, who had just exited the king's tent. Davos greeted him. "Good day, Count Florent." On Alistair Florent's breastplate was a brilliant red and gold fox, surrounded by a circle of lapis lazuli flowers. Lord Alistair was tall, dignified, and wealthy in appearance. He was the first to turn to King Stannis after Renly's death, and the first Southern Lord to publicly renounce the seven gods and convert to the Lord of Light. Davos thought to himself, not long ago, this noble Earl of Brightwater was Renly's subordinate, sitting in his tent, helping him formulate battle plans and planning how to defeat Stannis. Although he was Queen Selyse's uncle, when Renly's power grew, family ties could not stop him from bowing to Renly. Earl Alistair looked at Davos impolitely, tapped his chin, and walked away. Davos shrugged and stood at the door. After hearing a response from inside, he entered the king's tent. The furnishings in King Stannis' tent were very simple. It was made of canvas like the tents of ordinary soldiers, and the golden dye had long faded to dark yellow. Davos thought that without the flaming red heart flag flying high atop the tent, most people might not be able to tell which one was the king's. King Stannis sat on a simple wooden chair, with Melisandre next to him. Davos avoided the priestess's eyes and bowed respectfully towards King Stannis. Stannis turned to Melisandre and said, "Madam, I will send someone to fetch you when I need you." Davos, who had a downcast face, couldn't help but frown. He noticed the change in King Stannis' treatment of the priestess. Melisandre bowed, her voice low and hoarse. "I obey your majesty's orders." As she left, she paused beside Davos. He nodded stiffly, and the priestess let out a low laugh, causing a thin layer of cold sweat to break out on his back. King Stannis first motioned for Davos to sit down, then said, "Davos, I can see that you don't like that woman." Davos was thinking about how to respond when his king continued, "Smuggler, I am not blind. Those capricious lords don't like her either. They are unwilling to wear the flaming red heart. They ask for the crowned stag banner and fight." Stannis' jaw moved, and a slight grinding sound was heard. After a pause, Davos saw that King Stannis was no longer speaking. He said cautiously, "Your Majesty, they need some time. I think they will get used to this place soon. King Stannis snorted disdainfully and said, "It would be best this way." Davos couldn't help but speak bluntly. Last year, they were Robert's people. Not long ago, they were Renly's men. And now, they have become your loyal ministers. He added, "Who will they follow tomorrow?" King Stannis stared intently at his onion knight for a moment before saying, "You can always tell me the truth." He leaned back in his chair and continued, "Davos, you are right. Behind me, there is a large group of traitors. I have punished people nobler than them for smaller crimes. Now I have to happily forgive their sins and endure their incessant chatter in my ears like a swarm of flies." King Stannis's teeth clenched audibly. Davos advised, "King Stannis, you need these men now to fight for your Iron Throne." Stannis's voice was as cold as the winter wind. "Davos, I have spared them, I have forgiven them, but I have not forgotten." Davos's eyes immediately drifted to the door. Such words must not be heard by others, or it could lead to terrible consequences. Stannis ignored Davos's uneasiness and added, "My brother left most of the infantry at Bitterbridge. I sent my wife's brother, Sir Ellen, to take over, but there has been no reply so far."